right, a little extra music.
Get a little extra. We're live, everybody, here at Horseshoe in Las Vegas for the final day of the NHC, where it's all coming down to the wire to see who wins that final prize of $825 grand. I'm Alexa Zepp from the Daily Racing Forum, joined by a bunch of awesome co-hosts. I've got Racing Rachel over here from Indiana, another Rachel, as Rachel told me, I'm in a Rachel sandwich right now.
Best place to be.
I'm
Best
our
kind of
Mac right now.
sandwich.
I'm not Rachel. I'm not answering to Rachel anymore. I'm just answering to the Mac or something like that, so we don't get
Our
confused.
Mac. Rachel Miller from America's Best Racing, and of course, Dan the Man, Dan.
Oh, Dan the Man, Dan. All right, I'll
Dan
take
the
that.
Man.
We started with 800 entries at this contest. We are down to the final 80, and in a couple of hours, actually, in the next little while here, we're going to find out who the final 10 are. So 800 to 80 to 10. The guy in the lead, Dan Piazza, has been in the lead, it seems, the entire time. And he's holding on to it. Rachel, wanted to get you on. You are from a Caesars track, right? Horseshoe Indy. We are at Horseshoe Las Vegas right now. This final table presented by Caesars Race Sportsbook. For you, this event, I've seen you the past couple of years. Like, describe it for people who haven't been here.
Yeah, honestly, this has been it's been so enlightening to come. I think we talked about it the first year I was here, which was like 4 or 5 years ago. Ever since we've had it at Horseshoe Las Vegas, obviously I've been out here. And it has literally been so eye-opening. I mean, I've heard from working with some guys in Indiana how tournament play works, but obviously I'm not a huge tournament player. So when I got here, I spent the whole first year asking everyone how it works. I was really learning a lot. You get the gist of it, but when you get here and you're immersed in this with these guys, you really learn that there is and you know, me and Alexa were talking about this just a minute ago, there's a whole bunch of different ways that you can do this. Pick winners, save the long shots. Strategy is huge for everybody. But yeah, the way it works is we just accumulate the prices, and I haven't seen in the last recent years that I've been here, were we at 322 for him? The last I checked, he was almost 50 ahead of the second place finish.
Yeah.
And I don't think I've seen it be that close. I mean, you've been here too in the last few years. I don't think I've seen it be that far away. It's been pretty close each time for the winners. So, you know, is it horse racing where you don't want your horse to get too loose on the lead and then you're worried
Right.
or is he going to hold on to just a really, a commanding win? I mean, we don't know. So that's what makes this so exciting.
Well, we're going to have updates throughout, so we actually have the leaderboard here that we could look at. And just since we came on, we have an update here. Dylan Donnelly has closed the gap, so he is only $36 behind right now. He's up to $290. Greg Bone, Peter Dresden has been in the mix here. They're both at about $280. And it's on your screen right there. You can see some of the others. Not too far off, but yeah, look, a 40-point gap is pretty. Alexa, for you, as someone who's played in this contest, it's kind of a nice little buffer, but it's certainly not over. Far from it.
It's one, 12 to 1 shot.
Right.
Yeah. So anybody is in the game at this point. A lot of these players still have a ton of optional plays left. You get to make 10 this morning out of 19 races. So not all hope is lost. If you're sitting in even 40th place right now, you can absolutely get there and get to where everybody wants to be at that final table.
Rachel, what have you seen so far today? It's a little noisier today, right?
Today is much more noisy. I feel like my impressions coming into the room today are a lot more big race reactions. I don't know if that's because the pressure is off of them if, they're not final table bound. As mentioned, only 80 people or 80 entries are kind of vying for that final table spot. Everybody else here, I think that they're starting to throw around some of their own cash. Rachel being one of those people included. And if anything,
I want to see the money or the hot wing first.
The hot wing. I want to see the hot wing.
I want to see it all. So Rachel came up to us and said, I just made a hot wing bet. And for anyone that might be wondering what the hell that means, it's when a hot wing falls on your program and stains the horse that you should obviously bet. So
I got to shout out Eric Holstrom because we go to beat-ups all the time in Indiana. Okay, me and his wife and his kids and stuff. So, but the only guy in Vegas comes to Vegas, goes to beat-ups. So I meet him at beat-ups. I'm like, all right, I'll get a hot wing, and I'm eating it, and it didn't fall back on the plate, baby. It fell on Broderick, the 5 in that race, and he goes, Rachel, that's your horse in that race. You have got to bet it. So I texted Dan. I didn't get on it. It ran before I could get on, but me and Alexa, we had it. We touted it on the DRF show. But yeah, we look at that.
It won like
perfect
7 to
hot
1.
wing.
Was it 7 to 1?
7 to 1, and I put 10 across on it. So super.
Made $100.
Telling you.
Just
And then
like
the
that.
guys over there, I gave it out. They didn't bet it, and he goes, "I spilled tea on this 5. You think I should bet it?" I'm like, "Yes, we're doing the food hunch place for the rest of the day."
Well, and so this is cruel.
Speaking of food, God.
Just as we go live,
poor
they've rolled out
Rach.
the buffet, so no food for us. But if someone could bring us over a
speak for
plate of
yourself.
something,
Yeah, I might. I'm leaving, y'all.
I need that
I'm having a
dessert.
dinner roll.
if somebody could bring something, kind of saucy over to the desk, we can recreate this.
Let's splash it up. Well,
Wait,
Dan,
nobody
you also,
has a program except me.
I got one here. We
Okay,
give it a
good.
shot,
I was going to
yeah.
say, don't do it to your laptop.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that your program wasn't next to the table for the
I
coffee
spilled the
spill
coffee
this
earlier.
morning.
Yeah.
What can we say? The food indicated bets. Everyone's got an angle. So what makes that any better or worse than the next guy's strategy?
Clearly, it was better.
I know.
And
Sometimes
Alexa,
you got to go with the hunch plays. I'm telling you, you can do all the homework in the world, but sometimes
I've been
those
on
hunch plays.
fire today, though. I will say. So
I've been doing
I broadcasted this morning for a couple hours for DRF and kind of gave out mad winners. They weren't always big prices, but there were some. I gave out a 10 to 1 winner, 11 to 1 place horse, and a couple other chalky winners too.
Toot,
So
toot.
I'm zoned in. I'm
So
seeing it
what else
today. I'm
you
not in
got?
the tournament.
What else you got? I mean, what's next? I mean, we got Gulfstream Race 5. By the way, the first final table race, I should say,
Oh,
is
yeah, is this
Aqueduct. Well, it's Aqueduct Race 7.
Oh.
So we got a little bit of time. That's at 12:48 Pacific, scheduled for 12:48 Pacific. So that's about an hour and 5 minutes from now. So we've got a little
Got
bit of time. But the next race that's going to go off here, we're going to hear people making noise behind us, is Oaklawn Race 3. Did you have anything for that, Alexa? Or
Yeah, I did.
you're like, sure, I got all that.
Dude, I got it all today. Okay, Oaklawn Race 3, 0 minutes to post.
Up till
Not
1
much
o'clock
time to check.
handicapping
Up
this
till
girl.
1 a.m. My
What
top
a
pick
champ.
is not super thrilling in here. It's the 5, which is looking like the favorite at currently Moon over Choctaw at 8 to 5 odds. And then second selection. What am I getting on the 6? Anybody?
6. I don't see
10
the
to
odds
1.
in front of me.
My
Okay.
shot, 10 to 1. So maybe in the tournament I might be looking more at that from a price standpoint, but I did think the best bet in here was
8-6.
was the 5.
Okay.
Not
Oh,
the
the
eight.
5. I thought you said 8.
Moon over Choctaw.
Moon over
my bad,
Choctaw
my
over
bad,
my
my bad.
shot.
Okay.
But now we got to bet the 5, St. Albans Race. But not really, because that horse, I don't know. I'm not
I didn't
feeling
drop any food on this page, so I have nothing.
no insights. Bobby's back in the chat. Bobby likes the 1. Well, the 6 is on the lead. 6 is on the lead at 9 to 1. The 2 at 5 to 1 in second. Then the 5, 3 across the track, 8 to 5. So it's actually not on your screen right now, so as not to disorient you. We'll leave that race alone. We'll let you know what happens. The next race that might be on your screen is Tampa Bay Race 5, bottom left. And then, and then after that, we'll get into some Aqueduct Gulfstream. But I do like today, there is a crowd back there that's gathered around the big screen. Way more expressive than anything we've heard the past 2 days.
100%. One of the most expressive people being Ellis Starr, who was on the show yesterday.
He qualified at my track, so I'm like really rooting for
Yeah,
him.
he did. He told us about that. He told us the whole
Free
story.
tournament.
Yeah.
My man, I'm so
Yeah.
happy for. I've known Ellis for so long, and he's the sweetest man ever. Always stop and talk to you. Just this last race, I told Alexa I came to make my Broderick bet. I didn't even touch him. I was just like, oh my gosh, like he was so in the zone.
We got him up on the screen
has
right
an
now.
aura.
We have him on the screen.
There
We're
he
gonna
is.
have a live reaction.
Oh yes, please show Ellis live.
And he's watching this race at Oaklawn.
We don't know who he
And
has.
Ellis gets onto one, like, and starts
There he is.
screaming.
There he is.
Yeah. Look, yep, there he goes. Oh, we are zoomed in on that seriousness.
What do we think?
Ellis.
That didn't look like a winner.
Did not look. Nope, shaking his head.
He's shaking
That
his head,
is
right?
not the result Ellis wanted.
Well, he wants to talk. That's good. He hasn't spoken to me for 3 days, other than him showing up on the show. He's like, get the hell away from me. I'm not talking to you.
That's how I felt. And see, I'm special. He's talked to me every day. I mean,
What?
He's giving me a hug. He loves me. His third day, if he ain't talking to me, you know that man is going through it.
Yeah.
He's not going to talk to me.
I also think like
No offense,
everybody
Dan.
playing today is leaving with at least 10 grand in their
Yeah.
pocket. So
Oh, yeah.
yesterday there was a lot more like solemn state in the room because, you know, everybody now at this point is a winner. Of course, you want to be the big winner. But, I mean, leaving here with over $10,000 because the worst you need is $10,010. Thank you very much. So, yeah, I think there's definitely some more energy. Everybody's got a little more relaxed. There's still stress. There's still nerves. But you won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The prizes you mentioned, if nothing else, you get $10,000 here if you make this top 80. At the top, $825 we mentioned. Second place finisher gets $250,000. Third gets $200,000. Fourth gets $150,000, and so on. So if you make the final 10, minimum payout $65,000. What we're going to do in a little bit, once we get to that final 10, I'm going to head over there to the main stage. That's where all the players stand around, watch the races together, each of the final table races. So I'll be there, and even though we know that they're very tense and into this moment, I'm going to try to capture them as the races unfold and right after the races, whether they win or lose. So we'll see how that goes. In the meantime, Rachel, while we've got you, we'll let you go in a couple minutes, but do you have any other picks, hot wing related or not?
I was just looking at Tampa, and they're 2 minutes to post. I didn't go into 1 a.m. kind of handicapping like Alexa did, but like I was telling her, honestly, I do my best handicapping when I don't do a whole lot of homework. When I go to Keelan or Churchill and I'm just hanging out drinking beer and I take a gander and I'm like, hey, I like that horse, I cash more tickets that way. Indiana's a little bit different because I've been there for 10 years, so it's kind of easy for me to handicap. But in the event of Tampa, in this race, there's a lot of horses in here that look interesting. The one on the class drop, there's quite a few in here that are actually making the drop that I think could make big improvements. But, you know, the maidens going long, if they haven't tried it before, is a question mark. So I guess I'm kind of looking more towards the inside horses who have ran okay and have two-turn experience. So I kind of like the 1 and the 2. I think the 4, you know, third last time out of neck is definitely one that you have to include in that race. So I think I would do 4 with those inside horses. Is Whirlwind still in? Are there any scratches in here?
Whirlwind is in.
Yeah, 2-1. I would do 4-2 and then pick one of those long shot horses on the inside who I think might improve off of easier. An exacta, probably 8-4-1 or maybe 8-4-2. Kind of box them and put them together is what I would do in this race.
We're seeing that really similarly. I also like the 4, like you said, kind of improving in form, lost by just a neck last out, and then the 8 obviously is a favorite, but really competitive figures. Now, if you're trying to beat a favorite, it does make sense to try to beat a favorite that hasn't run since December.
Yeah.
This trainer does okay off the layoff, 19%, but only a 60-cent on your dollar ROI for horses off the layoff. So you could fade the 8. I still like the 8, but I do like the 4, and like you said, maybe try to grab a price in here because none of these horses are like screaming awesome.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. That's a very nice way to say it. Well, you know what? What was I saying? Old school, hurry wire. Another one is, he's found his friends here, is another one that I really like. That's a nice way to say,
Found his
friends here. You ever heard that one, Rach? That's one of my favorites.
That's
What
a good
about
one.
this 12 as a
see.
long shot play? I know it's on the outside.
Look at these 20-1s. I am so impressed by you.
As
First
soon
time
as
on
she
that.
gets hot and she starts dropping 20-1 shots, I'm opening up my
Oh,
betting
God.
account right now.
Oh, God.
There.
That's it. I'm in. I'm in the account right now.
You're such a first-time Lasix girl. This horse is adding Lasix.
I know.
It's a good angle.
Such a
I'm
first-time
for it.
Lasix.
Can I
There's the 3 last big bombs she mentioned over there. It was first-time Lasix. I love it. I love this for you.
But also maiden second start, I don't think the horse did Well, it didn't do great.
I mean, let's not lie here.
I'm trying to make a
Beat 2 horses. Good job. But still, we're switching things up. You're right. I mean, I'm with you. Stick with your line of thinking. I like it, Alexa.
If you're trying to pair everything with a bomb to get a little bit of value out of the race.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm trying to do. By the way, love people jumping into the chat. Here we have a question. Who do you like in Aqueduct? And we'll get to that shortly. But also guys like Leonard who are dropping their picks into the chat. He's given us a superfecta. So he was like,
whoa, Leonard.
Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah.
11 over 1248.
Oh,
So,
he likes the 1, 2, 4 in the end.
yeah.
I get it.
I like the
see what you're
4.
saying, Leonard.
I
4?
like
What
the 4
about the
because I
11?
like the fact that he's been at Tampa before and has been in the money over the Tampa turf previously.
Oh, I see you agree with me? The Rachels agree? You like
Yes.
the 4? The 11 that he's talking about, did you guys see that this one's taking the blinkers off and it's the second time Lasix and that trainer's really good at second time Lasix and has a nice work. I like that. I like that pick. What's his
Leonard's
name?
got an angle.
Shout out Leonard, Lenny.
The 11 should be the pace setter in here. So, and I don't think there's a ton of pace in here. So it's possible gets an early lead and just hangs on and wires the field. We'll see.
Are we gonna listen? I'm signaling to Alex. I don't know if you can hear me at all. Alex, if you can hear me, we've got a potential Ellis Cam moment here again.
Ellis
Another
Cam.
one?
Ellis Cam is set up right here. If we could, right here at Tampa Bay Downs.
If I'm just going off of vibes, the 6, So Much Jazz is the name.
The Hunch
Yeah.
plays are
Jazz
firing
is what
today,
I
baby.
always
Let's
said
do
I
it.
would play,
One.
name a horse.
Why not?
Oh, really? Why? Why Jazz?
I don't know. I was a very sophisticated little 7-year-old, and I'm like, I'm going to have a bay horse, and her name's going to be Jazz.
I can see that about you.
So 6,
It tracks.
So
It
Much
really
Jazz.
Redneck Rachel and classy Rachel. You got a little bit of everything, Rachel, going on today. Who's in the lead? 6?
So Much
6
Jazz.
is in the lead. Yeah, it looks
Jazz
like
is in the lead.
multi-way
At
go.
62 to 1.
Rachel,
I don't think she's going
swear
to
to
be out
God,
there
if
long.
she does, you're going to be the genius of the entire day.
Well,
A lot of insane prices. So I have a feeling, well, actually not a ton of people are standing up for this Tampa race.
you
But again,
stand-
that's in the
are
bottom
you a
left of your
stander
screen.
when you have a? Do you have
Oh,
to
when
like
I'm getting,
take
yeah,
the position?
if I've got a shot,
Yeah.
if I've got a shot at something, I'm standing. So Alex is setting up with Ellis here. I don't know if Alex could signal to us which horse number Ellis has or if he even knows.
Ellis might be locked into Aqueduct. Do you think he's in on Tampa or Aqueduct?
Four. Okay.
The 4.
What
Okay.
we all agreed on.
We all agree on the 4.
You know-
Everybody's
you,
hot pick.
you know if this horse doesn't hit the board, Alex is going to be like, get the hell away from me with that camera.
Yeah,
you
the
know
camera's
he's-
cursing me.
We're all superstitious, and he probably will hide if this
All right,
is
Ellis is up right now. The 4's on the rail. We'll see if he's got a move in him. The 8's making a big move.
Who is this rolling on the outside? The 11?
The
Oh, it's the
8,
8.
I think,
Okay.
Yeah,
Whirlwind.
I was like,
The 4's
whoa,
up on the
where's
rail though.
Lenny's
The 4
11?
still has some horse.
I've got some work to do.
God, that 8 looks good,
No,
though.
the 4 looks loaded. It just needs to find a lane. No.
What did I say?
The
The
8
moonwalk.
is running
Here's your
away
12,
with
Alexa, making a late move. Might finish 4th.
Okay.
It looks like it's going to be 8-5.
The
8-5.
8, 5, 11.
15 to 1,
Well,
third time
mean,
starter.
No crazy surprise there. Obviously, that was the favorite who was coming off of that layoff and had run faster speed figures than anybody else in here pretty consistently before that break. So
She liked the grass.
Not a
I did.
crazy.
So immediately switching gears into Aqueduct.
Before we do that,
Yeah.
well, Rachel, if you have a pick, give it. But we've got our next guest standing by, so I want to let you go about your day as well. So, do you have something at Aqueduct?
What race are we at on
Race
Aqueduct?
5?
Race 5. Let me look. Oh yeah, I did almost all of Aqueduct because once Broderick landed on my page, I was like, we're doing the whole card now, baby. Okay, so just off first, I didn't really get it narrowed down, but the ones that I have marked that I like, the one Charging Arrow, 7 furlongs. This horse a couple times back with Katie actually ran at this distance, but that was back January 30th. I like that one. The drop down on the 4 is a little bit of my long shots, 20 to 1 on the morning line. You'll have to
Still
tell me what the
21
ads
to 1.
are. Yeah,
Yeah.
so sickening. But look, this horse has been running in some tough company, and it has a little bit of form at the distance. The 5, Thank You John, as well, coming off a win. I think this one's kind of wide open. You could make a case, the 9's probably got some action here at 9-2, and my 8 Scratch is the only one I liked. So I feel like I just mentioned a million horses, but I guess if I'd have to narrow it down, I'd go 9-1 and then maybe throw in that 4.
Also on
21-1.
Uncle George.
You do?
As the top, yeah. I just
That makes me
think-
feel good because you're really on fire today.
Thanks.
Rolling.
Not like chicken wing pie.
All right, Rachel, thank you for spending some
Bye,
time with
guys.
us. We really, really appreciate you. We'll check back in with you later on. I'm
Yeah.
sure we'll see you by the final table.
Oh, yeah.
there in a
I'll
little
be
bit.
screaming with everybody over there.
By the way, tell us, Indiana Derby, we're not that far off.
Yeah, so we're going to start racing April 15th. We go to November 13th.
Okay.
Derby, we're doing the whole 4th of July week. Like
Nice.
that whole week. We're having a 4th of July racing on Fridays. As you know, sometimes I do
A
the Monday
festival.
through Thursday
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, and then I don't race on Fridays, but we're going to go ahead and race that whole week. So Saturday, the 5th,
All right.
noon post. It's going to be a blast.
Awesome. All right. That's
Love you guys.
Rachel.
Bye.
Racing Rachel.
Racing Rachel. All right. Alexa, real quick, as our next guest comes in, we'll get you. I know you kind of said you like the 9. Is there anything else we should look at Aqueduct for those watching?
Sure, yeah, let's take a gander here. The 9 was really my main play in here. I mean, I think the favorite is the 1 currently, right? Yeah, that one might
The
stick around to
3.
hit the 3? Oh, okay, so then the 1 I think has a good chance of hitting the board. Timeform US thinks the 5, Thank You John, might roll up for second place at 10-1, so that could be a long shot to keep your eye on.
Okay. All right. Joe, welcome to the set. This is our guy, Joe Tartaglia, joining us here. Joe T on the side for anybody watching on Twitter. Joe, did you have anything in Aqueduct here? Or?
Did not, no.
Okay.
I've realized today is a mad rush, and
Yeah.
you kind of have to be very prepared for
It is. The energy in this room is different today than other days.
It is, and I've had the fortune of sitting right next to the leader the entire weekend, which has
Dan,
been
who's
really cool. Yeah, it kind of hit me this morning. I'm like, of all the seats for me to take, I put my placard. I mean, I knew Dan Piazza's name, but I didn't know him personally. Of all the seats for me to take, I'm sitting right next to the leader. It's kind of cool,
Yeah.
especially for a first time.
Pretty chill. Like, I interviewed him this morning, really relaxed,
Yeah.
not so stressed, was already, I think, knew what he was doing, put his picks in.
It's been super impressive
Yeah.
to watch, to be honest. He's firing on all cylinders.
well,
right
the
now.
community at your table is phenomenal as well. I have
been
to say,
fun.
when we chatted with him yesterday, at the end of our conversation, you all gave him a round of applause.
Oh, yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah.
There's a strong camaraderie, and I think everyone rooting for him, even if their time in the tournament is expired. You know?
Sure, and this is all like new for. I mean, he's been playing for a few years, but to be in the limelight now, the way he's been for the entire weekend,
Yeah.
you know, we don't do press. We don't, horse players don't get the limelight that often. But he's been handled it so well.
And taking it in stride. It looks like this might be another situation here at Aqueduct. Uncle George.
So you hear the announcement being made. So is this the final top 10? Is that the cutoff? All right, so we're just hitting the cutoff now. By the way, the 9-horse won, so if you're watching, congrats, because you had that 9-horse. Thanks to Alexa again, just won another race. But the final table is set. We're going to show you here on the screen what the final table is. From top to bottom, Dan Piazza he just hit another race because he's at 353.
Yeah.
What is he doing?
He's
He's not missing. I swear it feels like he hasn't missed a race.
Have you, I know you have a lot of pride in your handicapping, but have you not been like, dude, what do you got? What do you got here?
Well, it's kind of nice to hear that, it's his 4th or 5th year, I think,
Yeah.
and he has not done well in
In any of them?
years.
Really?
Yeah, obviously not as well
Yeah.
as this, but it's like, okay, well, I guess this is a very humbling experience, honestly, because you realize, like, wow, I have 36 selections for 2 days, and I totaled $86. Like, it just doesn't seem right.
And that's better than most, actually.
It's not terrible. It's not terrible for
So
some.
we're looking at this top 10. Dan Piazza in first. Dylan Donnelly was a great story. We talked about him a little bit yesterday. He's in second. Tom Boyd, Greg Bone, Peter Dressens, Len Hansen, Dean Malizia, I believe.
He had both of his in the top 10 yesterday for a minute. I think they
Wow.
both made the cut. But he's-
Sean Nolan, Ray Hassan, and Alex DeVito. So Alex made the cut. That's good.
Wow.
One of the young guys here making the cut, Alex
Talked
DeVito.
to yesterday, and his father made it into that top 80 today as well.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I mean, look, they're pretty tight. Behind Dan, they're pretty tight. And there's still, wait, let's count these final table races. One,
Seven of
two,
them.
three, seven.
Yeah.
7 races. That's enough time to...
Less than $100
That ground.
separates 10th from first place. So let's see, 353, 80 something bucks, 85 bucks. So I mean, that's a fair amount of ground, but it's only you can do it. You can absolutely do it in 7 races if you hit it right.
And we saw yesterday to end the day there were 18-1, 20-1.
Yeah.
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 It's a little scary for the leaders.
Yeah, I mean, he seems like, honestly, he just seems unfazed by anything. So, like, even if somebody starts gaining ground on him, he'll probably be like, whatever, it is what it is.
Today was the first day where we noticed that
seeing some cracks?
he's a little bit more nervous than the last 2 days. But yeah, he's been totally cool, which is pretty impressive to watch.
So how has it been for you? This was your first time qualifying. You mentioned, obviously, it grueling, right? You know, with all the picks, and then you look back, and it's your first time, so it's hard.
Yeah.
But just the overall experience. I know you're here with your dad as well. So.
Yeah. I mean, that's been a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you don't really know what to expect. In fact, like when you qualify, you know, like the NHC folks send emails and they kind of warn you, like, it's pretty intense and, you know, we'll help you through it.
Mm-hmm.
And, I don't think you realize sort of the intensity of it until you get here. Not just the people, but it's 2 very long days.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think the one thing I learned is maybe if there is a next time to just be a little bit more prepared. Like I had a couple of bullets in the holster, but, you know, now I'm watching Dan and he came with like a full roster of races to pick from. But, I mean, I think, you know, like anything, I learned a lot first time out. It is very exhausting, so it's a grind. But you know, like I said, if there's a next time, I'll definitely prepare a little bit differently. But it's been an amazing experience. I mean, the camaraderie of the table is awesome. I'd imagine that there are a lot of tables that have that sort of camaraderie, so that's really been cool. And I mean, I can't get more fortunate than sitting next to the leader for the weekend. I wish more of it rubbed off on me, but it's still been fun to watch and root for. I brought my dad with me. It's just been a lot of fun. He's been there to kind of help out when I need it. Oh, nice.
We're getting
What are
dessert
you getting?
sent out.
Custard? They're
Little
pudding?
custard,
Magic dessert.
Wow.
Guess didn't get one
Cheers,
first?
Rachel.
Yeah, you should, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
if you want.
What's that? No. Little pineapple custard. Looks good.
Well, Rachel, I don't know if you saw, she said that she was eating wings last night, and she dropped one of her wings on the program, on her DRF,
yeah.
and the horse it landed on, she's like, I got to bet on this horse. And, of course, the horse wins. So now we're like, bring us food. We're going to drop it all over the
That's
place
a
and see
great
what
idea.
happens.
Yeah,
that's where
great.
we are.
Yeah.
That's where
probably
we are.
where
there.
I should have been at the end of the day yesterday. Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, Joe. I mean, we did a story with you this week on America's Best Racing to kind of share your story. I've known you for a couple of years. You've got Little Bluebird Racing Stables.
Couple of years.
Yeah. What has it been like? At
We
least
were kids.
we were kids. I want to talk about 2 things. First of all, tell us about Little Bluebird Racing Stables, what that is, and kind of what you've grown it into, and if people are interested in joining, how they get involved.
Yeah, we started probably like a lot of businesses during COVID, where we were having a lot of people sort of not go on vacations, and we were able to buy a yearling early on in, I guess it was 2019, and I just reached out to some friends, sold a couple of shares. Just for fun.
And Little Bluebird, obviously, for those not catching it, is...
Yeah, Little Bluebird Stables stems from the fact that we met on Twitter. And at the time, it was a little Bluebird logo.
Yeah.
That's cute.
Yeah, not X.
Also a much different place than
Yes,
it is now.
Yes, it was harmonious and happy, but yeah, over the course of the first 2 or 3 years, we just had people reach out and say, "Hey, are you doing anything at Oaklawn?" And I was like, "Well, no, but let's do something at Oaklawn." So we claimed a horse at Oaklawn, and it snowballed over a couple of years to a good amount of people and horses, and now we're at about 180 active partners across Little Bluebird stables.
That's awesome.
We have about a couple of retirees recently, so about 10 active horses. We just started breeding this year, which probably not the smartest move, but it's been fun to kind of learn about. We've actually had 2 foals in the last couple of weeks. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I guess going into sort of the second thing you probably want to talk about, I was diagnosed with cancer, and
Take your time with it, Joe. Take your time with it.
it just changes your perspective.
Yep.
And my perspective now is just have fun with it. Bring in people that want to have fun, not take it too seriously. It's like I said, it's a passion of mine, and I've been able to kind of make it into a little business. And we have such great people that I just want to have fun.
That's always been you, right? That's always been. Sorry.
I think that that's just a beautiful way of how, again, horses can bring people together in a way that's bigger than them. And sharing this with the people that you love and having something that brings you all together.
That's exactly where we're at now. Whereas a couple of years ago I was thinking, oh, let's get this to 25 horses. Oh, maybe we could get West Point or one of the big guys involved. And now I'm like, I just have such a good core group of people that all I want to do is get in the winner's circle with them. That's really all I want to do. There's obviously uncertainty involved now, so I just want to have as much fun as we can. Keep bringing people to the races. I often say we're definitely not the most winningest group at the moment, but I guarantee you we are having the most fun at the track.
I believe that.
We are putting pick fives together. We do partner pools where on Derby weekend, we'll bankroll $10,000, $12,000 for the group, and we're just firing at tickets, and we've made money that way, and people are enjoying the experience. And it goes beyond just, I think some of the partnership groups really kind of hone in on getting to the luxury suite on race day and getting in the paddock, which is obviously one of the best parts of racing. But it's also not the only part of it. We try to get everyone back to the barns, no matter you're an owner or not.
With the horses, yes. That's the most special part of it all.
It changes the entire experience when you own a horse and you meet them at the barn. It's a very different experience.
Alexa, you're trying to grow your own stable, so you know exactly what this whole.
I've seen some of your swag and some of your It's not easy, but
it is not easy. It's hard, but it just takes time and commitment, and I mean success helps too, obviously. But yeah, we just put together our first all-female partnership, which is really fun. Cherie DeVoe is going to train for us.
That's awesome.
So yeah, it's really exciting. I'm involved in a lot of different areas of the industry.
Yep.
But for me, ownership is probably the most exciting and fun in a lot of ways. When you have your own horse, there's just so much hope and pride and expectation and possibility and potential and
especially
all of that.
young horses, yeah,
and love for those horses. And so it's a really cool thing. I got involved in a partnership many moons ago, and luckily the horses won first out, so I was hooked instantly. But
that's like a managing partner's worst nightmare, winning first out. It's like, oh, we just set the bar way too high.
Where do we go from
here?
Can
we finish third first out?
Tell the jockey, listen.
Yeah.
Let's
not get crazy.
Don't go too crazy. If you're beat, you're beat. Just take it easy. Oh my God. Go ahead, Rich. I'm sorry.
I love the way that this has come full circle with having your first foals born into the racing stable. Any plans to go meet them? Are they in Kentucky?
They're in Kentucky, yep. They're in Lexington. I haven't met them yet, but I certainly will over the next couple. We have 2 more due, so I'll wait till all 4 drop, and then I'll go out there and
Where's
see
your
them.
home base?
I'm based in Austin, Texas. Yeah, but right now we have horses in Arkansas, Kentucky, New York, Maryland. So pretty much the East Coast. So it's a lot of fun. Yeah, the breeding aspect. I mean, the first time we saw a foal last year, I was like, oh my God, this is so crazy. Like, I'm taller than this horse.
Well, it's just like a whole new element, right? It's one thing to pick out a horse at a sale, and it's entirely different to be the scientist in the lab, so to say, that's making the breeding, that you have to wait 11 months for the baby to be born.
We knew nothing about it, really. Honestly, thank God for the people that we have at Stonebridge Farm and Hedberg Hall, just to guide us through the whole breeding process. But obviously we're talking about mating for next year, and that's the next process. And
breeding game's tough. That's how I started mine. Actually, was I bought a mare to breed to Bucaro, and it's I don't know if I have the grit for breeding in me. There's so much waiting, and it's hard to get into the track. But it is cool. I feel like I would need a herd of mares.
Right.
Just breeding one. But
Play
we do.
The numbers.
Yeah. But we do have our first. One of our homebreds is a 2-year-old. So hopefully we'll be racing pretty soon. So
and I saw him when he was a baby out at the farm.
Feisty little guy.
And he is feisty. I'll tell you that. It sounds like he just had to be gelded.
He might be a little less feisty now because we just gelded him.
Listen,
so now he can focus on running his race.
Yeah.
You're rather feisty than nice, sweet horses.
Oh, yeah. No,
those
he's a
typically
jerk.
don't run as fast.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Start feisty. You can't create feisty. Exactly.
His dad's Yorkton, and when I tell you when I visited him, that was the most scared,
harrowing
intimidated
experience
I've ever been. I mean, that horse is mean. So when he came out mean, I was like, all right, maybe he's gonna be as fast as Dad since he's as mean as Dad.
Right. Yeah, that's what you hope for.
Yeah.
There are just update people just tuning in. We are waiting for the final table to start, which is going to be the final 7 races of the day. The first of those 7 races, Aqueduct Race 7 at 12:48. So we're getting close. We're getting close. What's that? I mean, my math is horrible right now. Is that 30 minutes or so? 33 minutes? 34 minutes? Okay.
I don't know. I can't think as long as I'm hearing the clinking of plates.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. we got to get you over there. We'll show people also one more time.
Maybe Dan can have someone bring you a plate.
Well, that's the thing. I need to. What I'll do is when I get off for Rover Cam, I'll bring you all something.
And then all of you get to just watch me eat food, which is going to be really great for viewership.
You've always
Make
been
sure
into
you
that.
have
What is
a
it? The
form.
ASMR. What is it called? The
ASMR.
Yeah, the ASMR.
You know what's great? It's just this.
Yeah.
Oh God, I just got sick hearing that. In my own ears.
Yeah. I get that when my wife eats pretzels. I'm like,
Oh,
how am I
gosh.
hearing you from upstairs?
Where it's like I love you, but I actually could smother you.
Yeah.
If you keep chewing that close to the back of my head.
I know it.
So funny. Well, look, top of the list here, Dan Piazza with the big lead. We've talked about it a couple of times. He's up by about $55 over Dylan Donnelly. And there's the rest of your leaderboard on the left side there. Those 10 names you see on the left side will be our final table players. So that is that. We'll leave that up for a second longer so you could take a peek at it. You're basically, you said you're playing pick 5. You're doing other stuff today, just having a little fun, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm somewhere on the top 60 or 70 in the Silver Sunday.
Oh, are you really?
Oh,
Yeah.
let's
Do you need to
pull it
get back
up.
and make a bet, or what's?
No, it's the 7th race, right?
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Oh, so
All right.
are you not making now any more bets until that?
Yes,
You're
we
playing
have
the same races.
7
Okay.
mandatory now.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you got a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Trying to find that leaderboard.
Did you have a pick?
Scroll back up. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, it's okay.
Assuming your competition is not watching any of this, do you have anything you like later on that you want to mention?
I haven't even looked at those 7 races.
Good.
No,
gonna wing it.
my goal was to come. Well, I mean, there's a little bit more space between the races,
Yep.
which is good. Because the first 19 races, I think occurred in an hour and a
So
half.
fast. Every 2 seconds you go screaming.
Somehow
yeah.
there were like 6 minutes between each post.
Unbelievable.
But
All right. Well, we'll
yeah,
we'll check back in with you to see how you're doing on this.
Yeah, I
what is it called?
appreciate it.
Silver Sunday? Is that what it is? Silver Sunday?
Yeah, in fact, when you go interview Dan, I'm just going to jump in and talk about my Silver Sunday.
Exactly.
Good.
That's all great, but
Yeah.
let me tell you about what happened to me today.
Oh, you're in like 90 something.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
I dropped off a bit, but that's all right.
Yeah.
All right, so we're removing the leaderboard. We're going to put up this screen here. This is where the races will come up eventually, too. Joe, we are going to let you get back to your day and to your dad. Marty,
guys.
by the way, sends love. Wanted
Oh,
to.
man, I haven't seen her in ages.
She
Tell her I
wanted
say
she
hello.
wanted me to tell you, just so you know, she's still on the reg, drinking Tito's soda and a splash of pineapple.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's the
so
go-to Saratoga cocktail.
that's what it is.
We need a name. That's the Marty.
That's
I need a
we can
name
just
for
call it
it.
Marty.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah,
So she said that's every time I have one, I think of Joe.
they're refreshing and delicious. So
They were
smart woman.
well, except for one decision,
Well,
of course.
I didn't want to say anything.
Joe, we love you, man. We're
Love you too,
we're
guys.
all obviously we're
Fun.
pulling for you, rooting for you, and
Thank you.
we'll be in touch, man. We love
Yeah,
you, brother.
thank you very much.
All right,
Thanks,
So,
guys.
Joe T.
Good luck today.
Thank
Joe T,
you.
Have
not on
fun.
the
Today.
side. Joe T, center stage, not on the side.
Well, I'm actually on.
He's still on the side, on the side of the table.
Yeah. All right, thank you, guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Joe. Love you, man. All right, our next guest is going to come in here in a few moments, talking about some of the work that's being done to care for horses who are off the racetrack, who have ended their careers in racing and who are now moving into second careers and different things. You may have heard the word aftercare, which is what it implies that it is, which is caring for horses once they're done with the races. And the biggest organization that oversees that in horse racing in North America is the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance. They actually have a bunch of different aftercare facilities that come to them for to be accredited, and so they make sure that they're legit and that they've got things in order, and then they help them with funding and getting organized. So it's incredible work. I've just done all the work, Stacy, of explaining what the TA is, so you don't
Thank you, Dan.
have to actually answer that question, which we always start with.
That's okay.
So you don't have to tell us what the TAA is today.
Okay.
Tell us what you're doing here, though.
Oh, so this is great. So the NTRA is amazing, as ABR is, in supporting the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance. We have a table here today. We have a draw going on as well. So it's just informative and get donations from some of our amazing players. So we love having everybody out here, and we get to see some of the players that donate that we don't get to see during the year because they're quietly doing their things at the separate tracks.
Including, right?
Including Dan Piazza, or
Yeah.
Dan Piazza, our leader, is like so exciting. Dan's been supporting the TA for about 5 years. He's bought some of our VIP experiences that we sell off in January, and then he also shows up at the other ones that he didn't buy. If he gets outbid on them, we always see him. If he bought, let's say, the Whitney package, he'll show up at the Whitney, and then he'll also show up at the Saratoga's back at another package. So it's really fun. We have a lot of good things happen, and and it's nice to cheer him on. I don't want to curse him, so I'm trying to stay away. Because, I don't just like keeping my distance, but for sure it's super fun.
Keep the good juju intact.
He's doing good
And-
without me helping him, so I'm just going to keep it that way.
And Stacey, I've heard even that some of the people that have come up and stopped by the table in this room
Yes.
are owners of retired racehorses.
Yeah.
Which I was honestly kind of surprised by. Can you tell us more about
There's
that?
been a few people that have come by and say, we love what you do. We have our retired racehorse as well. And that's always great. We like to hear those stories. We love when people take care of their own horses. And then there's some people that have placed their horses with some of our groups, or they've been involved with some of our groups. So it's really good to be part of this full circle. I think when aftercare first started, it was, a bit of an afterthought. And now I think from full to retirement, that the aftercare part of our industry has really been inclusive and accepting, and all of our groups do such a great job, and they do so many great things with the horses, so that's wonderful.
Yeah, true care from start to finish.
Yes.
You're kind of posted up in a different portion of the room
Yes.
to us.
Mhm.
Have you seen anything, crazy, any wild reactions while you've
Oh
been
yeah,
here?
well we've tried to get a few on tape, obviously, or on our phones, but it is fun because we're close to the bar. So we do see some action. At the end of the day, it gets a little more vocal, and some of the guys and girls are having fun. But yeah, it's fun to see everybody get excited. It's going to be a really fun afternoon when things start to get closer to the wire. So it'll be fun. Yeah.
Have you thrown around any money of your own, or
well,
your husband's maybe?
we're in a little pool. So we're hoping for that. So that starts when they do the mandatories. We're in a mandatory pool. So we're doing those.
Hang on. I think that we did this last year. We didn't get invited back to the party.
Was that
where you pool in some money and
then little side hustle going on?
So are you just playing along with the final table, see who makes the best picks, and then?
Oh no, we make our picks, and then there's other individuals doing sort of like office pool kind of thing. So it's not for the big bucks. A couple $100, maybe pay for a drink in Las Vegas. Because everything is so crazy. But yeah, so it's good.
Oh, gosh, Dan. I don't know how we got left out of that one this year.
Maybe you're too good. Maybe they just
it's
Guys,
definitely not that.
Still time.
Maybe we got to
you can go and talk to them and say, because
like,
the first race is not till race 7 at Aqueduct.
Do you have any fire picks?
Well, I have a couple good picks that I was given, so I will share one.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Stacy.
And okay, so let's go with at Oaklawn.
Okay, Oaklawn Race 8.
Yeah, race number 8, California Sunset.
Ooh, I do like it.
Wait, what number is that
Number
for those
4.
watching?
Number 4.
Yeah,
Number
Alexa's
4.
not even lying, you guys. I see it in bold in her
What are
notes
the-
here.
Oh, she's got it.
California
Yeah, she's-
Sunset.
What are the odds?
Okay, the odds are morning line 2-1, so it will be low price.
Maybe not nobody in this contest will probably play that in the final table, probably, right?
Perhaps, I don't know.
We don't need odds to win the pool.
Well, exactly. It's a good your pool play, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you're playing at home, you just you want to turn 100 into 300.
Yeah, exactly.
That's one way to do it.
Doing it.
Yeah.
Or make 3 drinks. You can get 3 drinks.
Or that. Yeah. Well, where are we going to see you the next couple of months here? I know we've got some plans together. You could share with the audience.
So we're definitely going to be at the Preakness together. So ABR is having our 10th anniversary party, so that's pretty awesome. And
this party.
Yeah, so we're going to do that on the Wednesday before the Preakness, and we're going to have 4 charities there this year, so that's super fun. We're going to be the TAA, the Safety Net Foundation, the Ed Brown Society, and this year a special touch with the PDGF. They're such a great group, the other athlete in the race, and we really want to support them.
Awesome. Complete event. It's a Wednesday night before Preakness.
Yeah.
And the other thing that we did this week here was Rachel got very familiar with.
Oh, I did see that on the hammock.
The PDJF hammock.
It's true.
That was good. So you look good in a hammock. I think you should do it more
Stacey
often.
actually came by and
I've got a picture.
Right before we were going to go live, I think the first time that I did it, Dan, you've got to hold down that tradition, and I need you to get into
the hammock.
I think you need a palm tree and on the other side, like palm tree on both sides, a little shade. It's all good.
If
Frosty
you haven't,
drinks.
you need to climb in there, Stacy. I'm just
I haven't
telling
done
you.
it. I should do it.
Especially to watch.
I'll
the
probably
races.
be that thing. You know when you see the funny videos where people spin around? So
Stuck in it?
yeah, stuck.
I once had a traumatic experience on a hammock, and I can regale you all with that story right now if you want.
Please.
Yes.
So it's
So what
actually
not to
kind
do
of
in a hammock?
The thing is, I
amazing.
am like holding my breath because I know Rachel. Whenever she starts like that, this story could go anywhere.
Oh, well, it's all right.
Anywhere.
Could go for 30 minutes.
We've
could go
got
for
till
20.
3:30 this
We've got
afternoon.
24 minutes. Exactly.
No, okay. So it's actually it was so impressive how brave I was getting in that hammock yesterday. So as a child, I begged and begged my parents, please, can we get a hammock and put it in the backyard? So we get the hammock set up, and this is one of those hammocks. It was made out of like parachute material, okay? So it wasn't like
Slippy.
a plank.
A little slippy.
Yeah, but you can really cocoon yourself in there. And I was probably in 4th grade at the time. One of my friends from up the street came down, and obviously we're going to go play in the hammock instead of relax in it. I was like, this is basically a swing.
Oh, no.
Let's get into it. So I was
So you.
cocooned within the apparently non-tear, impenetrable parachute quality hammock. And this is strung
As
up between
advertised.
2 trees. And my friend just starts like pushing me. We're cranking. I'm nearly doing a full upside down spin. I'm nearly going upside down. And on one of the downward swings, my head busts through the bottom of the hammock.
Oh, this explains so much.
It hit
Now
the
we know.
ground
Now we know.
with such an impact. I'm telling you guys.
Oh, wow. But you're okay.
I probably had a concussion. My parents just didn't really care enough. They were like, she's probably fine. And obviously they're pissed because then their relaxing hammock is donezo
Busted.
because Rachel was doing donuts in the thing.
It's all good.
And
It worked out.
so now I use hammocks for relaxing. I'm not out there trying to make it an extreme sport. But if
Sure, you don't want to try to recreate.
We can do that. I'll push.
Stacy's always up for a little.
I'm up for a little action.
A little
Yeah,
risk. Yeah. You know a little bit of that from your former life too, which I don't think we talked about here.
What's
from your
that?
former life.
My former life. I've had several former lives
Yeah.
as a rider,
The rider
as
one I
a
thought was-
commentator, or
I thought the rider one was specifically was
Okay.
insane. Was probably your most dangerous job, was it not?
No, it is you've got to, I think one thing people say, why did they don't eat? They're so skinny. Why can't they? It's the most fun any human being can have is riding a racehorse. It is incredible. They are wonderful animals. That's why we do what we do with the TAA. It's just a fun, and I think if everybody could be a part of it one time, just to hear the other people in the race talking to each other, figuring things out. Like, you don't see that on a flat TV screen, but when you're in that three-dimensional place and it's all happening, it's wonderful. And to have so much power when you're on a nice horse. It's not so wonderful when the dirt's coming back in your face, or the poly track, but yeah, it's a great sport and it's a lot of fun, and that's why we do it. Yeah.
That was a good job of selling jockey
it?
life.
Dan's still never going to do it. If
Yeah,
it's
never gonna
outdoors,
do
he's
it.
not
He's gotten
interested.
pretty skinny. I mean, it looks
Get me
like
to
he
do it.
could.
Well,
Just give him a leg up.
A couple of days in Vegas will make you skinny. So
You can't afford to eat.
only drinking White Claws.
Like, who pays $20 for
Only-
potato chips?
Yeah,
really, right?
yeah,
Only able to
exactly.
consume what he is getting in return for all of the bets, which is just free drink vouchers.
Yeah, the
So
free
Dan's
drink
running
tickets.
off
They're
of
good with the
White
vouchers
Claws.
here.
Which I then give
But
to
not
them,
water.
Actually, so.
They'll give you alcohol, but not water.
What are they trying to do to us?
I don't know. Dehydrate us.
Are they doing to
Yeah,
us?
yeah.
We put up the website where people can go to
Thank
donate
you.
if they're watching at home. But
Thanks.
tell us where it is and kind of what that kind of support would mean to you.
Yeah, so we're always looking for the more money we have to help the organizations. A lot of people might know this, but we give away about 80% of what we raise. We spend about 10% accrediting the organizations so that we know that they're doing a good job with our horses. And so any money that we can get, it will go forward. So last year we were able to give away $4.5 million almost, so a big year. But we have always 4,000 or 5,000 horses in stable. We've affected 18,000. So you can go to our website, www.thoroughbredaftercare.org. There's a QR code. There's lots of ways to give. You can give, maybe you can live it in your will, or you can give now. Whatever you want to do. We have different fundraisers, and we have, events like the ABR party coming up just before Preakness, which will be fun. Buy a ticket, come. We have a silent auction going on. We have some great items for that, so all good stuff.
Yeah, join us, and if they don't, they could still bid from home, right, on that silent
Absolutely.
auction?
Yeah, that's a great point.
So reminder, again, that's the Wednesday before Preakness. Big party in Maryland. If you can't make it, you can still bid on
And
those
it's for everybody.
auctions. Yeah, it is. It
A
is.
couple celebrities are there, like Dan and myself.
Yeah, Dan's going to be there. Rachel's going to be there.
We're going to have some jockeys
Yes.
For PDJF are
Yep.
going to be there
Secrets,
signing some
we're
autographs.
just keeping that
maybe?
secret now, but yeah.
Oh, it's not out yet publicly?
Not out
All right.
yet.
Never,
No.
all right. Well,
No
I blew
longer a
that.
secret.
That's very on brand
Oh.
for me. All right. There's a reminder. Maybe I should go get
Dan
some
with the
food.
embargoed.
Dan, drop the plates.
Well, so I'll say this. I think I may sneak off to grab some food, but before I do, and then Stacy, we're going to let you get back to your life here and get ready for this contest. Before I do, we were going to have a guest on here, but they're busy. So there's a production company here called Duality, and they've been here for the past couple of years. They've been shooting video at the NHC, and they're creating like a video series. So they released a documentary. Alexa, you appear prominently in it.
Apparently so.
wow,
I haven't
movie star.
seen it, but I am on the cover, and
Well, I've got good news for
apparently
you.
I'm a big part of it, but
Alexa,
I haven't watched
I've got
it.
some really good news for you. We don't have the whole documentary here, but we have a trailer that we're going to show you.
Oh, this is awesome.
Hey.
Everyone watching can watch the trailer now. The executive producer and director, Mike Horton, is running around, and he's getting ready to
that
shoot
the
the
big
final
camera?
table.
Yeah, I saw that,
So
yeah.
he was going to join us, but obviously he's a little
Is he?
preoccupied at the moment. But anyway, let's take a look at some of the work they've done. It's about 2 minutes. It'll give us a chance to kind of switch out the set, go get some food, and then you enjoy. Go grab a drink yourself, and
Thanks a
we'll
lot,
be back
guys.
to the final table.
Yeah, great.
Every year, the top horse handicappers gather for 3 days in Las Vegas, Nevada to put their skills to the test.
NHC is the biggest collection of horse players in the world. One of the things that makes the NHC great, you can't pay your way here. You have to win your way here.
Players will make dozens of bets over 3 days of competition. And for the select few, a seat at the final table awaits.
I came from the mud. There's dirt on my hands.
My dad was a 2-bit gambler.
Strong like a tree.
And the rest is history.
There's roots where I stand.
I am always trying to bring in more women into the sport.
Hi, baby. Hi, baby. This game is exhilarating, but it's also so frustrating.
700 top handicappers here.
They're off. It was a clean start.
Come on, ride the horse. To expect that you're going to perform really well is a little ridiculous.
It's so easy to get discouraged, but the leaderboard can flip in an instant.
Press, 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 press.
I love the head drop.
Oh my gosh. You look great in that, Alexa.
Did I?
You look just locked in.
I was pretty locked in. I was also very ill.
Oh, hang on. Wait, I forgot about this. Last year at the NHC, poor Alexa was fighting for her life.
In many ways.
Oh my God.
It was.
Wait, you had some sort of mystery illness.
No,
right?
I had the worst strep throat I've ever had in my life. I came down with it on the plane out here. I kid you not. I was on the plane about halfway through. I was like, oh God. And I went in the plane bathroom and I looked in my throat and saw those terrifying white, strep.
Dun, dun, dun.
I was like, oh no. Then I was like, help, because I was doing shows and stuff and competing all weekend. I had to talk and my voice was gone. So I didn't have any hot water. I asked the hotel, could I get a coffee maker? And they're like, nah. And so Michelle Ravencroft from the NTRA actually eventually gave me one. But for a while I was drinking hot tea, just the hottest I could get, the tap water in the bathroom, and tea. That it was, yeah. And then my mother came.
Oh, Joyce.
God love you, Joyce. If you're watching, Mom, I love you. But I was like, Mom, you've never been to Vegas. You totally have to come. It's going to be so fun. And we bought matching sparkly shirts. Oh, Dan with the food.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. God.
So we never got to wear our matching sparkly shirts because my mom had an allergic reaction out to dinner.
Hang on. I got to...
You tee this one up. You got to tee this one up.
So we had a team dinner at Nobu, of all places, which is, if you're not familiar, all sushi, just 100% sushi. And Joyce, she's like, I'll try it out. I'll dabble in some sushi. What's the worst that could happen?
Pickiest person in the world, not an adventurous eater.
She de-stems her
lettuce, her spinach.
She de-stems her spinach, okay? Because she says that you can choke on the stem of spinach. She's going to kill us when she sees this.
I can't wait.
So we're sitting around, eating our sushi rolls and whatnot.
I'm going to put that picture of my mom de-stemming spinach up on Instagram on my story later today.
And then Joyce is starting to get a little, I'm getting a little tickle in my throat. I think I'm getting a little tickle in my throat. And the situation escalates and it ends with there was a gurney in a Nobu. Joyce was removed on a gurney.
She didn't need to be ER. Okay, she was like, please just let me walk out. And they were like, no, we won't let you. She could walk. She was just, and Lindsay Zarniak was with us. And she pulled me aside and she was like, Alexa, I understand your mother's throat is closing. However, she's like, you're in the top 10. Or I think I was in 13th or something. She's like, you need a handicap, right? And I was like, yeah, kind of. And she said, I'll ride with her. So she rode with my mom in the ambulance to go deal with her allergic reaction to the fish, which then it doesn't end there. I kid you
But
not.
wait, there's more.
But wait, there's more. Caught a nasty bug at that ER. Me and her. Did I tell you about that?
Oh yeah, because
Oh,
you
yeah.
had strep and then
Also some terrible
Double
24
homicide.
Yeah, I actually squatted at Paris Hotel. Like on the last day, I was like, I can't leave. I'm too sick. And they were like, well, you have to come down to the front desk and renew your stay for another. And they just kept knocking all day long on the door. I was like, guys, I can't make it down there. And I just kind of squatted at Paris for a day.
and yeah, it was
But somehow still managed to cash on both my entries and do a documentary, which I'm not.
Here,
So-
Noel, you want to
Noel, over
come
here.
down at the far end?
So this week always brings excitement.
Noel, I'm just looking at this dessert.
Oh my
tray.
God, we got to get that on
Wow.
camera. Is that some kind of pistachio cookie? Yes. Oh my God.
Are those all for you, or do we get some?
All right, we got to get some of those. We got some broccoli, cauliflower, chicken. Are we just
chicken.
gonna like eat live on TV?
Dude, I don't know. We are locked in to an all-day live kind of scenario. We're going to be with you guys for the next couple hours while
4
this
hours, yeah.
unfolds. 4 hours?
Yes, my dear.
Okay.
So I don't know what I signed up for here. No, it's going to be pretty exciting. And we're getting close to that first mandatory. We're like 11 minutes away from the start of the final table, which is it's going to be pretty crazy.
I know.
What do you think is going to happen? Do you think we're going to see a lot of like changing of positions on this board? Do you think
that
anybody's going to be able to catch Dan at this point?
I'm curious what Noel's thoughts are. Hang on. Wait, no, Dan. Dan, I think, is locked in with some of these players that are leading into the final table. He has disappeared into the room somewhere.
Maybe
there
Dan
he
has
is.
caught up with Dan.
There he is.
Leader.
You guys said you needed some time to eat, so eat, go for it. Are you hearing me, by the way? Am I coming in?
Yes.
Yeah, we got you.
Yes.
Okay, so here, Brian Skurga is about to announce the final table. So these are the players right here. These are the 10 players who are going to be in the final table.
Currently in 10th place with a total of 268.48 qualified on Horseplayers.
Look at him. Alex DeVito, he's the son of Basil DeVito, by the way. You may know Basil from WWE lore, and he's been around for a long time in this contest scene.
He's a Canterbury qualifier. His current total is 271.56. Congratulate Ray.
That's Ray Hassan. He's in 9th. He's about 80 from the top of the leaderboard.
Currently in 8th place with a total of 270.
Kind of try to get a little closer for you. So that's Sean Nolan. He's also a Race Lens user. A couple of these finalists are Race Lens user, including Dan, who's in the lead.
Dean Valencia is currently in 7th place. He has a total of 276.40. Dean qualified on Horseshoe for year 13.
We're going to try to move a little bit before you get into a better position here.
Currently in 6th position with a total of 276.44. He's a Los Alamitos and San Benito qualifier, Len Hansen.
All right. So we've got about half of the players now that have been introduced from left to right. They're introducing them from 10th to 1st. 10th being, again, Alex DeVito. Peter Dresden is the next guy coming up.
With $280.88, the qualifier from San Houston and Lone Star Park, let's hear it for our current 4th place player, Greg Bones.
Greg Bones at 280. They're tightly packed, really. 2nd to 10th are tightly packed. And then there's a big gap, obviously, to Dan Piazza in 1st.
Currently in 3rd place with a total of $284.02.
man of the past 3 days is about to. Oh, actually, you've got Dylan in second, and then Dan Piazza.
Position holder currently with $298.86. He's a qualifier at Santa Anita and qualifier material for Dylan Donnelly.
Dylan being little blocks here by another camera in front of us, but there's Dylan right there at the end. And then now Dan Piazza is about to be introduced.
For most of the last 2 days, he currently has a total of $353.92, giving him roughly a $55 head start on the rest of the field. He is a horse racing qualifier. Let's hear it for day 1 leader, day 2 leader, and current leader, Dan Piazza.
So it's about 7 minutes now to Aqueduct. Aqueduct being the first mandatory race. Alex, we'll try to walk around a little bit if I could try to squeeze through here. Apologies. Get through. Sorry, guys. Top 10 being photographed. Let's get a little closer. We're going to go to this side. 6 minutes to race 7, the first mandatory race. I do want to talk to Alex DeVito. We spoke to him yesterday or Friday, I think, briefly, but want to chat with him again. He seems pretty amped. Alex, what's up, man? Congrats, man. You seem pretty jacked up right now.
Of course. How could I not be?
So but you have to stay somewhat composed, right, to make these picks? How are you going to try to stay in the zone here?
I mean, at the end of the day, yes, I'm revved up, but, it's been 2 days of me making the right picks. So the idea is I just got to keep doing that, hopefully get a couple plays that somebody else is overlooking and move a little bit up. It's just staying with my strategy.
And we mentioned your dad a minute ago. We know that he got you into this, right? Who's more nervous right now, you or him?
Him,
clearly. Well, here he is. He's going to come over. All right, so that's good. So that's the role you're playing.
Yeah, who are you guys?
We're America's Best Racing.
Oh, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm getting the food, getting the water, and making sure we're on time.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go. So there's Basil. Obviously, he's the one. He's cracking the whip, man. He's cracking the whip. He's like, come on, you got to get over there and make your pick. So, all right, we're going to stay on top of all these players. Kick it back to you. Have you made any progress on the chicken, Rachel?
I hope that you could see how cold my
Maybe I should have answered that question for her.
This has been an insane
team effort.
This has been an insane. Alexa has been feeding me. I've been feeding Alexa. We're pile driving food. Thank you for that break.
Yeah, well, we have the horses in the paddock here for Aqueduct Race 7. And as these guys that Dan was just introing
Let's
get
talk
ready to
about
make their
it.
picks for the first final table race.
And what picks would you all make in this race? Let's play along with them, shall we?
Well, I think if people are at home watching this, right, that's probably what they're doing. They're playing along with what their picks would be. And this is a tough race, right? I mean, I thought it was, considering you don't see a lot of long shots on the board, the players are going to be real tactical here, especially like Dan was saying, places 2 through 10 are really tightly packed. And even if you get a 5-1 or a 4-1 type of horse in a race like this, I mean, that could be a move of like 5 places. And if you move 5 places at this point of this, it could be like $100,000 difference. Yeah. So this is the kind of race you turn a 5-1 shot into like potentially like $100,000 for some of these players on the final table here. Who are you guys looking at in this race?
Sorry, clear the chicken. So I'm looking at the number 7, Mick Diesel, as a top pick in here. I think that this horse, it's first time Lasix runner, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah, and first time gelding.
And first time gelding, which is a big angle that I like. We talked about that a little bit earlier with my feisty horse who we just gelded. You get a lot more focus a lot of times out of those horses after they make that ultimate equipment change.
I love that. Great way of putting that.
Yeah, but this runner broke his maiden impressively at Saratoga, and I just think this is probably preferred dirt surface after kind of tiring in stakes company, and has been working really well. So I think that you're getting 7-1, which is pretty long in this field. The longest shot's obviously the 6 at 37-1, but everybody else is under 10-1. So that's my top play. That I could also see using the 2 run of the house. Talented Gelding as well by a gun runner. What do you think?
And if you're in the comments too, I want you to be dropping your selections in. Bobby, I don't know if you're here with us. We need you, man.
I like your pick of the 7 McDiesel. You know, people are going to look at that last race and say, hey, this horse lost by 25 lengths. It was last, right? But that was a completely different kind of field in that race. I mean, Sand Devil went on to finish second in the Gotham, right? So
he also hit the gate and bumped at the start.
And then
so
he rushed
I mean,
up, and he was used up. And once you're emptied out, it does the beaten lengths mean nothing. The horse was emptied out in a 5-horse field. So
and you look at some of these other races. I mean, the horse does like being kind of up there close to the lead. So when you kind of blow the start.
Yes, and you are right. 7-1 is a really fair price on a horse like that. I like the 8 horse a little bit also, Miles and Miles. I mean, if I was looking at this race to bet like an exacta box or go in on a final table kind of a horse, I'd be between the 7 and the 8. 8 Miles and Miles. I really like this horse. The fact that they added the Lasix, they added the blinkers, and the horse just completely exploded last time out. And was just way much improved off of what the horse had done before. They're going to cut back to a mile. If anything, I think a mile, it might even be more of what the horse is meant to do. And second time off the layoff, I know that the horse is coming up into a different kind of a spot here, but 3-1 is fair, I think. I mean, I can't argue with your 8-1 on McDiesel, though.
And I think that Dan is standing by somewhere for us again. We'll see if he's with one of the contenders. Dan?
Hey, yeah, Rachel. So it's about a minute to post at Aqueduct. In front of us is a screen where they're going to actually play the races. All the players are here. They're lined up. They're going to watch the race in the screen in front of us. And also, just as the gates open, they're going to flash on the screen everyone's picks. Obviously, they don't do that until the race starts, right? So when the race starts, we'll get to see everyone's picks. And they're also going to put the race in front of us so we can watch it in real time, and then all the players are going to react to it as it's happening as well. I wanted to see if just real quick, you could get to Dan. Sorry, just jumping in real quick. As we're about to start this final table, just kind of what's going through your body now and your mind.
Never been here before. I'm probably nervous, and I'm just happy and excited for all of us.
Dan,
maybe a little more emotional today?
Oh yeah, I didn't expect this to really be how it's going to end up, but I'm really happy it's the way it ended up.
Just to remind people, you've got 353. The next player has 298, so you've got about a $55,
$56 lead.
You should be a lot. You seem a lot more relaxed, but no lead is safe at this point. I'm assuming.
No lead is safe, absolutely. Big cap horse comes in like the 2 or the 7 there, it's going to be a problem.
We're going to flash it in a moment, and we're not sharing this with anybody. You went with who here? All right, so we're going to keep an eye on that. We're going to see all the picks come up here shortly, and we'll check in with you. But good luck. All right, so that's Dan Piazza. He's been the leader throughout. He gave us a little preview. He's got the 8 here at Aqueduct, so he's taking a 3-1 shot. It's kind of an interesting play, right? I mean, I think he's just picking the horses that he likes. He's not getting defensive and picking long shots, because that's what some of the other players might be doing, right? They might be picking long shots to bridge the gap.
I spoke to him this morning, and that's been his strategy all weekend, was to pick who he likes, no matter the odds. He's played some 2-1s. He's played low odds horses, but yeah, just pick winners, pick horses you like, and clearly, because you've seen him move up the leaderboard $10 or $20 at a time. It's not like he's hit a bunch of crazy priced horses. I mean, he probably has hit some of those as well, but
it seems like he keeps adding. He keeps adding.
And Bobby is in the chat, by the way. He said that for this Aqueduct race, race 7, 5 with the 8. So
hey, Bobby.
We'll see.
He likes 5-8. Yeah, 5-8, 8-5. Okay. All right, so he's got a shot here. I don't know if you see the players here watching, I think.
Yes.
Is that what you're seeing? Yeah, so.
Yes, we're looking at the players all lined up, ready to react to this race. So we have the perfect split screen moment for all of the viewers at home. And you're going to see either some big reactions, positive or negative, or sometimes a lot of indifference if a lot of people are on the same horse.
In a second here, we'll get the picks of the players, too. Will be made public.
Yeah, if you guys still have my sound, can you still hear me?
Yes, Dan.
Yeah, so I'll let you. So I'm looking at the picks. So Dan picked 8, and there are several other players who picked 8. Dylan Donnelly, who's in second, has the 5 horse, who's 6-1. We talked about that being the other Bobby's other pick, and Tom Boyd, who's in third, also has 8. So 1, 2, 3,
Greg
4.
Bone has my 7.
Yep, Bone has the 7. So 5 players picked the 8. So for those who didn't, they're obviously going to look to gain some ground here. 8's 5 wide early. Not optimal, I would assume, if you have the 8.
Things are not optimal for Dylan Donnelly's 5, who has disappeared from the screen.
Where is the 5? Did anything happen, or is he just kind of is he a closer or what? I don't have it in front of me.
No idea.
I'd say he's out of the race at this point.
He should have been a piece of the early pace on his, mid-pack at least.
I see. I see the chiclet has returned.
The 8 has been ridden like he's a winner every step of the way of this race. So,
the 5 on the rail there, trying to make something happen late. It is rolling really fast, but he's has a lot of ground to make up. Can he do it? No,
I mean, they are tired up front.
He made the 5. Oh my gosh, Dylan!
Holy!
Sullivan move.
He may not get up for second.
That is too bad because that horse, came from way out of it.
Dan, who on the leaderboard had that?
No one had either of those horses.
So no change at all. That's pretty staggering. I mean, I've been to a handful of these now. I can't remember many final tables where nobody had either a first or second place finisher in a final table race.
I can remember like once or twice maybe, but that's pretty crazy.
No change.
Especially early on where you figured, I mean, less than it was, like some people were trying to take stabs. It just kind of worked out perfectly. But 5 players, I would think if you're Dan Piazza and you're looking... Right? Yeah, you love that. But you had to have been excited right off the bat when you looked up and you saw 4 other players pick your horse, because you know those are 4 players that are not going to gain on you. And then for this to happen, for no one to have the first or second place finishers, that's pretty good news for Dan Piazza.
Yeah, this race was a win for Dan Piazza because, I mean, when you have that kind of a lead, people, they need points. I mean, he's so far out there. And when you just knock another race off the list and move that much closer to the finish line, and nobody made any move at you. I mean, that's a win for him.
Now you're 6 races left. Not that many. So.
And I see that we have one of our next visitors to the set currently getting all set up and situated, but we're going to have Tom Rooney, the president of the NTRA, come on and chat with us for a little bit about this event and what a banner weekend the NHC is. But wow, I'm still amazed at that. No change in the leaderboard. No one on those 2 horses. But that sure would have been awesome if the 5 had come rolling in.
I don't know if I'd be playing these low odds. I know Dan's just playing who he likes, but at this point, I might play a little more defensively from a game theory standpoint. I mean, nobody could catch him with that 8. Nobody could make a huge dent in the lead with the 8. So I would probably be picking my favorite longer horse after that, because I think he potentially has enough to just win it right now. Like, I think he could not get past. So
I don't know. It's going to be a mix-up.
It's possible, but that's why you play your favorite 8 to 12 to 1 shot, so that if something does happen where that comes in,
nobody can gain if they have the same horse.
Nobody can get at you. Yeah. For me, I think I would be playing a little bit more defensively.
And just like that, our set is transforming again. Here's a microphone for you. Tom. Promised that we would have some more people rolling in on the set while Dan is our boots on the ground getting the action from all of the players. We are joined by Tom Rooney, who is the president of the NTRA, the group that puts on this entire event for the Horseplayers. Tom, how has this weekend been going?
It's been going great. I think everybody's having a great time. Record number of entries, record purse, prize money. I just, always like to take these opportunities to give a shout out to our staff that's been working very hard to make it go as well as possible, especially Michelle and Holly. So
they do a fantastic job. They really do.
I just sort of show up and watch everybody have a good time, but they really work tirelessly, and they're here to try to make this the most positive experience for the people that have worked very hard to qualify over the course of the year at all the tracks across the country, and then here, for the last chance opportunities to get into this room, which is just incredible and electric. And another great turnout, the best ever. And, we've got a great leaderboard up there. Dan's going to be tough to catch.
I know. We were just talking about that, how surprising it was to see a race where nobody had picked those first and second place horses. So another reset onto the next Gulfstream race, and we'll see how things change or don't change. But to your point, this event is the biggest that it's ever been this year, and you hope to keep building upon that. What's that like to see the horse-playing sport, horse-playing side of the sport continue to grow?
A lot of what we do in Washington and in Lexington deal with the sport from the standpoint of whether our board that from the NTRA represents the racetracks and the Jockey Club and the Breeders' Cup and the owners, the breeders, all the elements of our sport. And we do the Eclipse Awards, which celebrates the athletes and the jockeys and the breeders and the owners. But this is our chance to really celebrate the people that play the horses. The reason why we're all here, that horse racing is the oldest sport in our country and the best sport in our country for a reason, because of the people that are sitting behind us historically throughout the history of our country, really. So we were actually just talking about a few minutes ago, how could we make this even bigger? Can we expand into another room or something like that?
I heard Michelle say we're starting to outgrow the space in here.
We kind of are, and it's just incredible when you see how big this room is to think that it might need to be bigger, but why not make it bigger? Why not make the prizes bigger? And so if we can do that, we will.
And
Michelle might, pull her hair out, but I think that it's definitely something that we'd love to be able to offer that opportunity, more and more people to get to experience this.
We're talking about the NHC's grown so big, but the Last Chance tournament is something to talk about too, because that had over 1,000 entries in it this year. I would say that's probably the biggest tournament that there is, throughout the whole year.
Right. And for some people that already have an entry, to get a second entry, they definitely can win over $1 million if they have to. I think that there's a couple people up there, they just took the leaderboard down, but that have 2 entries. So I think that happened a couple years ago where somebody had 2 and they got over $1 million. So that was very cool.
So Tom, you mentioned DC. For those who aren't aware, the NTRA is based in DC. You're there meeting with politicians, lobbying to make things happen for the sport of horse racing. What are some of the efforts and priorities that you guys are currently focusing on?
The biggest thing right now, obviously, is dealing with the tariffs that we have with Canada. It's going to be have a huge impact on what's going on at Woodbine, but also the breeding operations up in Canada, the people that own those farms and that ship down to Lexington for not only to breed to Kentucky stallions or New York stallions, but also whether or not they're going to foal there. The biggest problem that I see that I don't have a solution for right now, other than to work with the politicians to ask for a waiver, is if they send yearlings or horses that were foaled Canadian breds, some of their better ones they want to send down to the sales at Keeneland or Fasig, because that's where they'll get the most bang for their buck. if there's a 25% tariff on that, then they have to get 25% more than they anticipated before this tariff. So to be able to do that, it's a real hit, that if they don't get to that number, then they're losing that much more money. So I think that we figured out in the last week that for breeding, if you're sending a mare down temporarily, or to race, if you're coming in, like Moira, the horse that won the Eclipse Award last year,
Yes.
came from Canada at one point, and so, but just a race, as long as they're only in the country for a temporary period, and we think that's less than a year, or to breed and go back, then the tariff doesn't apply. But if you're going down to sell, then the tariff will. So we're working with the politicians, try to get a waiver for that, as everybody else is probably trying to get a waiver for what they want to do. So that just, gets into how much juice you have with the leadership and that kind of thing. So that's going to be a tough one. But, in the end, you've heard the president say all along, well, this is just a reason to get at the negotiating table. So I'm not 100% sure that the things are even going to happen, or if this is just sort of, because he keeps delaying it. April 2nd is now the new date. So if we get to April 2nd and the 25% tariffs actually go through with Canada, then we're going to have a problem specifically with the sales. It's really going to hurt, especially Canada. So we're working hard to try to make sure that doesn't happen. And if it does, to try to figure out what we can do about it.
Well, I know everyone in the game, obviously, it's a full cycle, from the horse players to the breeders to the sellers to those involved in aftercare. It's a full picture. So obviously everything that you guys do is helping to make it the best it can possibly be for everyone. And so I know that there's a lot of tireless efforts, long hours, long meetings, but, it sounds like you guys also hopefully have a little fun too, introducing horse racing to other people. And I've heard about this Derby party.
You should come. It's great.
I want to know more about this, Tom.
So,
tell us what happens in D.C. for the Kentucky Derby.
So in a couple weeks, we have a party in the Ways and Means Committee room, which is a room that people might not think that they know, but it's the room where you see all like the major committee hearings where people are getting grilled at the committee room table.
Fun
we
stuff.
take out all the chairs and everything in there, and we bring in a couple bars. We get mint julep in the actual glasses that they'll have at Churchill Downs.
That's awesome.
We work with Churchill Downs to get those glasses early. We work with our partners at John Deere to get a bunch of John Deere hats that say Kentucky Derby on them. And it's mostly really for us to, again, remind especially the staffers that work on Capitol Hill, that really guide their bosses around and advise their bosses on things that are important, to come and to celebrate the beginning of the Triple Crown season, to get their mint julep glasses, to get their John Deere hat, but most importantly, for them to see our logo and anything that ever comes up with regard to our sport. They remember, because they went to this party. It's just like, hey, we have a horse racing question. Who do we talk about? Remember what that party the NTRA had? Oh, we got to talk to those people because they're the horse racing
some brand recognition
association in this city. And I think I've been here. This is my 4th year. I think that we're finally getting to that point that it's kind of an automatic no-brainer that whenever anything comes up with regard to our sport, they know to get with our staff to ask the questions so that they have the answers to tell their bosses.
Well, Tom, again, I know today is a big day for you. We'll probably see you up on stage later this afternoon presenting
the big check.
The big check to the winners, which I love that it's still a sizable big check presentation. I feel like I don't see enough of those in 2025.
I would love to try to get that on a plane, like on the plane.
Yeah, no.
On this.
Yeah.
Bring it up
my
to the
carry-on.
Bring it up to the bank teller,
Yeah.
They got to FedEx that. I don't know. You might be made a target if you took that in to just cash that directly. Well, Tom, thank you so much for the time to come on and chat with us.
Thank you.
And we look forward to everything else that the NTRA has in store. Eclipse Awards, NHC, and constantly working to make this sport
And I just want to say, I think, America's Best Racing does such an excellent job, not only covering this, but all the content that you do for our sport. It's absolutely first class. And so congratulations to you and keep up the good work.
Thank you. We
Welcome.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, go enjoy, Tom.
Let's give away some money tonight, right? I mean, that's what we're here for.
Yeah.
He gets to give away the big bucks.
Thank you.
Wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah.
Actually, I'd rather be the one receiving the check than giving it, but I think both would be pretty fun.
Yes, this is right. I guess in this case, it's better to receive than give, but
Well, there was some scenes of the room there. Again, things have kind of calmed down, simmered down. The next mandatory...
Thinking about that 5 closing in the last race. And
Really?
How quickly, yeah, like, oh my gosh, it was off the screen and then close third.
I would like to
Wow.
see the chart actually in that race
wow.
because why was did something happen? Like why was the horse?
When I tell you
back,
disappeared
completely out
from
of
the
picture?
screen.
Yeah.
Totally gone.
Oh, that's when we need the drone point of view of some of these races so that you can just see where in the world he was, because he was not on the screen.
No,
he was
no.
in Jersey.
But if something happened, I mean, that's the type of horse you want to circle and bet back
Oh,
next
yeah.
time because
Probably won't. I mean, I don't know. The horse was 6-1 today, so you might still get okay odds on it, but probably would be a little bit lower odds next time, I imagine, if anybody watches that replay for
coming
sure.
from another area code.
Different universe,
yeah.
absolutely. The next, we got a long time till the next mandatory, actually. It's Gulfstream Race 8, isn't it?
The
We
next
do.
mandatory, I think, is
Gulfstream,
So
we've
we still
got a
have
good 40
11 minutes. Oh no, we have 40 minutes. How was there this much time between
I think
these?
they really just try to give all the players a lot of time to handicap, and I imagine there's a lot of inner workings behind the scenes. I know they said there's paperwork, there's interviews, there's all sorts of stuff going on. So they do spread these out a little bit. I think there's a couple that go off a little bit closer together.
Yeah, actually, there are quite a few that go like
after
bang,
that.
bang, bang. So that's
Yeah.
why it's kind of odd
This is
that
the
we have
biggest
40
gap.
minutes
This
here.
is the biggest gap. There's another big gap till the final race, which is Santa Anita Race 6. How big is that field, Santa Anita Race 6? I need to look at the PPs.
It's the later races at Santa Anita today were not big fields at all.
Yeah.
That race is about 8 or 9 horses, I think. It's a good betting race, though, and a wide open field. But, considering we have 40 minutes to the next mandatory,
Hey,
those
there's
hammocks.
other races that are going off. We've got Fairgrounds in the upper right screen. We got someone coming in from Twitter. Yes, the chat is live, Chad. So anyone who has picks, selections, again, we've got a little bit of time to kill before the next race for this final table goes off. But, hey, we're hanging out. We're going to watch these races. We're going to give out some
This would be a good time to go to the hammock, I think. Like, we got 40 minutes, Anybody who's been
know.
watching the telecast these last few days, right? I mean, the hammock guy is here. He could really come
I
in
saw
handy.
him carrying the palm tree out, and I
Oh,
was
the
like,
palm tree's
no, the end of an era.
Oh, very sad.
honestly
very sad.
tragic.
I just see a live update is one of the final table members, Alex DeVito and his dad Basil. They just walked by. Looks like they're talking a little bit of game, a little bit of strategy, maybe. But Basil's
Take
the
a
one
walk,
that said
get
to
out of the
Dan that
room.
he's the one keeping him focused. And apparently, this was the time to stretch the legs.
Makes sense. Sometimes
Take
you
a
need
little
to like
zen walk,
get
leave
out of
the room.
I'm a pacer. Like when I'm nervous or I have like a big phone call, I hate.
Oh yeah,
when it's
phone
on.
calls. Big
Like if I have a
pacer.
big meeting or a big phone call, of course sometimes it has to be on camera, but ideally it's not, so that I can just like walk in a circle for 30 minutes straight. Well, it gets the brain juices going. I'm a pacer for sure. So I would be psychotic right now if I was in the final table. Like I could tell you, there's been a few tournaments where I've been in the lead or in like third or second for big money. I'm talking 6-figure money, and haven't won any of them yet. Have done well, but didn't get that
done
6-figure
very
push.
well.
But still, and those final races are just, your brain isn't, at least for me, working correctly. I mean, everything feels like it's just moving really fast.
When people say
And-
trust your gut, and I'm like, my gut hasn't been right since '95. What do you mean?
You're overdue.
No, but really, and then you're just like trying to like do the math, of what the best selection is, and math all of a sudden gets really, really hard, and you start sweating a little bit, and your hands get really clammy. I mean, that's what I would be experiencing right now if I was up there. So I totally support like getting out of here, you got 30, 40 minutes, like go outside, get some fresh air, take a walk, maybe get a drink.
Yeah, for the people who are in that spot, this is too much time, right?
It's too much time.
You at this point, if you're them, you want, you've handicapped, right?
Yeah.
So you want this action to play out. You have decisions to make as you go on, and right now you're just waiting because you can't make those really last-minute decisions until the leaderboard starts to formulate in these next few mandatories.
Although I'd rather have the too much time than the too little time, because some of these races where they're going to happen in fairly quick succession, like 15 minutes between maybe. I mean, that is, and then you have to think like, so one race goes off, then you see who people have, who they pick. You have to wait for it to go official, unless you can do all the calculations on your own to like see the leaderboard and understand the positioning. And then you have to reassess. I think at this point you have to reassess every race based on the leaderboard for the most part, unless you really like an 8-1 or a 10-1.
Sure. Sure, that's a gift actually. At this point for any of these players, if they love a horse that's in that 8-1 range, that's what you want here.
Yeah.
You don't want to go stabbing at an 8-1, and I'm sure some of them will end up doing that. But if that's a horse you really like.
This Fairgrounds race in the upper right of your screen is not one of the races that people have as a selection in this final table. However, Blake is coming in with a choice. Fairgrounds, the 4 on top with 1, 2, and 6 underneath. So the 4 is currently the favorite.
2 scratched.
And 2 is a scratch.
So the 1 and 6 underneath. Then.
1 and 6 underneath. And people are also coming in with picks for the next Gulfstream race. So not race 7, but race 8, which again, Gulfstream's in the bottom left corner of the screen.
That's the next mandatory.
And that's the next mandatory. And people are saying, Chalkbuster Scott, he's saying that at Gulfstream, bet on the jockey, not on the horse. So he says Tyler, which Tyler is on the 8 Floribunda in that next final table race. And someone else says Gulfstream Race 8, number 1, center stage. That's a Peter Wankmiller. Center stage.
Hey, shout out to Chet there.
That's all I had
from
for
Long
that.
Island, New
All
York.
right, Peter.
I know Peter.
Okay, no, I think that he just popped in the chat saying,
Okay, Peter
he says Noel and I are the best handicappers around.
I paid
so
him.
Noel, we'll get into this Gulfstream Park race 8
Chet.
that everyone on the final table is on, but Fairgrounds, any thoughts as we are to post time?
Well, not the most exciting betting race actually. So, with a 3-5 favorite, and we're scratched down to a 5-horse field here.
I'm also getting news. Let's see. I'm getting a text from Dan that
The favorite is going to be tough.
Tampa post times are being accelerated. So race 9 might go off right after the next mandatory. So it might, and it's off the turf.
Yeah, and that
so that could be a quick happening there. Tampa Bay race 9. I don't know what the new post time is. I can see if it's updated online for everybody, but we might have 2 mandatories on the final table right in a row.
Top of each other, or they might even switch time slots.
Well, with Gulfstream, you never know. They tend to be a little bit delayed.
And we're getting questions about the leaderboard.
Something too to think about, so when you're in a field of 800 people or even 80 people in a race that's a mandatory, if every single horse is covered in that race, somebody has every single horse picked. So, if a 15-1 hits, you're going to get passed. But in a short field like this with just 10 people, it might not be covered. We just saw that happen,
yes.
So there's a little bit less risk going into this as well.
Yeah, and it's a luxury for that leader, right? Because not only does he have his horse, but he has the other like 3, 4, 5 horses in the race that aren't covered, right? I mean, they all basically belong to him, anything that can't hurt him. So, again, just with one race done at the final table, the fact that nobody had it, we talk, oh, no move, but actually it was a big move for the leader because that's another race
One
that you
less,
check off.
yeah.
Yep.
All right.
And another thing that's happening here that we should say is that the people who did not make the cut today, so
Silver.
we had 800 people, 80 made the cut. The other, 700 some people are still playing in a tournament right now today, and they're
Actually, I think everybody can play, like even the people who made the cut. Because
Okay.
I know last year Mike Gillum would have won the silver tournament as well if he put his last picks in, but forgot because of the stress of the moment. But yes, you're right. There are 2 tournaments going on here, which Len Hansen is currently leading that one. It's updated 20 minutes ago, so that might not be. Let me see if I have something fresh. Looks like Len Hansen was in the lead. Tyler Smith in second at $95. So definitely still can have some
Silver
shifting there.
dollar.
Nobody is striding out super impressively there. Looks like we're doing a little bit of musical chairs here.
And we're getting a little feed of the room, a look at the tension, excitement. And Dan was off eating his lunch. Finally, thank God. And the set has transformed yet again.
With Don.
Hello.
Don, how's it going?
Going all right. Could be better, but having a blast.
Okay, so you were in the tournament this weekend, right?
I'm in the tournament.
Walk us through how it went for you.
Typical highs and lows of horse racing. I had an awful day one after feeling like I was prepared, but finished with only $31 and thought it was all over. But had a great day two. I had 102 for day two and finished $45 short of the cut. Went back and looked through all the plays I could have potentially used,
Sure,
as we all
sure.
do, and so it stays. This is my 4th time here.
Okay.
Haven't made the cut yet, but still trying.
It's so tough. You have to have 2 really good days. You just got to
Absolutely.
be on it. And I think everybody in here is talented, but you need a little bit of luck with you.
Everything's got to go perfect, just like even qualifying.
Yeah.
It has to be your day, whether it's a pick and pray or live. It has to be your day. As good as you are, you need luck. You need luck to be on your side that day, for sure.
And how did you qualify into this?
I qualified through Horseplayers live tournament last Sunday, last day possible.
Way.
Yeah.
That is awesome. Were you already planning to come out here for the last chance?
No. So the backstory to this, I tried really hard to get here after January 5th, because on that day, I happened to be fortunate enough to hit the pick 6. There was a small carryover at Aqueduct. I hit the pick 6 for $28,000.
Crush.
And I said, okay, we're going college fund for the kids, and because I've got 2 in there, well, starting next year, there'll be 2 for the next 4 years. So saving for some college tuition, but also, I'm like, this money came from the horses. I'm putting it back to the horses. I am going to qualify. And it took me to the last day. I played after so many close calls, being tied once, but losing the tiebreaker. But Sunday morning, I double entered into the 3 feeder tournaments, and I hit with the 5 at Gulfstream, cut him loose. He was a big price. I watched the replay. He bobbled out of the start, whatnot, and I thought if he gets out clean, he could do this. So I think it was 16-1 or something that day, and that put me. I had 5 entries into the 3 qualifying tournaments Sunday afternoon.
Oh, you were like loaded up.
I was, and
Did you play differently in all of them?
No. I primarily played the same. I did stray here and there when I really couldn't split some of them.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is, I wasn't necessarily expecting. I said, whatever happens, happens. I had plans already with the family. We had tickets to go to a hockey game, so I'm at this hockey game. It's a live tournament. I got my phone. I got my notes. I had to handicap the last couple Gulfstream races in the car. Nice. And it worked out. It came down to the last race at Gulfstream, and it worked out.
That's awesome. I mean, it's such a grind to try to get here and to get it in the very last second. Last year, I played in the last chance, first chance this year and didn't quite get there. But I see a lot of people who aren't even sure if they're gonna, stay the whole weekend or not. And getting in right at the wire is exciting.
So, I mean, now that you're out of final table contention, are you still throwing around some bets today?
Yeah, well, we're going after the Santa Anita pick 6 carryover for sure. So we're
right,
already
there
capping
it
that
is.
at the table.
So you got any bullets to give to the audience?
I wish I did. I have not gotten into it that deeply yet. There was the one mandatory race coming up later at Santa Anita. I looked at that somewhat quickly. I ended up a little chalky on that. Well, maybe will be the chalk, but the one Yakolev, who I just last couple races has run pretty well and I think fits there. But we'll certainly be searching for prices.
Yakolev is 5-2 morning line.
Yeah.
So
I don't know if he'll stay there, but
yeah,
we'll see what happens. But yeah, definitely looking forward to that. But who knows? I've got some prices in the mandatories as well. I think we were estimating maybe to get into the top 25 of the Silver Sunday, you needed probably $85 to $90.
Yeah, where are you on here right now?
You got to scroll down a bit and then come up from 0 to $4.40.
Oh, crushing it!
I'm
totally crushing it.
But
might be a little bit out of that one.
Potentially, we'll see what happens with these plays later on. You catch a couple 10-to-1s and you're right back in it.
Absolutely.
Never say die in this game, right?
What position do they pay down to in the silver tournament?
It's 25, I believe.
25.
Yeah. I don't remember. Maybe it's like $500 or something. But
I mean,
anything.
hey, $500 is better than anything. Better than nothing.
I'm here in Vegas. I mean, life is not so bad, even though I didn't make the final table here.
It's almost St. Patrick's Day. You've got your green on.
No, that's why you're green.
I've got a little bit of Irish in me. Not trying to get pinched.
What's that?
Is this not a thing that people know about? If you don't wear green on St. Patty's Day, which I know it is not technically, St. Patty's Day Eve, if you will, but you can get pinched if you don't wear green on St. Patrick's Day.
I don't think I was ever aware of that.
So maybe just keep that on through the flight home tomorrow.
Producer Greg over here is in green. I have a little bit of green in my shirt, I guess. But yeah, I grew up with that too. I've always thought that was a thing.
Hey, speaking of a thing, did you guys handicap race 7 at Gulfstream? They're going into the gate here.
Let's do
and they're about to be off. I mean, this is not the mandatory, but it's a good race at Gulfstream.
Who do you like, Noel?
I like the 1 and the 4 here, and I actually had made some wagers before we came on. So
I would probably this first time starter, the 3 is interesting. That
did
just
not get
broke
out.
last. So maybe not.
JK, this is why it's fun to handicap a race in live time. Not have anything, totally prepared going into it.
I really like the number 1.
Crazy take.
It'd be great if they let you do that, just let them go around the first turn and
You
then
get one
get your
change.
bet in.
Yeah, you can switch ones.
Although I do think the 10 looks like it's in a pretty good position right now, kind of like
Given ground.
sitting off the pace and.
Yeah, so this is race 7 at Gulfstream. Just to not confuse anybody who's listening, race 8 at Gulfstream is the next mandatory race. So obviously we're about a half hour away. That's a long half an hour for the people who are in it and waiting. But
They don't seem to be going. Well, they picked it up second quarter there.
The 1 is still hanging out there. The 8 is still hanging on as well at 17-1. Honestly, this 8 is looking pretty good.
yes.
Here comes that 5.
Yeah.
Looking pretty sharp. 17-1, this 8 that is.
Yeah, the 1 is packed it in.
But I'm seeing someone is at the 9 on the outside. And again, this is in the bottom left corner of your screens, you guys. This is Gulfstream Race 7. And the next race there, race 8, is.
Boy, this is wide open. Look at this scrum here.
Oh, wow. I think the 5 has got it.
Emerging at 10-1.
Oh, 9's trying
look
to
at
chase
and the
him
4
down.
on the outside is also rolling in. A 4 might get up for second.
No, I have the 4, so that horse has no chance.
Almost. I think it came 5.94, and then was it the 7 on the inside?
Looks like it might have been.
I think so, yeah.
It's all a blur.
So, people who maybe are on the outside looking in, they say, you just got to get in the top 80. I mean, I could get in the top 80. I mean, that's that seems like a giant number of opportunities, right? But when there's 800 people here and they're all good, it ain't so easy to get into the top 80, is it?
No. Like I said, this is my 4th time here. I've yet to crack it. You have to stick to your game plan. You can't get caught up in the excitement. There's always going to be someone else cheering you. You're thinking, what did I miss? And there's just simply too many races. I don't know what other guys do, but for me, I kind of get distracted easy, and I can't seriously handicap every single race like I would do an individual day's a track's card. You have to somewhat streamline things or stick to what you're familiar with. I found, with my buddies urging, you know what, you're right. I'm from Saratoga, so I'm a NTRA guy, and I did really well with Aqueduct yesterday. First day when I didn't do well at all, I thought, I was playing the mandatories, but I was hunting around and looking for value. And while you think you're looking for value, another 10-to-1 shot hits, and you're like, well, now, okay, great, I might find that value, but all I'm going to do is cancel that one out that these other guys had that I didn't. So you have to stick with your game plan, stick with what's familiar to you. And I like the fact, I feel like, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like field sizes are better now that this is in March and not February at Aqueduct. It used to be pretty, I'd kind of have to stay away from it because 6-horse field, you're not really going to find much value. I think the field sizes were a little bigger. Mm-hmm. It offered some opportunities, and I was fortunate enough to hit some yesterday. And
is that a lesson you learn now for future years, is to just stick to your main tracks?
For sure.
Stick where you're comfortable.
Every year you learn something new, and I've been on somewhat kind of an every other year pattern, it seems, and I kind of forget. And I thought at this point, I'm 4th time, I'm going to be fine. So first day,
veteran.
Yeah, but it's not like that. First day, I just couldn't focus, and you miss a couple early, and suddenly you have to fight that panic that sets in that I'm falling too far behind. You got to remind yourself that, $10 here, $15 there, you're going to stay right in the mix, and maybe you pop that, 15-to-1 horse somewhere along the way, and
slowly
you're
chip away.
looking better, yeah. So, but it's tough to fight all the urges, the distractions here.
You did it though. I mean, you clearly hung in and had a really good second day. It's like a shame that it didn't quite get you there, but a lot of people have a bad first day and they just panic, and then it's just
bombs away, and you fall
over.
further behind. Yeah.
So I mean, good for you.
Thank you
For
holding true.
Yeah.
And best of luck in this Santa Anita. What do you say?
Pick 6.
Pick 6.
Yeah, 2-day carryover, $218,000. So.
Any super good bomb you want to give the?
I haven't had a chance to really look at it just yet. I was too busy doing all the contest races that amounted to nothing for me so far. But hopefully, when it comes down to the real money, we'll be able to pull some good money together and put some picks together with guys who are smarter than me.
Well, Don, we appreciate it. Maybe. We hope to see you here for year 5.
I hope so, and hopefully it's next year, not 2 years from now.
Next year, and if it's not then, we'll certainly see you at Saratoga.
For sure.
Do you hang out in the backyard up there?
Oh, yeah, I'm there, yes. Right across from the 8th pole. I'm there virtually every other day when you average it out. So
all right.
I'm there enough, and I've seen Dan there obviously a number of times. So
not a lot of better places to be than that.
Oh my God, I'm so lucky. I'm so lucky. But shout out, just if I can, to table 136 where I'm at, and especially to Mike Langthorne, first year starter here, and he made the cut. So he's walking out of here with almost 12 grand. And horse racing, we all come from different backgrounds and everything, but it brings us together. It makes so many friendships. I'm sure you guys have talked about this with other people at the table. But he's a guy I met through the NHC. Michelle or Holly emailed me several years ago when they started doing the personal feeder tournaments, friends and family feeders. And she's like, I got this guy in Arizona, seems to be a comparable type player to you guys. And we invited him in, and we've been friends ever since. We only met on Thursday, Thursday when we got in here.
You absolutely find your community in these circles. We love the shout outs. We're going to see you in Saratoga.
Sounds good.
And from Dawn to Dan in the field somewhere. Dan, what's going on out there?
So we're right by center stage, and we have as close as we're going to ever get to breaking news at the NHC. I'm here with Brian Skirka of NMC. Brian, instead of a big wind-up, why don't you just tell us kind of me winding up, you tell us where we are right now with these couple of races coming up.
So we've had some post-time changes due to weather throughout the country, different factors. So the first mandatory was moved up. Aqueduct moved up their post-time. It looks like we're going to have a little changing of the guard here. Tampa is race 9, which was supposed to be the third mandatory. Now going to run as the second mandatory. They moved up their post-times pretty considerably. They have a storm coming. Gulfstream is going to run at their normal post-time. So it looks like race 9 at Tampa will run before race 8 at Gulfstream.
So we're basically flip-flopping mandatory races, but then also we're keeping an eye on Tampa because there is weather around. So that race in and of itself, we're keeping an eye on.
Yeah, I mean, it's horse racing, so every day you got to keep your eye out on the race is already off the turf, in threat of the storm. So hopefully the next 11 minutes go smoothly, we can get that race off.
You just told me you're holding your phone in your hand. How tense are things right now in your world, just in terms of waiting for the next call?
Oh, it's loose. I mean, it is what it is. If it rings, I'll answer. If it doesn't ring, then this mandatory race will go off. But I have track announcer Jason Beam on the line giving me any updates that come in, so appreciation for him, but hopefully we get through this.
Cool as a cucumber, as always. Brian Skirka. All right, we'll let you get back to work. We'll check in with you in a little bit. So you heard it there. Tampa Bay, the 9th race, is listed as 11 minutes to post. It was supposed to come after the Gulfstream race, which is, I think, about, 20 minutes to post right now or somewhere thereabouts. Anyway, Tampa, weather permitting, will go first. While we're here at the center stage, by the way, I wanted to show you this. So this is cool. They've had photos up in this area. They're down right now. They've had photos of some of the past winners. And these are a bunch of different pieces of trophies and silverware they're giving away to people who've had 20-time NHC qualifier, Duke Matisse, and a couple other things. But this right here, this Eclipse Award, that's the big prize. So in addition to getting $825,000 for winning this event, you also, at the Eclipse Awards next year in January in Florida, the winner of the NHC will get an Eclipse Award, which is the highest award you can get in horse racing. And of course, there are trainers, jockeys, owners, and horses who win them, but this is the only opportunity for people who bet on horse racing to get an Eclipse Award. So it's super cool. I'm also seeing it's going to be hard to pick up on camera, but take my word for it. The winner gets a ring, like a Super Bowl ring. I don't know if we can pick that up on camera, but that's Mike Gillum's ring from last year.
That's pimpin',
Isn't that awesome? I didn't even know that. Did you guys know they got a ring?
No, I didn't. But they basically won their Super Bowl, so...
I think I
what
knew
else
that
is
at
up
one
there?
point, but-
You said silverware. Are we talking chalice? Are we talking gravy boat? Are we talking?
Rachel want me to bring something back, but I don't know. I think there are various items that we can eat and drink out of, which are things that we know we enjoy doing. So I'll see. I mean, I'll speak to some of the players. If they're not going to use them, maybe we can.
All right. Dan, reporting with more good stuff from somewhere in this big room building.
In the wild.
Yeah,
in the wild.
It is a giant room, actually, and it's amazing. We had Tom Rooney on before talking about how maybe we're outgrowing this room. It's like almost like getting to the point where could this go if we can't fit in here?
They're going to need to build a whole new horseshoe here in Vegas. I think that's the only way. Just whole new casino.
and another interesting note about where we are right now at this moment, this room was built as a high life fronton.
What? A what now?
The room that we are sitting in right now. You could, if you have a camera, to check it out. But I mean, this was a highlight fronton.
We don't know what that means.
It's the sport of highlight was played here.
Oh, highline?
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard of Jai.
Is that where people walk on tightropes?
No. No, you can bet on highlight.
Javelin throwing? Our producer Greg just did a javelin.
Yeah. Oh my God! I've opened up a can of worms talking about highlight. So highlight's a pari-mutuel sport.
Okay.
Where you bet on guys. They have like a basket on their arms that shoots a ball, like a gigantic racquetball court, And
Can you demonstrate this?
I'm
Can we have like a live action moment?
Alexa,
So
I think we just gotta like Google this.
so it's like a gigantic racquetball
This sounds
court.
like something that was added to the Olympics that didn't last.
And the guys they didn't even have rackets. They used to have like these baskets on their arms that would like shoot the ball out. And
I've heard of this. Yeah, it's with a J. A lie. Okay, that's a
Well,
vibe.
anyway, our watchers and listeners who know what high lie is, this room used to be the high lie front
Okay, they've got scoopers. They've
Yeah.
got like a really long,
I definitely
thrown
think-
out toenail that they sling balls out of. That's what it looks like. Tell me
It's a-
I'm wrong.
it's a sport
That's
of
like one
slinging
big
balls.
acrylic nail that you hold with your hand that you sling a ball with. Oh dear God. Dan, clearly we're losing the plot over
Dan,
here. What are you doing?
Save me over here,
I'm
Dan.
saving you all from yourselves. But I do have a quick update. Lightning delay, weather delay at Tampa Bay down. So kind of an unusual situation. A lot of these players you guys were talking about, they've been waiting around.
Wow.
They've had a lot of time to think on their picks, and now they're going to have even more time to think about their pick at Tampa Bay Downs. Now the question is,
No, that's bad. That's
right? Lightning delay. There could be a cancellation of the race. What happens then?
Yes.
It's That's what I was going to ask. So usually I will say I've promised myself I will never lose a tournament because I don't know the rules. And so I'm usually really, really tuned in. I read those rules because I've seen disqualifications and things like that happen. But you know what? I didn't qualify in this year, so I didn't read the rules this year. I don't remember what happens in the final mandatory races. If there's a cancellation, do they have a backup set in place?
Brian's next to me. I don't know if I should put him on the spot if he knows this off the top of his head, but I'm sure there's a contingency plan.
I know, like, if there's
there a plan if you cancel the race, if the race gets canceled?
If Tampa ends up getting canceled, we just won't use the race. So there should have been 7
All right.
mandatories. Hopefully it doesn't happen. But if that race is canceled, we'll just go with the other 6. There's no alternate option.
Just thinking about all possibilities. So thank you for that. All right, thanks,
Because I
Brian.
mean, these
That
horses
is
are tapped up.
surprising.
That's the lower right
Yeah.
quadrant of the screen,
And-
you guys.
That
Yeah,
would
look,
be a
if you-
huge disadvantage to anybody.
That's what I was
not
gonna say,
I mean,
right?
that's a big deal. I'm honestly surprised. I definitely thought that they would have a backup in place.
Well, Dan Piazza's living right. I mean, he called in a favor from God now. I mean, like this guy's got everything. He's got the horses. He's got, the weather work going his way. So,
Well, I mean,
we'll see.
This is huge because, I mean, anybody who's been following the races today at Tampa knows that they knew this was coming, right? This is not a surprise. They have made every attempt there knowing that the weather is coming. They sped up the whole card. They tried to run these races. They tried to get them in, and they tried to beat this storm. The fact that they haven't beaten the storm, that does not, to me, bode well for the rest of the card. Let's cross our fingers. At very best, I think it would be a pretty sizable delay. So.
If I can ask you all on the set, Gulfstream now is 10 minutes to race 8, so that now is back in its position as the second mandatory race for the final table.
All right.
Let us know who you got here.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, 10 minutes to post in this Gulfstream race, which do you think that the potential of Tampa being canceled is going to change anyone's selections?
Maybe. I mean, you might. I don't. It's so tough. I mean,
Higher risk, lower risk?
Well, I mean, you have one less race to make up the ground, so you now need, if you're averaging out over, like, let's say on a really good day, I'm going to hit 40% of my plays, maybe, right? I mean, you're not going to hit everything, and you need to make $50 or however much. You kind of have to say, now I really need to hit an 8-1 or a 10-1 instead of a 6-1. So, I mean, I think if you're actually doing the math and like looking at it game theory from a mathematical standpoint, then it probably would and should. Do I think a lot of these players are having that approach? Probably not.
I think it's a chess match because we talked a lot about the leader, right? But the 2 through 10, the next time we get the leaderboard up, we'll really demonstrate it. The 2 through 10 are not separated by a giant amount, right? But the dollar amounts, the prize money amounts are huge, right? The second place player, I think, gets $250,000. The 10th place player gets, I think, $65,000 or $75,000. So,
It's only $30 away from 10th place to second place. So, I mean, that's a 110 to 1 shot.
yes, but the 2 to 9 horses, the 2 to 9 players have to make a decision. Are they going to try to catch the leader, or are they going to try to play for second?
You catch the leader. In my opinion, when do you have a chance at $825,000? Yes, of course, $250K, because it's within reach. Now, if he was so far ahead of you, hundreds of dollars ahead of you, okay, no. But I think that everybody here.
But he's more than a cap horse away from most people in the top 10.
Yeah, but
That's more than a cap horse.
6 races.
Yeah, I know. Okay, they are on the track.
Delay has been lifted. Jockeys are back on board at Tampa.
This is going to be testing those final table players and their ability to be dynamic, and I can't imagine the stress you're under right now with this. Although, if you've made your picks, you have them in, but the whiplash is going to be adding a little bit of tension. So I guess let's talk about Tampa 9 since we're right
whiplash, here. Let alone the players who are involved here. This is
seriously
up and down.
All right, there's the full feed for Tampa for you guys too.
And my top pick in here was a number 8, Catine, at now 5 to 1 odds, which would give anybody around $18-19 on their ticket. This is a multiple stakes place earner of over $243,000 with 4 lifetime, and gets a new rider in the irons. So, pretty good odds there on that horse. Also like the 4 though, which the 4, I mean, we've had scratches in here, but has taken a lot of money, is now the favorite.
That's surprising to me a little bit. Knowing that we were off the turf here, I really thought it would come down between the horses that have some main track form, like the 1 Cartano and the horse he talked about, number 8 Catton.
Yeah.
And boy, the money's coming in on 4. Lucky Curlin, though.
Yeah, this is a son of Curlin with over $360,000 in earnings, making a second start for this trainer. Classy, 7 lifetime wins, has impressive back class that could make him dangerous at a price. So
0 wins on the main track, though. I mean that's really the element of this I can't figure out, being 2 to 1. It does have 7 wins, but 0 wins on the main track. So.
Your friend Peter says that number 9, Happy is as Happy does. I did see that name come out and certainly liked it myself.
Right.
Don't think that that's going to be a factor.
All right, Chet from Long Island is picking Happy is as Happy does.
To be fair with the
that horse
4,
is 7
though,
to 2.
I mean, hasn't had that many attempts on the main track in a very, very long time. So they started the horse on it at the beginning of the career, then moved to turf and synthetic, and has only tried it once in hold on, let me look. This horse has run a lot of times. In the last 5 years, has only run on the surface 1 time.
Wow. Dan, I think, is standing by again near these final table contenders.
That's it. Horses approaching the starting gates. I think most of the final table contestants are on their way, or they've made their bets already. How are you doing, sir? We haven't checked in with you.
Doing well.
Okay, doing well. Yeah. What's your name?
Greg.
Greg what?
Bone.
Okay, Greg. You've been near the top of the leaderboard most of these past couple of days. Well, I haven't. Oh, I didn't get it. I didn't want to. I didn't have a chance to look over. You're really calm. You're doing really good. Where are you from?
Dallas.
Have you ever been in a position, anything resembling this kind of position, to be alive for this kind of money?
No comments.
Okay, we'll check back in with you.
What happens in Dallas, Dan?
Yeah,
what happens in Dallas stays in Dallas.
We'll check in with you.
Yeah.
All right, so the players are lined up here. The thing that's interesting, if we could just look at Alex real quick. Alex has his AirPods. I don't even know what you would even call that. They're like headphones in, and he's been walking around here like bopping his head up and down. And so I'm interested in knowing what he's actually listening to. Like, what do you listen to when you're in the final table?
You've got to get those
guesses?
insights.
I know. I'm going to go.
Let's
will find
see.
out.
If it was me, I've got Shania Twain piping through my ears a little. Bum, ba, na, 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 na.
I don't think
go,
that's
girls.
it. I don't think that's it.
Maybe
All right,
Megan
I
the Stallion. I
want
like
an
envisioning
opinion
some
from
Megan the
everybody.
Stallion.
All right,
Pitbull,
well,
obviously.
the horses, by the way, if you still got me, the horses are halfway in the gate. They're going to post the picks here on the screen. I'll let you know as soon as I see it who's got what. But as a reminder, Dan Piazza at 353 still's got his comfortable lead. He's hoping for no long shots here.
I'm expecting to see a lot of 1s and a lot of 8s here on these picks.
All right, and
When
Dan will reveal the selections, which now should be live since the race has gone off.
We got a selection delay here.
Drum roll.
Not yet posted. Okay. They're going to leave the players in suspense for this one.
A lot of stoic reactions.
Here's
Yeah,
Chet
so-
Wayne Miller's
here it
9
is.
horse.
Here it is.
All right.
Dan Piazza. It's got the 1. Peter, Len, and Alex all have the 1. So 4 players
Yeah.
have the 1.
A lot
They're
of
not going to
ones.
get on Dan.
Yeah.
Dylan Donnelly in second has the 7. As does Sean Nolan, who's in 8th right now. And then Tom Boyd has 5. Greg Bone, who I just spoke to, we'll never forget that last name, has the 8 horse. And Ray Hassan and Dean Malizia both have the 5. So 3 players have the 5, 4 players have the 1.
And
That's
Dylan,
what it
again,
looks
is
like.
unique with the 7, right? Is he
Yeah.
alone on that one? And like the
Also-
last race, dead last right now.
Nobody-
This
nobody
could be
has the
making a
leader.
late move.
The leader, the number 9 horse, Happy Is as Happy Does, took all the late money. This horse went
Yeah,
all the way
2 to
down
1.
to 2 to
But
1.
but here's the 5 making a move now, and a couple of players do have the 5. So and then the
Yeah.
4 up the rail, no one has. Let's see if the 5 can sustain that
5
move.
at 13 to 1 would
Here,
be a huge changer. The 7 is also making a move right
oh
now,
yeah,
coming
this is a
off
big
the
move
pace.
from the 7.
7 rounding the field right now on the outside.
Anybody have a price
Oh
on
my
the 7?
gosh. The 7 is 7 to 1.
Okay, that would be big.
Kind of stalled out a little bit.
Yeah, I don't
Stalled.
think- not
5
today.
is the best
5,
chance here.
The 5's got a
at
shot. 3
odds.
players.
4 is kind of dueling it out with,
I'm not sure anyone passed
5 may
the
do
9
this.
horse yet.
oh man.
The 9 horse went all the way until the end. Oh, the 5
5.
got it.
5 got it at 13 to 1. So
And 2 players had it on the
Tom
leaderboard.
Boyd is going to, let's see.
Guys, you got me?
Yes, Dan.
Yep,
You
yep.
had that one, didn't you?
Well, we
You
had
the 5.
We had a couple
talking
people,
to us?
3 people on the leaderboard had the 5. So
Based on the screen,
no,
you
he's
got
got-
the 5 at least. So that's a good. You got a lot going on. You're like, which one's which? So that's a big
5-9.
pickup for you.
5-9.
So, I don't think I had a different one.
They got you in for the 5. You're Dean, right? Well,
It's
this might
Tom.
be an unexpected good news. So
It's, oh.
okay. We'll see. I don't know. We'll double check those numbers. He doesn't think
Great reaction.
he doesn't think he used the horse who won. So I was wondering why you didn't celebrate.
This is when you fake it till you make it and you say, absolutely, I had that 5. There's an
Oh my God,
inquiry.
guys! There's an inquiry too.
an inquiry. The drama.
Drama
The drama at Tampa Bay
continues.
Downs.
Oh my God. Also,
Lightning strike
What
delay.
a beautiful horse. This,
According to the board, Tom, Dean, and Ray all had the 5. So we'll see. All that needs
do you
to
think
be
it's
confirmed.
possible they put up the Gulfstream selections
It could
instead of
be.
the, that would be a big
It could be.
bad thing.
Did all those selections matched what you had? That was okay. Cool. Just checking. All right.
Okay,
So,
so let's look at this
Okay.
inquiry
They're reviewing
here.
the footage. Unclear who filed the inquiry.
Let's see. Okay, it looks like a horse came out and may have bumped another horse. It might have been
In that final turn.
The 5.
Well, it happened to the horse in the red silks there, and it just happened. I don't think
Right there?
No, it already happened. The horse with the red silks that's dropping back in the field. Yeah, this is right there.
Oh, yeah. The jockey you saw
I
sit
see,
up.
I
Yeah,
see.
yeah.
Was
Can you
that
tell
the
what horse that
12
is or
horse?
no?
Is that the
12?
9?
Is there a 12 in this race?
I'm not sure who the offender was, but I don't think that. I think that horse was in reverse
I think
when
it's
that
the
happened.
12.
I also-
12
I
is
mean,
the best distance. There was
The 5 seemed to be in the clear the whole time, right?
Oh, yeah. He had to check it.
Wait.
It was the horse that won.
Yeah.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is going to be
Got right up into his shoulder space.
But was that caused by the 4 coming through? Was
I
the
think
4
the
making a
12.
move?
I honestly think
that
the
was
12
the
ran
5.
up on the 5. Was the 5 cutting him off, or did the 12 just run up on
It
him?
looks like the 5 drifted in a way that, like, look how awkward this 12 had to move to get.
Wow.
And the jockey had to sit all the way up in the irons.
Yes, but I'm totally against this. By the way, that horse was done at the. To me, the winner, the eventual winner, the 5 horse,
chance of winning.
the winner, the 5 horse, I think was clear, and this horse, yeah.
Is that taken into consideration, Noel? How well, like if the horse was clearly done and it did not change the order of finish, is that taken in consideration by the stewards?
It is in New York. It is. One place that it definitely is New York. Other places are more discretionary about it, and I would factor it in myself. I mean, look, if a jockey did something wrong that doesn't impact the final order of finish, then call the jockey in, discipline him another way. Don't discipline the better.
I feel like the 5 was running his race and the 12 was drifting out a little.
I think the 12 was
it's a
coming up on him
combination
too.
effect.
I don't feel like this 5 cut him. The 5 didn't change that many lanes.
Yeah.
Do you guys still have me there?
Yeah.
I can hear you, Dan.
So, I mean, it's an interesting scene. I don't know if you see the picture, too. You have
The
all
4
the players
was,
standing here.
was
I think it
part
was
of
the
that
4 who
also.
caused it, by the way. I think, without a
the
doubt,
4's
looking at
coming
it,
up, he pushes
the 4
him
caused
out.
anything. Yeah, it's the 4,
Oh,
I
the
think,
4
if
bumps
anyone.
into,
Yeah.
But
they're flashing everybody.
Oh my God!
so.
Okay, they're in the gate for the next mandatory.
We're now into the next mandatory. So.
I'm so curious if Dean picked the 5 or not.
Yes,
okay.
so am I.
I'm going to go 8. I'm going to go 8 on this race.
I'm going the 1.
And on top of it, there's a dead heat for second in that race.
Oh my God!
This is
utter
absolute pandemonium.
chaos.
But
utter chaos.
here they go at Gulfstream, I guess. These
All right.
guys just get
Who'd
to
you like,
live
Noel?
at the
I'm on the
final
1.
table.
Okay, they're off.
All right, race is off. You guys still have the shot here of all the players?
Yes,
okay,
we can
cool.
see the
So
players.
I can't even
what are
imagine
their
what's going through their
selections,
minds.
Dan?
So Dan picked the 9, Piazza picked the 9, Peter has the 9, and DeVito has the 9. So 3 players have the 9. Dylan Donnelly, again, contrarian with the 2, but actually he has a couple other people who picked the 2 with him. 3 players picked the 2. Tom Boyd has the 6, as does Dean Malizia, and Greg Bone has the 5. So 9, 2, 6, 5 are the primary numbers. Ray Hassan has the 1.
Hey,
Wow, the
nobody
5 at
had my
35
8.
to 1. Nobody had your 8. Can you believe that?
A 35 to 1 for Greg Bone. He's sending it.
You know, Gulfstream is a track where you can get out and wire the field. So it's not the craziest pick I've ever seen. Doesn't
The 9 on the
look
outside
like,
looks all right.
Yeah, I don't know if the 5 has a whole lot more steam in him though.
Oh, my 8's looking
Rachel,
good.
Rachel, you should be at the final table.
Rachel
Look
be
at the 8's
crushing it.
ears. His ears are pricked. He's ready.
Yeah. With Tyler Gaffleone.
On the rail, 2's trying to get through. Didn't have a clear path there. That's too bad. Lost momentum. 6 is rolling. 6 it is.
Yeah, he got there.
Tom Boyd in 3rd place had the 6. Did he also have the 5?
I believe he also had
He
the 5.
also had the
guys,
5.
guys, we can confirm Dean Malizia definitely had the 6.
I did have the 6 in that one. And I actually had the 9 in the race before. I looked at my ticket. I don't know why they
this
had 5
inquiry
up
is
there,
really important
So
right
you had
now
the
for
6 there.
Tom
That's a nice
Boyd.
price.
Yeah.
You're getting what? You got 6 to 1 on that one. How do you see this inquiry? This inquiry might affect you, especially now if they take down the 5. He says he had the 9. So
Yeah, I did. So I hope they take the 5 down, and it was a dead heat, and then with the 1 and the 9, so get some points regardless. So,
where are you from?
Craig, Colorado.
Okay. Have you been in this contest before?
First time. I'm a rookie.
From Colorado.
Okay, we got on the set there. We got a little shout out for Colorado.
West Coast,
who are you
baby.
here with? How did this all?
I'm by myself. My wife had to stay home, so.
Oh, so you're just basically are you at the table? Just kind of you made some friends out here at least?
Making new friends, a lot of them. Mike Gillum came up and talked to me and gave me a good talk and everything, and so I was glad to meet him.
Wow.
It's listed as unofficial. They haven't moved anything with the 5. That's unbelievable. So you're out here, you're a rookie, and you're out here alone, and you're on this incredible run. I mean, how does that feel?
I got to pinch myself. I'm still shaking. It's unbelievable. So.
Have you been playing in contests for a while at least?
Just started last April is when I joined, so this is my initiation, I guess. So. But so much fun. I wish I would have done it 20 years ago. I enjoy the contest so much, and NTRA has just been so great, and we're having fun. So, yeah.
Well, I think you've just gained some fans with your story, so we'll be rooting for you, and we'll check in with you in a little bit. All right, thank you.
What an icon.
Sorry.
Love
that's
that
great.
guy.
Yeah, so, that is interesting. I don't know how often that happens, that
somebody fat
you put in a pick and they, I mean.
Somebody
look,
fat-fingered the...
Well, we'll know when they put up the updated standings, right? We'll know in a moment
and
whether
assuming
he was credited for the 5 or the 9.
Assuming Tom Boyd, those picks were accurate for him. He just hit both of those horses. I think as long as everything stays up, nothing gets crazy, he will either take the lead or be within $3 or $4.
I don't think he's close enough to the lead to take. He'll take second, but he was quite a bit behind Dan.
I think he'll make about $65 across those two races at least.
It's going to be close. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be close. Unbelievable. 2 prices like that. Dan Piazza probably hates me now, thinking we jinxed him, interviewing him all these times.
Dan on Dan action.
Dan on Dan. I'm just trying to not call him Mike Piazza. Like I keep coming so close, going, hey Mike, like, oh wait. Okay, I just saw some flashing, but they're flashing the dead heat. Well, no movement yet.
That's
Still
like
unofficial.
Me and Alex DeVito. I kept wanting to say Danny.
I would say though that if the final table were a baseball team, Dan Piazza would be the catcher. I'm definitely
that's right.
I'm definitely going with that.
And also, let's talk about the fact that Dan Piazza is basically locking in his NHC seat for next year right now, being the top player with a Raceland subscription. There's one other player on the final table, Sean Nolan, who has it, who, I mean, obviously could get that spot if he passes him, but pretty far behind Dan at this point.
Hold on one second. Alex is over here too.
We still
Dan's
don't
going to
have
figure out
What are
what's
you hoping
playing in
for
his
here?
headphones.
Still no official here at Tampa.
That they just keep the 1 there, I guess, at this point.
You had the 1.
I had the 1, and I don't understand why it's still blinking. And so just for superstitious reasons, I'm not walking away until it says it's official.
Well, I don't think you can be hurt here, right? You can't be hurt by any movement. You can only be helped here.
I'm not smart enough horse guy to know that, like, until it's official, can they say, hey, we marked it as dead heat, but actually what it is that the 9 actually got up and the 1's third. You see what I'm saying? Like, why are they blinking again? They stopped the blinking.
I think you are safe with the dead heat. I mean, it's going to cut into your payout, but I think you're pretty safe. We have one other question about, we saw you kind of banging your head as you were making your picks. What are you listening to get?
Well, just so I'm shuffling on Spotify, and a little Biggie Smalls came on right after I made my pick, so.
Yeah.
What song? Party and BS, let's say.
You don't have to keep it clean. I mean, this is sort of a family show. Anyway, all right, we'll let you stay in the zone here, and hopefully your 1 either stays where he is or maybe gets moved up a little.
Appreciate you.
Got it. All right, cool. So there you go.
Bum, bum, bum.
Is it official? Oh, it's official now. So it is official now. 13-1. Alex does get a couple of points there for the 1 finishing second. And we'll figure out here shortly who had the 5.
So that's
if it was 2 or 3 players. And we'll also get the scoreboard. Do you guys have the full standings ready to go once it loads? Is it there? You see it?
Yeah.
So that's a 36-point horse, the number 5, and then you add to it about 22. 22
Yeah, so
points.
I'm seeing it here. Do you guys see Boyd now has moved up to second with 306?
It has not cycled through yet.
Okay, I'm seeing Boyd at 306 here on my side. Dylan Donnelly in third now with 298. That, of course, does not factor in the Tampa race. So let's see what happens. Dean Malizia, who I spoke to up here, moved up to 4th. So
they're going to
if Dean Malizia has the 5, he's going to move into 2nd or 3rd. And if he didn't, then he's going to be in 4th. But it's getting a little tighter. It's going to be much tighter. Okay, it's updated. Tom Boyd is 2nd. Tom Boyd is 2nd with 342. So 12 behind Piazza at 356. Ray Hassan, 307. And Dean Malizia, I do not think had the 5. Yeah, he got his couple dollars for the 9 finishing in that dead heat for 2nd.
Thank you, Dan, for those updates. Whenever that leaderboard updates on our end, which we're pulling that feed in from the website, which is different than what is broadcast live within the room, we will keep you guys updated. But as expected, some shuffling.
Quite a bit. Quite a bit of movement on the leaderboard.
An unclear.
And we're really close to the next race. It's all going down. Oh, wait, are we? No, we're not. I was looking at Oaklawn Race 7, but it's Oaklawn Race 8. So we can look at Oaklawn Race 7, though.
Yeah, we can. They're in their post parade.
We've
got another little slight break. But the next tournament race is going to be Oaklawn Race 8. But Oaklawn Race 7, only a couple scratches here, the 5 and the 12. Alexa, had you made any notes, or are we doing your speed cap?
This is a speed cap type of situation right here, Rachel.
This is an ever-evolving situation.
So let's talk about what this race looks like. So this is, if I can find it on my PPs, this race is going a mile on the dirt for 4-year-olds and upward. So some older horses in here. Looks like we've got some 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds. We got a 7-year-old.
Do you recognize the name of the one horse? Just Steele. He ran in the Kentucky Derby last year. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, we got some big names.
And
in
that's
here.
your 6-5 favorite right now. And so, I mean, that's as people look at a race like Oaklawn 7. You know, that's what you do. I mean, that's the horse, right? So, are you with them or against them? And if you are against the horse, you know, you have 11 other options, and that horse is making all of the prices on all the other horses juicy to go out there and try to beat
I like
them.
that phrase, juicy prices.
All juicy prices if you beat Just Steel on Oaklawn 7.
Now, Just Steel, though, if we look, has not been able to find the winner's circle since November of 2023. So, been on a bit of, you might say, a cold streak. However,
but
the races he's been running in have been, pretty big races.
Yeah, and he had his prep race, you know. So, I mean, to me, the time to beat him was last time. Now he's had the race. So today is probably, I would think, go time for them. Now, again, does that mean he can't be beaten here? Yeah, he can be beat. I'm not sure he will be, but...
had an entire almost year off, it looks like. Came back last month at Oaklawn. Ran a much shorter race than today, and like Noel was saying, started out pretty good in that race and then ended up getting beat, but probably needed that. A lot of people like that second off of a layoff as an angle to play for horses, thinking they probably need a race to get in shape, got back into the swing of things.
Yeah, and he's not a 6-furlong horse. I mean, they just strictly gave him that race last time out. And, now they're stretching out to a mile. Now, the question is, for me, a mile probably isn't even long enough for this horse. 6 furlongs last time definitely was not. But I have questions whether the horse even wants more than a mile here. So the door is open for one of these horses, I think, to knock off the favorite in Oaklawn 7.
I think it's liable. I think there'll be a lot of pace in this race. And when you have a lot of pace, sometimes the pace can kind of melt down, and you are looking for somebody who can come and pick up the pieces at the end. So that would not be Just Steel, I don't think, who would be, if that happens, if the pace sets up like that, we'd be looking more for a closer, which might be, I have maybe Keen Cat. Is Keen Cat still in? The 12 horse? Nope, scratch. Let me see who else.
And people in the comments are getting in here. We've got Blake had put in a selection for Oaklawn 2, 1, and 3. Chalkbuster Scott coming in with number 8, Nasty Habit. And I like the 9 because it's called Save the Trees. Pretty clever name when the sire is Preservationist and the dam is Canopy Lane, who's by Forestry. So Save the Trees. Love a clever name.
You have a lot of horses in this field that I feel like are just going to be life or death to go a mile. It seems like half the field is stretching out here from 6 furlongs, and I'm not sure I want any of those horses, to be honest with you.
I don't know. This 3 is interesting. 21 to 1, morning line 12 to 1, currently at 21 to 1. This horse has been doing well. Again, has never, I don't think, ever run anything longer than 6.5 furlongs, so they are stretching him out, but has wired the field, has come from off the pace at times, so looks like a horse that has some tactical speed abilities. Looks like fairly in shape, I guess. Hasn't had a workout since February 10th, which is a little back there. Might need the race, but the trainer, Scott Becker, has a stat here that says when his horses are coming off of a layoff, the second race after a layoff, he wins at 28% of the time. So that's pretty stout statistic there. He's good at them when they're in this spot. So at 20 to 1.
And that's the 3.
That's the 3.
My pick, I think, would be the 4, Awesome Aaron. My exacta would be with the 6, Gewurz And I think between the 4, 6, these are horses that can get the mile. I'm not worried about that. The 4 had came over to Oaklawn, had a tough trip 2 races ago, did much better last time, made the lead. Norm Cass usually is a high percentage winner at Oaklawn. Santana's aboard. He had ridden the horse before. He's back aboard today. And then Gewurz is another horse that I think will be pretty prominent. Doesn't need the lead, but he's going to be right up there. And when some of these 6 furlong horses throw in the towel in the stretch, a horse like the 6, I think, is going to be
I agree
in
with
a
you on
great
the
spot.
6. I think the 6 is a good pick in here. Came off the pace last race at Oaklawn to win. Always love a horse coming off of a win. He was the favorite last race, so a bit higher odds this time, but we're never going to frown on that. Looks like 6 to 1 is what we're getting.
We have someone in the comments here. Roshan says 6, can't lose.
Okay, Roshan, let's go.
Did not attempt
Roshan.
to spell the name, which I respect. I don't know how you're pronouncing it, Noel.
Well, it's the white wine, right?
Gewurztraminer.
All right. Well, while we wait for this Oaklawn Race 7 to go off, Dan, what's the update from the infield?
Well, we're out here with a past winner, the 2019 champion, Scott Cole. Scott, good to see you. How you been today, this weekend?
It's a bit of a grind. I didn't have the opportunity to do as much work as I would have liked, and it showed about midway through yesterday when I was just doing terrible. Too many third places, just wasn't enough. I can't say I'm overly disappointed because I just wasn't prepared like I have been in years past due to life circumstances, but it's always just amazing to be here. So much fun. It's the best tournament in the world. So,
how much of it is preparation and how much of it is like focus once you get to this point?
well, when the internet doesn't work, it's I would say it's pretty much all preparation, and so that was a killer. Hard to catch up in the room when you can't even get a replay to load, but hopefully they'll get that fixed eventually. I would say having at least enough spots picked out that you have a plan and you have go-tos for the whole tournament helps quite a bit. I mean, I had as many as I could, but I just I didn't have like the full week out preparation like I normally would want to, and then was relying on a couple big plays that ended up scratching yesterday, and then I was back to the drawing board, and I just didn't find enough that I liked. So
Put yourself in the shoes of the 10 guys who are sitting there now in this final table. In 2 scenarios, I want you to put yourself in their shoes. Scenario 1, what we just saw with the weather delay and the races flip-flopping, how would you have navigated through that yourself? How difficult would that have been?
I mean, it just depends on where you're at on the leaderboard, but I mean, you just have to be conscious of, I would be writing down everyone's plays. I would be knowing to handicap exactly what they were doing to kind of have a feel for what they're going to do. And then you also have to kind of take a guess on what it's going to pay, but with an inquiry, you don't know for sure. So you just like take your best shot, but if you're at the top, like protect the best you can. I don't know. There's a couple things I would have done differently if I was in different people's shoes, but it's just you have to kind of mix handicapping with game theory, but it's a lot more game theory.
I want you to tell me more about that. Nobody's going to be offended. It's good to know this. What would you have done differently?
Well, if I was on the lead and I knew that I would have made a bigger block. I wouldn't have played a 7-2 in that spot. Unless you thought, he was like the best horse you've ever seen. I'm not playing 7-2 in that spot at the top. And then things just got really tight in a hurry. So, but it's a tricky situation when you're like, you think they just hit a 13-1 shot, but he's getting objected on, so you don't know for sure. So, I can't say I know with 100% certainty what I would have done, but 7-2 wouldn't have been on my radar if I was in front on that, probably. And also, there's some people in like 10th and 2nd and 5th, like doing some weird things, playing some short prices. I mean, half that table is not playing to win. I can tell you based on what they're doing. They want to get a little bit more money and not all of it. And like, I would never think like that. So it just depends on where you are and how much each price means to you, or if it's the championship. And for me, it would be the championship. But I understand if like $100,000 is like extra is life-changing. So like it's hard to know until you see what they're playing to see what they're playing for. So some of them aren't trying to win. So
that's such an interesting point that even though you're not in it, you're looking at the picks that are up there, and you're like, I could tell by the way these people are making their picks, they literally are just trying to move up a few spots more than anything.
Yeah, I mean the guy in last place has played all favorites pretty much. I mean you're not going to win like that. It's impossible unless you go 7 for 7 and you play a price like late. But it's just. I don't know I don't know enough of them personally. I know a couple of them, but like I don't know enough of them personally to know what their goals are. And like I said, I'm not judging anybody for it, but for the people that are trying to win, you're just looking for the few people that are coming at you that are actually trying to win, and that's all you're protecting against. The rest of the people, they're not trying to beat you if you're in front. So.
Well, that's good news for Dan Piazza, who's still holding on to the lead. But if you're him, you're in his shoes, and you see now they're encroaching. Ray Hassan is getting closer. Tom Boyd is now closer. I mean, that's one race. That's a 4 or 5 to 1 shot. Well, what do you do now?
I mean, hopefully you've charted the plays, and you kind of have a good idea of where you need to block. I mean, you're trying to block now. You're still. I mean, you've got a pretty good cushion to thirds. If you go to second place, whatever, you're probably not falling third, fourth, fifth unless like multiple long shots come in. So I don't know. You just got to do your homework in this and like trust your handicapping, but at the same time know that person behind you you've seen what they've done and they're not playing chalk, so you don't need to play the chalk. The chalk's safe right now. Like you need to at least move up a couple spots so you're more likely to block. And if the chalk wins, great, because the guy right behind you is probably not playing it.
This is a really fascinating theory. Alexa, if you could hear me on the set, I know you've been in a lot of these tables, at a lot of these tables, you know some of these players. You have any questions for Scott? Anything you want him to elaborate on?
I mean, when are you going to be at the table next again, Scott?
She's like, when are you going to be back at this final table, Scott?
When I have more time to do the work and, have a good run again. It takes not only work, I mean, you could be as prepared as ever, too, and you could just not have a good week. I mean, the amount of people in this room that are excellent handicappers is pretty high. I mean, it's pretty awesome. So everybody just keeps you on your toes. The only thing I can say is that I'm excited about is there's no past champions in the final table, so I'll still have that shot to be the first one to win twice, next year. So it's always like the hope for me. It's like that's what I'm playing for, is just to try to make history someday. So every year I get back here and have that shot, it's just a cool opportunity, whether it goes well or not. Hopefully eventually it does,
Well, the 2019 champ, Scott Coles, he's still got the fire, he's still got the hunger. Now he just needs a little more time. A little more time for Scott.
And Wi-Fi.
And Wi-Fi.
Yeah, that would help tremendously.
All right, guys, back to the table.
We had the 2 come in here at Oaklawn, and my 3 at 26 to 1 almost got there, ended up fading and getting third, but I think...
And Just Steel, down in flames.
Just Steel, nowhere to be seen. But congratulations to Blake, who was touting the 2 horse. We love to see it. We hope that other people that were watching might have been convinced.
I thought I had that one. I had the 4 and looked good for a while there. And, like most of my horses, fell apart at the end.
Best laid plans, right?
Basically, we needed to put all our brains together and play a trifecta there. That would have been smart. Dan, we miss you on the set with your betting magic. Always putting in the wild exactas and tries.
So what is the next race that's going to be looked at for the final table?
Well, the next...
Is that going to be Oaklawn?
Well, we have the next Oaklawn.
Race 8 is the next final table race. I mean, we
hour.
have some races in between if we want to look at those. We've got Gulfstream Race 9 coming up in 3 minutes. We have 1 minute to Fairgrounds Race 8.
Let's do them both.
Okay, let's do Fairgrounds first. So, quick cap.
Speed cap. Are you going to be using the pace projector?
You know I am going to be using
the daily racing form pace projector is how Alexa speed caps.
It is. It's so it's a wise tool, right? And it just helps you visualize. I use it when I'm not speed capping. It's actually the probably second thing I look at. First, I look at the race, the conditions, how long it is, and then I go over to the Timeform US tab on DRF. You can do like an all-access pass to our products, which gives you access to both Classic Formulator and Timeform. And you can click on over and see the pace projector, and you can click early pace, and then click finish positions, and you can see, okay, who's going to be where at the beginning, and who do they think is going to be where at the end. And sometimes it'll say fast pace or slow pace, no pace, favoring front runners, something like that. But this one, it actually says the 3 is the most likely to win, Blind Faith, which looks like...
Blind Faith?
Bind. Well, I'm probably going to be putting some blind faith into it here since we got 1
Blind
minute.
faith and blind faith.
You're blind. The horse is
I'm
blind.
blind. Yeah. But they think that horse has the best closing potential in
Easy
the race.
mistake to make.
So Bind Faith is that. But let me peruse through here. Noel, what do you got?
I'm trying to do speed handicapping like you are because I had not been looking at fairgrounds today really at all. And I'm just trying to see what the tote board is telling us right now with the 4 horse as the 5-2 favorite.
Yeah.
And again, this is a horse that's coming over from Delta, does not appear to be in the best current form. And so I think the door is wide open for for someone to beat this favorite. Maybe someone in the comments will come up with and tell us a winner here in race 8 at Fairgrounds as we wait with all these gaps that we have in between the mandatory races.
I'm coming in clutch for another suggestion here. Fairgrounds race 8. Okay.
That horse we're looking at right there on the board on the screen,
5?
number 5. I'm going to just throw that out there as a long shot. Why not? It's 19-1, and in that last race when they came over to the fairgrounds, they caught a sloppy track. They drew post 11 in 11 horse field. You know what? Pedroza is back aboard here today. Maybe you just draw a line through that last race, and hey, take a shot. 19-1. You get back $40. Not too shabby.
With bouldering.
Bouldering, yes.
I was looking at
number
that too,
5.
yeah, because that last race, like you're saying, but it has some pretty decent speed figures.
Yeah, I mean the horse, is not crazy in here, and when you give the horse a couple of excuses last time, 20-1 is. I mean, I'm not saying the horse is favored to win, but 20-1 is starting to look pretty good.
Yeah. It's a 6 furlong race, so it's going to be a quick one, a short race. I think, did the 13 get in? No, the 13 didn't get in. I'm looking for horses in the field that have good early speed and can be kind of up there on the lead. The ones I'm liking are the ones that are all scratched. How about the 7? Hard 4. You're not getting great odds. You're getting 3-1. Still kind of decent. This horse has some early speed. It seems to be really fit. Let me look at the PPs for the 7. Hard 4. Looks like last race, huge step up. So it was a sloppy track, which sometimes can, I think, elevate the speed figures awarded to it. So it's one of the better figures he's run on a sloppy track. But still, a really decent performance. Ended up getting second by just a length and a half. And looks to be training well.
We're going into the
Well,
game
you have someone that's in agreement with you. Blake's got the 7 on top over 12 and 4.
Okay, I'm going to go 7-3.
All right, I'm taking my shot with number 5, Bouldering.
I love it. And I'm going to go...
Tell us, Rachel.
I saw a good name in here. I'm going to go 2, Creole Charlie.
Right.
Because the horse that won the last race was named Baton Rouge, so...
Creole
Charlie.
Yeah.
We're just staying on
With the theme.
with the Cajun, some jambalaya.
Well, it's in the top right corner on your screen. Ready to rock and roll at the fairgrounds.
Someone's saying number 3 at fairgrounds.
Bind.
That's Bind Faith.
Bind the blind faith.
Someone agrees. Chalkbuster Scott, name bets is the best idea.
Thank you, Chalkbuster.
All right, they're off.
Here we go. Fairgrounds.
We've got somebody out to the front, the 12 horse trying to wire this field.
I did not see anybody clearing in here, and that did not last long, actually.
This is exactly what Timeform US Pace Projector has as the race, was the 7, 2, and 12 all kind of lining up at with the early pace leaders in here.
And again, this is Fairgrounds, upper right. Gulfstream's about to go off in the bottom left corner, so...
While Fairgrounds is running, we can throw out a Gulfstream pick.
Call us clowns because we're juggling.
They might be calling us clowns, but I don't think it's because we're juggling.
Can you juggle?
No, I can't. I actually failed that unit in school. True story. I couldn't make it past the scarves.
Wow. Okay, I like the 3 in here a lot.
This horse just...
okay. Well, Fairgrounds, someone ran away with it.
That was the horse that cleared early. Then he got challenged, and then they just rebroke and destroyed the field.
Was that the
12? Yeah, I think.
Wow. I stopped watching.
No, that's
it's
the 4.
What's the 4?
Hey, but Bind Faith got second, I think, the 3.
And
it's amazing what can happen in a race when you're not paying attention anymore.
So it looks like the favorite one, and the Bind Faith, I believe, got second. But Gulfstream, I think they're loading. But this is for a race for 3-year-old fillies, and
just came up the rail.
They're young horses. I like the 3 in here, Unchained. Elaine, this horse has a strong close, has a good pedigree, is fit.
Like the name.
Yeah, so I'm all over this 3. If I had more time, I would actually put a bet on it right now because I really like it.
Okay, there you have it.
We have any name plays from you, Rachel? You want me to read off the names?
Let's see. We got Rojo Rita, Hold Your Breath, Our Morning Brew, Melamel.
We have to give a shout out to anybody online here for that Fairgrounds race.
It looks like somebody had that. Oh. There we go.
Okay, at Gulfstream, Hold Your Breath is sitting second behind Rojo Rita.
It was after the race.
Who is the big favorite in here. My horse that I love so much, Unchained Elaine, is kind of sitting off, but they're going really, really fast. So will they be able to sustain this pace is the question.
Looks like Chalkbuster did to have that 4 at Fairgrounds.
Chalkbuster's
Congrats. We like to see it.
Wow, Rojo Rita is
Rojo
just
Rita at even odds.
it, but here comes my 3, everybody. Maybe.
Unchained Elaine.
Unchained. Be unchained. Come on, Unchained Elaine. Get up, Unchained Elaine. Get up, Unchained Elaine. Come on.
There she goes.
Get up, Unchained. What did I say? I really should have put a bet on this horse. God. All right.
Alexa Zepp with the win, y'all.
I've been on it today. I have been fairly on it today. Thank you for the winning serenade. See, we can quick cap. We don't need to study for hours. What have I been doing this weekend?
No thoughts, just vibes, you guys.
No thoughts, just vibes. All right, what's next? We got San Antonio Race 4 in 10 minutes. Where's Dan? Anybody know where Dan has gone?
Look in the hammock.
Dan, we miss you. I wonder if the hammock is still set up.
I feel like it's
I was
not.
sad to see the palm tree getting packed
That's
out.
tragic.
Yeah.
All right, everyone's giving Alexa congrats.
Oh, thanks, guys.
But, talk about the walk of shame, like when the palm tree guy leaves, he has to, take the palm tree through the casino at the end of the day. That's got to be a long walk.
I don't know if that's a walk of shame. I'd be proud. I'd be like, that's right. You see me walking through the casino with a palm tree. I ain't ashamed of it.
Yeah. Until security, pulls him over.
That guy's just got good energy.
I feel like they've seen
funny.
Stranger Things in a casino, too.
Oh, in Vegas?
Yeah. What's the wildest thing you've seen?
Last night I saw 2 dogs.
A lot of butt cracks,
Pomeranian.
probably.
Butt cracks, yeah.
Like people saddled up to a slot machine and,
My favorite are the people, I can't, because I got the microphone, but who are got 3 slots and they're just getting the most action.
Lining them up. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I've seen people. This is at smaller scale casinos. I assume that this happens in Vegas too, when someone's been like feeding a machine. Mm-hmm. And they'll get up to go get their Pepsi product, which I straight up last night, you saw this at dinner. I was like, can I have a Diet Coke? And they said, we have Diet Pepsi. And I said, I'm sticking to water. So they're going to leave their slot machine to go saddle up and get a Pepsi product.
Someone else took it.
And someone takes their machine. Oh, look out. Cheryl's about to come unglued. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Violence ensued. Yes.
100,000.
Especially if there was like a jackpot or some kind of win that happened then right away afterwards.
Yeah.
That could be like.
That's the thought.
The police are on their way.
It.
The most I ever won on a slot machine, and it was a pretty big payout. It was like a 10-cent slot. $300 at Red Mile in Lexington, Kentucky.
Nice. I've hit a couple jackpots, but they've been a little bit lame. Like, they're just enough to get me a tax form, but not really like that much, So, but hey, in our comments, let us know your biggest slot machine hit you've ever had, and we have Dan standing by.
We found Dan.
You found me. Sorry, I actually didn't move. I didn't go anywhere. I was just standing around chatting with my boy Scott, and I'm with my other guy here, Matt, who was on set yesterday talking about. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago? I can't even remember.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't remember. It might have been Friday.
It is all a blur. And looking into the camera for a second, the amount of work these people on air are doing, I don't understand how you're standing at the end of the day. It's really hard to keep this level of concentration and energy. I mean, look at him now. Look at the smile. For real. That is pretty impressive after all this time. But okay, right now, this is a pretty exciting time. The final table stuff, I'm going to do the book promo again. I can't help it. A Better Way of Thinking, a book I put out this last year, gets deep into this exact stuff on game theory, final table strategy. This is the time, in my opinion. You didn't ask, but I'll just keep rambling.
These are my questions. Go ahead. I only have to ask one.
The program goes right in the garbage. Equine Edge, fantastic service that I love. I'm not looking at that. I'm not looking at anything other than that odds board, how much I'm up or down. I'm also looking within myself. What am I trying to do? And maybe this will be the educational part of this discussion. Not everybody on that board is trying to do the same thing. I'm not being critical of someone's values and priorities. Some people would do anything to win. Some people would say, I would stop right now if you gave me second. I'd be so happy. So not everyone's going for it in quite the same way. There's no rudeness intended in this. You can see in the picks who's being hyper-aggressive, who's trying to go at this piece by piece. And so the game theory part of this is fascinating. I couldn't be more thrilled to be in the corner of the guy who's winning right now. We're just friends. We haven't discussed a single horse in 3 days. I don't think he would care whatsoever what I have to think about any horse. But we are talking the game theory part of this. And, when do you think I need to start blocking? When you need to, this last race, without being negative or controversial, something really awful just happened here. A 13-to-1 shot just won, and because they couldn't get the timing of the races arranged, another race was run right on top of it. I can tell you, if he was going to listen to my advice, he would have switched picks in the next race and started blocking after that guy hit that 13-to-1 shot. Instead, he just took who he liked. Well, that's unfortunate, because that is someone that just caught up on a 6-to-1 that he probably or might possibly would have had to block. So, okay, we're going to see what happens. There's a few races left. This is only just my own handicapping opinion. I think the last race is going to be a bit of a dud. Newsflash.
That's Santa Anita short field.
I think that favorite's winning that race, and so I don't want to say anything to help anybody other than my friend, but if you're going to make a move, you got 3 races. That last race, I would still be taking my stab if I had to, but I wouldn't feel so good about trying to beat that favorite, and so these next few should be really interesting.
Now, you said, if he had an opportunity to, he should have maybe taken a bigger stand in that Gulfstream race. Do you think he maybe should have just started blocking earlier, or did he get a little too comfortable with that lead that he had?
No, his lead was fine until someone ate into it $35 with no notice. And if that was a problem. And I'm not trying to be negative. I love this event. I love the people that run it. It's really uncool for something with life-changing stakes on the table to have races run right on top of each other. You have completely deprived someone of a chance to strategize and to play their game. He might have said I hated that horse. There's no chance I would have had it anyway, but just from the perspective of the guy looking at the numbers, oh man, would I have been upset. That was tough.
I think literally it was the perfect storm with the weather. There was initially, I think, like a 20-25 minute separation between races, but because of the lightning and the weather delay, and you know, it sort of happened. But it is a bad break for him. So take us to right now. Right now, you see the leaderboard. Dan's got 356. Tom's got 342. Ray's got 307. You're sitting in each of their positions. I know you just said for the guys behind him, you'd make a move now because the Santa Anita race is, the last race is not going to be a good one to gain ground. What would you do if you're Dan right now and you're looking at Oaklawn, 8 minutes to race 8, you're just looking at this board, just right there?
So if I'm Dan right now, I am in, sorry for the delay, I'm trying to process as fast as I can. I would not be playing double-digit horses at this point under any circumstances. I don't think he needs to. I think he may be blocking Tom simply by taking 3, 4, 7, or 8. I think it's very likely Tom's going to be taking one of those. He doesn't need to stab crazy. The big drop to Ray, we'll get to Ray in a second. But so if I'm Dan, it's hard in these circumstances to take pure chalk, especially with late odds drops. So I'm going to guess that these guys end up on the 4 and 7, or the 4 and 4, or the 7 and 7, something like that. And I'm revealing nothing. I haven't known his picks all.
You're just looking at the board.
I'm just looking at the board, but that's what I'd be doing. Looking at third place. Now that guy was much further down the board at the start of the day. It took me all of one race to say this guy's trying. When I say try,
he's trying to win.
Trying to win. Yeah. They're all trying to do something. The question is, what are these people trying to do? No disrespect to any of them, but some of them may be trying to advance 50 grand on the board. Well, the guy in first doesn't care about that person. Like, go ahead and fight it out for third and fourth all you want, as long as you're not coming for me. But Ray is a danger because so that guy's going to be going for a capper or a near capper, I'll bet you.
And you're basing this based on his picks so far, his behavior?
Yeah, look, when I'm engaged to be someone's wingman and give them some advice, I've written down every pick for the last 3 races, and it takes simple game theory, simple logic. I'm not a PhD in anything. I'm not a genius by any means. It's just simple, play out what's going to happen. What if this? What if this? What would you do if this? And invariably, these things come down to these sorts of things just like it. So, look, this could be hysterical. I could be making a complete ass of myself right now with all of these people taking the 1, 5, and 6. And, you know, I wouldn't be shocked, by the way. So the people lower on the board, what I don't know is, they're fighting over a couple bucks. Do they want to take the 3-to-1 shot to leap a couple spots? Or are they saying, no, this is my one chance at greatness? And are they just going for cappers? If it's me, it's cappers all the way. It's first or nothing. Yeah. That's not the mentality of a lot of these people. Each to their own, but as the advisor to the guy in first who does want to win, I'm simply saying these are the things I'd be doing if I were in these spots, but who knows? And look, that first race was a little surprising when so many people took the 3-to-1 shot. Instantly, I'm saying to him, no disrespect, I don't think those people are coming for you. I think they're more jockeying for their own position. We looked at the other higher, again, there's no genius to this. It makes sense as I'm saying it, but just write down the picks, write down the odds. You can see what they're trying to do, and they can see what he's trying to do, right? Go ahead.
This is, it's just been fascinating to hear you and Scott talk about this in a way that's very different from, I think, the way we normally.
I'm going to be funny. You know, I was very embarrassed to find there was a microphone on me before. I came over there before the final table to give him a pep talk, and it was aggressive as hell. And I talked about life-changing days and how your entire existence can be flipped upside down with a BCBC or an NHC or something crazy, and how you need to look at these people 2 through 10 behind you as trying as hard as they can to ruin your life. Bite off their fingers, spit them in their faces, whatever. Don't be nice. Ask them questions.
Don't bite off
get information out of them.
We
You're
cannot
in
get behind
gladiator
finger biting.
hand-to-hand combat. Be a gentleman like hell. As soon as it's over, no mind games, no horrible anything to anybody.
This dude's an assassin, man. They're cracking up on the set.
But that's what you're in. And how many times are you going to get to the final table? Let's be real. This is the chance of a lifetime. And so act like it. I said to him, get mad. These people are trying to hurt you. And it's funny, even guys at his table are like, I don't agree with that. I'm like, well, at least in my opinion, not fact, this is a winner's mentality.
I love it. I love it. Matt Miller, dropping some hard truth here.
Eating fingers.
Okay. I can get behind the idea, the concept that Matt is saying. But I've never heard anybody say bite their fingers off and spit them in their faces. That is some wild stuff.
Bite their fingers off and spit in their face. You never heard that one.
Thank you very much. It's nice to be an innovator.
All right, guys, give us some of your thoughts on Oaklawn, and then I'm going to go get the players
Oaklawn
once
Race
they set up here. Yep.
This is the next.
Thanks, Matt.
Final table race.
I'm not going to get over the visual of biting fingers off and spitting them in someone's face, but
I
got to give it to Dan, though. I mean, those are two great guests, right? Scott Coles and Matt Miller right there. I mean, just
two champions who've done this before.
What unbelievable insight into what is going on right now, actually. You can look at that final table and those 10 scores, but, to get their insight into what's really happening with what these players are thinking, that was just marvelous, I thought.
So if we're shifting gears here over into Oaklawn Race 8, know that we just missed a dramatic finish there at Santa Anita. I see someone is in the chat that has the same selection as me. I'm going with the number 8, Legal Empress, and it looks like Peter agrees. Blake has a difference of opinion. Number 1, Spanker Boom.
I also like Spanker Boom. So here's the thing. I know we had Stacy on earlier who liked California Sunset. That was her pick for her table game. And I mean, that's the favorite. It's a good play, a quality road filly. However, Spanker Boom, which we can just take a moment for that name, is 15-1. So like what Matt's saying, if you're shooting to win, if you're playing to win, this is a horse that you can absolutely use. And it's a daughter of Mendelssohn, won her maiden really impressively last summer at Churchill Downs, and then followed up with a solid third. I think the horse will need to take a step up, but also has shown improvement consistently in some consistent form. So that could be a long shot to consider in here.
All right, and look at that. Yeah, it's 16-1 right now.
Yeah.
Noel, what about yourself?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Peter online with the number 8, Legal Empress. He was the guy before that said him and I are the best handicappers. So I have to agree with the things that Peter says on there. And I like the pick of Legal Empress. I do give the 3 a chance here. That's 7-2 horse right now, Vanilla. But Legal Empress, 3-1. Again, not great. Not really a tournament horse per se. But if I was just betting cash, I would bet the 8, Legal Empress. A horse that just never runs a bad race. And any of those races that the horses run in the recent PPs stacks up against this field, in my opinion.
And the Gallop Out saying, let's go number 2 at Oaklawn. And we've got some for the 5 and Channing. It's all over the board.
I will say something about the 2, though, is that is a legitimate contender. And, we're talking about 7-2, 5-2, 3-1. That horse is 7-1. So, put that into perspective also.
But we have someone else's perspective we need to get here. This is Noah. Noah, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Give us your background. What are you doing here at the tournament this weekend?
So funny enough, I actually just turned 21. So this is my...
All right.
21er.
Haven't really been to the Strip. Originally from Southern California. Go to school at UK. I'm a junior there.
All right,
and
Lexington,
just,
that's where I'm at.
Oh yeah,
too.
Love it
Sorry
there.
about those Cats getting knocked out of the tournament, though. Ouch.
Hopefully, with the change at the head coach position, we can move a little forward in the tournament this year. But yeah, junior there. Been loving it there, and glad to be here.
Okay, before we continue, Dan is standing by with something special.
Yeah, I'm back. Do you guys see me? Am I up?
Yeah.
Yeah, final table action.
So the horses are going to the gate. I got Dylan here. Dylan, what did you just tell me a minute ago?
We're giving everyone a head start. It's no fun going wire to wire. It's more dramatic when you close from behind, and yeah.
We just had a past winner say he thinks you're the best handicapper left in this contest. Now it just all comes down to strategy. How do you feel about that?
I mean, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, strategy. I got a price here, and I'm going to try to take the lead with this one here. Yeah, you've kind of been in these spots before, and you kind of know when to play prices and when to play short ones. So hopefully this is a big one.
So Dylan gives us here a little tease. He's got a price. We're going to see all the tickets, all the picks go up on the board here in a second.
Will he
Currently
tell us
sitting
who
in
he's
fifth.
got?
I mean, he could tell us who he's got now.
We got the 6.
All right, we got the 6, he says. So
All
we
right.
got the 6. We'll
Swinging
see
for the fences. That's what I
gate's
like.
about to open here.
He's biting people's fingers off and is
who
ready
does
to
Noah
spin
have?
them in their faces.
Who do I have?
Yeah.
Oh,
I like the
again,
2 a little
I
bit.
feel like all of your picks have been way back.
Way back there. I have had no shot from the beginning.
You had that, yeah, and they've all made moves and then kind of flattened out a little bit, but we'll see.
Said he likes closing from behind, so.
Yeah, and staying
Careful what you
consistent.
wish for.
Staying consistent with that. This is now Dylan's 3rd horse in the final that is alone on the behind. You've heard of alone on the lead, but
He's the only one who's
That's
made
impressive.
this selection. The Dan Piazza in first has the 4. Tom Boyd has the 3 in second place. Then Ray has the 5. Dan also has the 5. Dylan, we already know, has the 6.
All right. None of them have the horse on the lead or the horse pressing.
and that is me and Alexa. Alexa had the 1.
I had
We
the
agree
8.
on the 8. Noel and I agree on the 8.
Honestly, the 1's looking really good with these
But
fractions. Like
the
they're not
players
going
in
too
the
quick.
tournament need someone else. All of them need someone else to come up here.
I would love.
All right,
Spanker
Dylan's
Boom.
horse
The five's
starting to
backing
pass
up.
at least 1.
This horse is 20.
Who's that? Who's that on the outside in the black?
Looks like the 7. A couple guys with the 7. Len Hansen and Alex DeVito both have the 7. 7's making a
Oh, it's
powerful
anybody's
move, but see if he
game.
sustains it.
I think that 7 on the outside
The 4, is this the 4
really
by the way?
trying to
Wire
make
here
a
with the
move.
8 horse. Give us the wire.
Oh, 4.
It's the 7.
7.
7
Len
gone.
Hansen, Alex DeVito.
Wait.
8 might take it.
Wait. Oh.
Oh, he held on.
Oh, the 8
no.
hung on.
Eight was too
Rachel,
good.
Rachel and Noel's
Oh,
horse.
yeah.
Ayo.
And once again, nobody at the final table
Real quick,
with the winner.
Guys,
Yeah.
still with Dylan here. He said it's all part of the plan.
Yeah, no, it's part of the plan. We're letting everyone, be pretty happy, and then we're just going to get them, yeah, it's all good.
That race didn't hurt much. Nobody had the 8, and then we had a couple of people with the 7, but they were down near the bottom, so no real threat or no
Dan.
real danger from that one.
Dan, I want you to.
I think I'm still $55 back. We're gonna hit 2. We're gonna hit 2. This next race, the Gulfstream and the Oaklawn Race, and we'll be good.
It'd be great for the documentary. All right, get him, Dylan. All right. So yeah, sorry, Rachel. I don't know if you had a question for Dylan, but I figured
Well,
let him go get his
maybe
Gulfstream pick in.
maybe Alexa can speak to it a little bit more. I know that you're friends with Dylan. He's been doing the visualizing, right?
Yeah, he just, told me on Thursday, well, actually last week, like maybe a week and a half ago, and then again on Thursday, like, I'm going to win this thing. I just know I'm going to win it. I know I'm on fire. I'm locked in. I'm seeing things. I have a confidence. He told me last year when I was doing well, I know you're going to do really well in this thing because of the way that
The energy
you have, like
the aura,
yeah. And he was like, and I have it right now. And clearly he got up to second place to get himself in the final table. So, I mean, I would say he's definitely a winner for sure. I mean, the worst you can do is 65 grand out of here, and I doubt he'll fade all the way to 10th place. Maybe he'll be able to still get up and get that 825,000, but $55 is becoming a mountain to make up with only 3 races remaining.
Now, Noah, if we're talking about energy and auras, what's your vibe been here at the NHC, other than, of course, having your first ever beverage, alcoholic beverage?
I was very surprised I heard that word, because that word's only thrown around like in my generation.
Hey,
where do you think we're from, dude?
You're welcome to leave.
Wait a minute, he's a junior and
Old hags over here just
first
said
alcoholic beverage? Oh my God.
Of course, right? Only 2 months ago. It's been crazy. Just you kind of hear rumblings about the mandatory races that everyone's got to play. And then once you hear it, just the roar of the crowd when they turn for home, and especially when the race is tight and there are like 3 or 4 horses, like even this race with the 7 and 8, we're going back and forth. It's pretty crazy. Something that I didn't quite expect, but it's been a real honor to be here. And now that I'm 21, hopefully I can start trying to qualify for this thing.
Is that you have to be 21 to play this game?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have a plan? Do you have a plan to like just start playing the qualifiers and or go to a track and?
Yeah, I'm going to try. Horseplayers is something that I just signed up for right after I turned 21. So I've
Free
been.
tournament?
Yeah,
How you
I am
doing?
in the free one. Not well.
What you got in check? I got $37.
You have 37? I haven't even been checking.
Refresh.
Let's try this.
And Noah, by the way, is friends with Ryan, who has been on the show with us the last couple days. So I'm curious, being from SoCal, who kind of got you into this side of the game? Was it like a friend or was it a family member?
My dad.
How did you find this?
So I started going to Los Alamitos when I was very young. Then I learned to read a racing form when I was probably still too young. My mother would agree with that. And then just kind of slowly got in the game. Didn't really know what I wanted to do going out of high school. So then I applied to UK. I'm actually in the Equine Science and Management program over there.
All right.
So that's been a blast. Keeneland's right down the street, as you know. So
yeah.
I've loved it there. And that's how I got into it.
So if you had to choose, is Keeneland your favorite track or?
Yeah, I would say now it has become, over the last 2.5 years that I've been there, I'm going to throw another word out there. It's bougie.
All right. Hey,
bougie.
Bougie is a millennial word. we claim that. We donned that. So obviously, living in Lexington, going to UK, a lot of people are familiar with the horse industry to a certain extent, but maybe not this horse players aspect of it. What do your peers or friends in college think of you being here right now, or you playing in tournaments?
It's kind of hard to explain it to some of them, just because we're all in our little own like community. Like we understand horse racing, and people that don't really get it, they just don't get it. So my friends kind of started. I live with 2 of my buddies. They started as just like sports gamblers. I've tried to get them slowly into horse racing, and they're trying to learn and they want to learn. They don't love the aspect of looking at a race, trying to solve that puzzle. And that's just something that I've always loved. I've always loved to problem solve and to try to find the answer. And I feel that satisfaction in getting the winner right. And I think a lot of people here would feel the same.
Yeah, who doesn't like to be right? I'm pretty sure that's my love language, is just being right.
So the horses are coming onto the turf course, and that's a mandatory race 10 at Gulfstream.
Let's take a look at this race. You want to handicap it with us? No?
Let's do it.
I'm just going to go out there and say, and this is not a tournament pick. This is my pick in the race, guys. Number 2, Kamari's 45-1. And when you look at these 5 furlong turf races at Gulfstream, you want speed. I never take a horse that's going to come from more than like a length and a length and a half off the pace in these races. This horse has been live on the board in both races. Look at this horse was close to the pace in that first race. Look at the splits. 20-3 and 43-2. Last time out, they tried to go long, tossed that out. Lasix, Zayas. I mean, I'll take 45-1.
I also have a long shot in here.
I'm going on record.
Wonderland, who's currently
I like that horse.
17-1. This horse at Kentucky Downs last summer. Kind of started to wire the field and faded, but that was a much longer race. Then they tried dirt, wasn't so great. Now they're switching back to the turf, so at 17-1.
These are both Mark Cass that we mentioned. 2 and 3 are Mark
And
Cass.
his dirt to turf move also produces a lot of winners, 25% win rate, I think.
I think it's a prep off the layoff, though.
Yeah.
She was favored that day at Kentucky Downs, so she took money from the public. She took a lot of money in her debut back in Saratoga in August. She's been off for a while. Dylan Davis and Mark Cassidy have done very well at Gulfstream. I'm very surprised that she's twice her morning line price. But I think that's very appealing if you're someone in the Silver Sunday that's trying to make up some ground.
Multiple people in the chat are saying the 4, which is who's loading into the gate right now.
Classy for
My exacta was 2, 4, and 12. So
mine was
with the 4 horse, the 8 is
12.
looking 8-1 is looking really good on the 4. Oh, you also had the 12 in your exacta.
I like
Me so spicy.
Me so spicy. Okay, Dan is with the players.
I'm here.
We will
yeah,
let you know as soon as we get those picks showing up on the screen.
Yeah, I did just speak to Alex before the race. He said he's taking his first big stab here. He's going to go with the 5 horse at 13-1. He actually wanted to pick the 1 at 8-1, but he figured he's got to start making a move with a bigger price. So he's going to kick himself if the 1 wins.
He's got to bite the fingers off.
Yeah, exactly, and spit them out. All right, they're off now. Let me see if I can take a look at the board. So Dan Piazza has the 8. He's the only player who took the 8. Tom Boyd in second has the 1.
2 guys have my 2 horse.
Yep. Guys in 3rd and 4th both have the 2. So, and then Dylan Donnelly has the 3. Okay. So your top 5 players, Dan Piazza has the 8, then the 1, and then you've got 2 and 3. 8, 1, 2, 3 are the big numbers here.
Well, here's the 12 and 4 who we mentioned.
12 really blazing the way.
21 flat.
Oh, real quick. Look at the 3 on a wide trip on the outside, ran in the field.
Whoa.
Oh, hey now.
Was that the 5?
Look at this 2 horse. Come on with this 2 horse.
The 2.
Come on with this 2 horse.
45-1.
Oh.
Come on with the 2 now.
I think the 12 or the 4 have got
Our
it.
viewers are killing it. 4.
Oh.
Woo, it came 4,
Man, but that was
6.
tough.
Was that
was
4-6?
Once again, nobody
one had
has the winner
4.
at 5-1. We do have one person with the place horse. Peter Dresens had the 6, which went off at 5-1. So he'll probably pick up like $6, maybe $6 or $8 on his ticket.
I'm devastated here, guys.
Yeah, your 45-1 was rolling.
Noel bet the 2?
The wire would never come. Yes.
But get this, Peter Dresens
The
will.
wire would never come. Even here, I got the trifecta.
Even here, yeah. Oh, are you serious? You had to try here?
Yeah, well, not with the 6. No, 6
Oh,
ruined
God.
The 4,
it.
the 4
The
and
wire
the
would
12.
never come.
That
The 4,
place
12, and 2. Yeah.
is going to move him up a position. He's going to pass Len and put himself in 6th place. So that place will get him another $5,000, moving from 85,000 up to 90,000 in the prize pool.
I mean, I like to see a Dale Romans win, though. That guy is the frickin' best. And this is another Promises Fulfilled colt, which is one who Dale Romans
That was real country,
trained.
Rachel. That was real
My
country.
Kentucky's starting to show.
That was a good coat.
No, you picked up a Southern accent.
No.
No.
Thank the Lord I have not yet.
It's okay, baby. It's gonna come.
Bide your time. I've been told by people that they're starting to hear it.
Got that
I've been in
drawl.
Kentucky almost 2 years now.
Really?
By the way, that photo is up now. I don't know if you see it, but it is officially 462 or unofficially 462. I wonder if they take a look at what happened with that 5 horse getting.
Yeah.
5 just flew off.
I can only hope the 6
Did he
somehow
get
gets
bumped?
taken down. That's
Yeah. no, it's no longer about the NHC. It's about Noel's try that he missed.
It's about Noel's weekend winners. If you're not reading that on ABR, what are you
real,
doing?
Though, for real.
There you go.
All right, guys. So what do we got? We got 2 more races left.
We do.
I don't know, Dan. I'm in a state of delirium. The shackles around my ankles on this podium are starting to get heavy.
Well, let's get some analysis. What do we got here? Next 2 races.
2 left. Oaklawn 9, Santa Anita 6. Looks like we've got 21 minutes to Oaklawn 9, so they're running quite behind schedule. And then Santa Anita 6 is going to go off really close around that time. So Oaklawn running behind means the last two probably going to happen within, Santa Anita Race 6 within 10, 15 minutes of each other, 12 minutes of each other. So you won't have...
I don't know. The math is out the window, you guys. If you're expecting anything logical to compute in our brains on day 3 of streaming all day at the NHC, you're just wrong. However, we're still here.
I do see. Wait, hold on. Let me check my list here. Okay. You have any huge, awesome long shots for us for the rest of the day, like wild plays that you're super excited for?
Well, it's going to be kind of tough for these people in the final table because race 6 at Santa Anita is a pretty short field. I think there's only 7 horses, and I think the favorite's 3-2. Got a couple like 5-2, 3-1. So I wonder if some of these guys are going to be looking to kind of put themselves in a pretty good position to not have to make up so much ground in that last race.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think that's often the case in this tournament. Frequently, Santa Anita seems to be the last race, and frequently it's a race lacking major value. Not always, but sometimes.
Yeah, and especially, he made an excellent point, it gets late real early here. And if someone really wants to make a move, they're going to have to do it in Oaklawn 9. I mean, unless we're talking about a swing of like $5-6 where someone can just pick a winner in the last race and win this or move up positions. Really, the moving race that's left is Oaklawn coming up, race 9.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, you just look at the field there. Right now, we're 19 minutes to post, so we've got plenty of time, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 horses that are over 10-1 odds in a 12-horse field. So Oaklawn always provides us great, betting races, large fields, competitive races. Looks like there was another dead heat for 4th place. Didn't affect anything unless you had the superfecta.
Unfortunately, there wasn't a dead heat for 2nd.
Noel's done. He's my 45-1. I'm quitting. I'm tapping out for the day. I feel it, Noel.
Yeah.
That sure would have been cool if it did happen.
The coulda, shoulda, wouldas will really get you in horse racing.
What are your top favorite DGen phrases of what someone says?
Oh boy.
I know that you guys all have some because y'all are in the community.
Yeah. Not that many could be repeated on a family show, though.
I like the way you're thinking. Some of the more... I'm trying to think of some that kind of pertain to the younger generation. Let me get back to you on that.
Let's see. I feel like it's a lot of things of I missed it by that much, or as soon as they do win, being I should have done X amount on
Maybe
it.
I haven't had a winner in a minute, or...
Yeah. That's us.
That's been my weekend.
That's Dan. That's why he has had to go rogue and be the roving camera mic, because he was just doing too much on his online betting accounts, and I think that it's harder for him to do when he's out in the field roving around.
Be occupied, keep you busy.
I heard my guy Ryan was giving out a couple winners yesterday.
He was doing great. He was really on a streak.
Called him the AI bot. Well, I called him the AI bot because he had nothing in front of him. I feel like I'm going to sneeze. Maybe not. Okay, maybe. We'll find out soon. So he had no papers in front of him, no PPs in front of him, was just spouting out information about all the horses in the race. And I was like, who is this guy? So do you do his podcast or YouTube channels? Are you on that with him?
I do. So, he's got his own, The Gallop Out, which he just commented out a little while ago. And then, so we do a podcast of our own on the HHH Racing Podcast. You can find that on YouTube.
With Howard?
And there's a specific show that him and I do. I'm the host. He's the co-host. It's called Pacific Horseplayers. So we try and cover West Coast racing. We'll cover the Santa Anita Late Pick 5, Coast to Coast Pick 5. Just a bunch of important stuff going on the West Coast circuit. So I love it. I met Ryan about 6 or 8 months ago. We've kind of bonded over that, and he's a great kid. Hopefully he didn't give you guys too much trouble yesterday.
No, he was awesome. And I think that is kind of the through line of being in this room this weekend? Is people really finding their community, their friends, having common interests? This is kind of like one big club of people where everybody, for lack of a better term, gets to geek out together. You know, you guys get to really dial in, talk strategy. It's just like people that love to talk sports. This is just the horse player inside chat and banter and,
that's awesome.
and friendships that can come from it, which is fun because it's all across the country.
Yeah, it's a huge element of what this event is. You know, I mean, win or lose, you come out here for a weekend in Las Vegas and you hang out with 600 other people who share the same interest and the same hobby as you do. So, I mean, that's one of the great things. Is it like that for you, though? I mean, as a 21-year-old guy, I mean, you know, you look around this room, you see a lot of middle-aged people, to be honest with you.
It could be a casting call for the Golden Bachelor. And honestly, the Gallop Out, a.k.a. Ryan.
What'd he say?
Ryan's saying, calling me kid is bold, little bro. With a laughing, crying face emoji. Hey, Ryan, we miss you today.
He likes to throw around the phrase "low bro" because I am the youngest of like our group. So I'll just throw it back at him because he's annoying.
You know, what you do is you bite his fingers off and you spit him in his face. I don't think you're on. Were you on?
That's what Matt was saying.
Yeah. I was like, oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
You ain't going to call me little bro again.
Not after that, no.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, so we just heard 15 minutes to Oaklawn Race 5, probably about 25 minutes or so to Santa Anita Race 6, and then we will know who our grand winner is.
All right.
Horse player of the year.
Greg, I want you to pull up the leaderboard if you could. We'll take a look at that. Noah, thank you for hopping on and joining us. We'll let you get back to it.
Yep.
Hopefully make some money.
We're going to try. Thanks, guys.
That's the goal. And if we can pull up this leaderboard here. Okay, so going into these final two races, we're seeing, that margin is not as big as it used to be between first and second. We've got 356 and 342. And that is Tom in second place.
Yeah,
Jan
Tom
in first,
Boyd.
Tom in second.
Yeah, and that's interesting actually too, because it's almost like regardless of what happens in this next Oaklawn race, let's say neither of them pick up any points, it's close enough where it's going to put the Santa Anita finale in play for all the marbles, right? So that's what we want. I mean, there's only $14 there separating, and there's a lot of, even in a tight kind of a race like that last tournament race at Santa Anita, that's going to put it in play. With several horses in the race. So it's going to be a chess match. And, I would like to get a guy like Matt Miller on again before that last race if there's time, and just kind of, but we got to see what's going to happen here in the next Oaklawn race, right? Because it all could change really fast. We got 13 minutes to post for Oaklawn Race 9. That's the next mandatory race, next to last. And then the final race of the tournament, Race 6 at Santa Anita. Right now, just to give you some perspective, we're 3 minutes out from race 5 at Santa Anita. So we have just over a half an hour left in this tournament right now with $825,000 on the line for first place. And our next mandatory will be Oaklawn, 13 minutes to race 9.
All right. And while we've got some time to prepare for these next mandatory races, we've got a couple new guests on the set with us. Welcome, you all. How's it going?
It's going good. Yeah. I'm a bit exhausted, but it's going good.
And I want to know where you guys shook out in this tournament.
Yeah, of course. So this was my first time playing in the NHC, and I accomplished my goal. When I came out here on Friday, I said I wanted to be in the top 200, and I ended up placing 116th.
All right.
I came out on fire on Friday, but Saturday was tough.
All right.
Is that a little bit of a heartbreaker, though, right? I mean, like, you were on fire. You finished 116.
Mm-hmm.
The cutoff was 80, right? I mean, you were within shouting distance. Is that a little bit disappointing?
I was definitely within shouting distance all the way up until the last 3 optionals got me. So it was these long shots that came in at the end of the day yesterday.
Doug O'Neill not on your Christmas card list?
No, definitely not. I did not have his horse.
Yep.
And Chrissy, this has been a week of celebration for you, right?
Yes.
Getting married. I wasn't on the set yesterday when you joined us and talked about, I think, some spiders, the wedding.
Bella, Kitty. I can't remember. There's 5 of them, right?
Yeah.
I remember Bella and Kitty. Yeah.
I was disappointed too because I think it was yesterday. There was a horse racing that was named Spider Bell, and she scratched at the end, and I was like, "Oh, that was gonna be my gimmick horse."
Belle or Bella was one of them. Yeah.
Exactly. I like to go for a name, but that's just me, and I don't win a ton of money, admittedly. And what about yourself? How did things shape up?
So I wasn't even in the main event.
Just here.
I came Thursday,
vibes.
or I came Wednesday to play in the last chance Thursday. I was close at the end. I had a bomb, and then a second bomb came in, and I didn't have it. I was between 2 horses, and that was the other horse, of course. So yeah, I didn't make it in, but I stayed around because this room's full of awesome, talented handicappers and gamblers, and friends with lots of them. So I like to stay and play and soak up the knowledge and get to meet new friends and all that kind of stuff. So it's been a blast.
And then again, this is Jason and Chrissy. Well, Jason, I know that you tried your best to make it in. Does that deter you at all? Next year, are you going to be making the same moves,
No.
same kind of plan to approach the NHC?
Yeah, a few years ago, I chased it really hard. And I qualified. I've played in it 3 or 4 times. The last couple of years, I've kind of waited until the end. I'll play live money tournaments, and if there's a seat and I happen to win and get a seat, I'll obviously take it. But I'm a procrastinator, so I wait until the last minute. And it worked last year. I got in the week before. It didn't work this year, so we'll see.
Lightning rarely strikes twice. But we love a trier.
I'm not a quitter.
So despite all of that, I take it that you've still been gambling while you're here.
A little bit, yeah.
And have there been any big successes, or has it been...
No big successes. I was close. I was very close 3 times on Friday and couldn't connect all the dots. I was very close 2 times yesterday. I've been treading water, so I haven't been losing my ass, but I haven't had a big score. So, and I have actually today. I was super excited to bet a few horses, but I'm really excited for Dylan, who's a good buddy of mine, and he's in the. I mean, now I think he's in like 5th place, but he was up there at 2nd, so he can still make some noise. But yeah, I'm super excited for him, and I almost kind of put my gambling on the back burner because I was so excited for him, and I want to. I want to see what he's doing and root for him. Yeah,
it's pretty awesome. So Dan has been talking to him and a variety of the players at the final table. And Dylan is still remaining calm, cool, and collected. He's pretty unfazed. He's just like, let them get a little bit of a lead on me. They can't have an easy win, He has been betting on closers all day in these races, picking horses that nobody else has. And apparently for him personally, that's the aim too. He wants to be the deep closer in the NHC. So we'll see if he can pull it off. We were talking a little bit about these last 2 races at Oaklawn and Santa Anita, where Santa Anita, a little bit harder to find a price, smaller field, so that might not be quite as big of a shakeup of what we could see at Oaklawn in race 9. Not sure if you guys have looked at Oaklawn race 9 at all. If we want to try and do a little quick cap of the field. Noel, I don't know if you want to kick us off on this.
Well, yes and no. I just want to say that when I handicapped this race, I came up with the 7 and 10, but we were just talking about how this is the moving race. Really, I mean, there's only 2 races left in the tournament, and this is the race with the prices, right? So when we do see the picks come up, they're all going to be 2, 3, 5, 9, 11, and 12. For the people who can't see what the odds board is, those are all horses between 12 and 30 to 1. I mean, every single person in the top 10 right now, I would suspect is going to have one of those horses.
Well, I think you'll get some strategy because some of these people, they may be shooting for a higher prize
Yeah.
versus going for the win because they, whatever reason it is, they don't like a horse enough to take a bomb, and they really like something, and it could mean the difference between $50,000 or $100,000 in prize money. So that's
we were just talking
significant.
about the difference of some of the attitudes of some of the final table people, and how certain people seem to be clearly by their picks going for the win, and certain other
Right.
players seem clearly to be doing what you're talking about, which is try to improve a couple spots, because a couple spots might be $100,000.
Exactly.
Exactly. That exactly is, to me, the strategy right now. If you're playing in the tournament now and we only have 2 races left to go, at this point, I think you have to go for odds, and getting that value, and not necessarily the horse that you think is going to win the race. So that's the strategy I had to just do for this race, is I'm going for a value horse, not exactly the horse I would pick if somebody said, hey, who's going to win this race, Chrissy? It's not the horse I would give them, but I need to jump up a little bit in the leaderboard here. When I walked up here, I think I was in 43rd place in the silver.
Yeah.
So,
okay. So
I need to move up.
Great.
yeah. Well, concurrent to the main event here, we have a Silver Saturday tournament or Silver Sunday tournament, which is the other people in the tournament who did not make the final table or the top 80. And there's a lot of prize money in that too, and they're all playing the same races, correct? You're
Correct.
playing the final
We're playing the
table
same
races.
races at the final table.
Yeah. So who do you have here? Do you want to divulge?
Yeah, sure. I went with the 8-tier Landlord.
Okay.
This is actually a horse I've played in the past. And then, I was looking for a little bit of a value horse. I know this horse likes Oaklawn, so I'm going for that horse for course angle and value.
All right. It's all about value right now, and you mentioned that you're that tournament, the Silver Sunday, pays to 20 or 25.
I don't remember what first place pays. I think it's.
Well, I mean, it
50,
pays to 20
actually.
or 25 places, right?
Oh, yeah, it's the first 25 players will get a payout back.
And if you're
yeah.
in about 40th, right? So, I mean, that a 5-to-1 horse can do you a lot of good stuff.
Yes, exactly. I've been hanging around in the 40s.
Gotcha. Yeah, we just pulled up the prize money for the Silver Sunday,
Yeah.
and they're showing 100,000 total prize money, 25,000 to the winner, and they pay something at least all the way down to 25 places.
Yeah.
So you're totally in the mix for
I hope
something
so.
here.
Just like yesterday, it was 2 horses that took me out. Today, I need 2 horses to get me back in.
You're due. They owe you those 2.
Yeah.
And some people are saying hi. We got Shannon saying hi, Christina.
Hello, Shannon. Oh, I gotta say hello to my dad. My dad is the one that taught me the races. He has been religiously watching America's Best throughout the whole weekend. So, hi, Dad.
Love that. And we've got some picks coming in as well for this Oaklawn Race 9. Someone's going for the number 5, Ches Whiz. Unless you need a big win, then number 6, Spoon Man. Someone else is saying number 2, War Mule. And number 8.
Jason, who are you looking at in race 9 at Oaklawn?
I really like the 12 in this race, Campese. I think this horse has been running against a little bit tougher horses in the last couple, the last for sure, even though it looks like a class jump. I think the 10 and the 8 are live. I think the 7 is also live, but I'm hoping that they duel each other out, or at least set it up a little bit for the 12, and the 12 might be sitting off of them. So,
well, there's 3 things I like about the 12. Second off a layoff, I think the horse probably needed that last race. They were stuck on the rail last time. I like a horse getting off the rail like this. And also there's a trouble line. I did not see the race, but with a trouble line from the rail last time, big layoff, I think you're looking at a great shot to improve on the 12 today. And that horse 11-1.
He had a clear run last time, but he did have to weave. He weaved in and out, and he kept running. So he should have plenty here if he can finish and be close enough to the front runners.
All
right, we have people wishing best wishes to those at the final table. Best of luck to the final table. I don't know. This could be the last one to kind of shake things up. I can tell you that the camera operator at Oaklawn, their favorite horse is the 6. Just been following him around the track for the last 5 minutes.
It's 46-1, too. The bettors want to see some other horses here.
Yeah, come on. I mean, he's pretty and all, but Dan, I think that you're standing by with some of the final table contenders. What's going on?
Yeah, we're here 2 minutes to race 9. I like some of the long shots I heard about on set. I like Jason's 11-1 shot too. So we'll see. We don't have the picks up on the board. I don't want to put any of them in a compromising position at this point of revealing to me who they picked, although it looks like most of them have put their picks in already anyway, so, and they would probably tell me. But we're going to find out soon enough who they've got. And to your point, like if they don't make a move here, it's going to be, especially for anyone who's, you know, worse than third, to really make a move after this race is going to be tough at Santa Anita. There's not going to be, as far as I can tell, any 20 or 25-1 shots that are going to, you know, at least if they're trying to win, as we talked about here, if you're trying to win this contest, this is probably your last shot of picking up a price and hoping that the two guys at the top don't have that horse. So, let me talk to this guy real quick. How's it going, Ray? Ray, you've made a nice move up the leaderboard. You're up to third here. Tell me kind of what your process has been throughout the final table.
Well, I was trying to beat Dan Piazza with the number 2 horse at Gulfstream. That was what, 50-1 or whatever, ran third in that race. But basically, we're trying to get a good value and move up.
It seems like you're seeing it, though. Even though you finished third there, you're picking horses that are running.
I hope so.
Tell us real quick.
You got to run in the game.
You do. Tell us real quick where you're from.
Canterbury is the home track, Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Okay, and who are you here with?
I got my daughter over there. I got my son over there, and his wife over there. The beautiful people over there, table 127.
All right, well.
Which happened to be my birthday, 27.
So is that why did you pick the table?
Yes, I did, because of that reason, too. You got to be superstitious.
Is that December
Same shirt,
7th
whatever,
or
you know.
January 27th?
We're getting is that December 7th or January 27th?
The birthday is July 27th.
Okay, close enough.
What?
Close enough.
Wait, what?
Stop being. They're very technical on this set. They're asking all these technical questions. All right. Is your goal here? You don't have to say who you picked yet. It'll be up on the board in a second. Is your goal here to make a move here, knowing that Santa Anita is going to be a kind of a tough race to make a
Well,
move?
we got Santa Anita in the bag. That's the easy one. That's done. That's done. Oaklawn, you got 3 pressers or closers that is going to take this race. That's the problem you got. So I got to pick one out of the 3. I got a good one.
Ray Hassan, not tired on day 3. You're full of energy right now.
The kids are here. I got to look good for them. And my competitors are here. I got to look good for them. They make me what I am, you know. Got to take the game up.
Yeah, all right. Ray Hassan there, feeling all the good energy. We're going to let the other players move in now. Go ahead. As it's now 0 minutes to post here to race 9. So, yeah, that's Ray. He's third. He's got 307 right now. I don't know if you have the leaderboard in front of you. He's 307. Tom Boyd at 342 is in second, and Dan is at 356. So those are your top 3.
Yeah, we've got the leaderboard pulled up here. Some really interesting camera work from Oaklawn. We had a bird, and we were following
Now it's a 63-1 horse.
the creative liberties.
Could get very interesting here with the first and the second pick.
Now, Alexa.
For sure.
Alexa, did you have a horse in this race? Oaklawn Race 9?
Yes, however, all my notes are here. What?
And we've still got that feed up of the final table for you all. So you can see the players kind of shifting their weight around, praying.
Their picks are in, I'm assuming, right? By now.
Hoping for the best. Oh, yeah, their selections are in.
Okay, my pick was the 12, Campisi here.
All right, we got a lot of people on the panel on 12.
Yeah, 13-1.
Maybe a little too
Rachel,
much.
you were
Make
12
a splash
too?
on the leaderboard.
Nice. Oh, Alexa, you were 12. You're
Yeah,
12 as well?
yeah.
Nice.
And Dan's going to be reporting back to us who picks what once this race goes off. That is public knowledge and information. And people are rolling in with their picks. We got best long shot, 12. The number 4. We got a cold trifecta. Wow. 7, 4, and 12. And number 8. Well, good luck, everybody. This is, again, the last race at the final table of the NHC, or penultimate race. And there they go.
All right, guys. Dan Piazza has the 8. Tom Boyd has the 4. Ray Hassan, the only person here with the 12 that you talked about. So chance for him to make a big move. Dean Malizia in 4th has the 10. Dylan Donnelly has the 9. So all different picks.
Yeah,
at
this
the
is
top of the
great.
leaderboard.
All different horses covered here. The top 6 players.
The 9, by the way, is 22-1, and he's up with the pace. That's Dylan's horse, that 9.
Oh,
And now
Dylan's horse
move.
a lot closer to the lead than we've seen.
Now a move from the 12 here,
12
13
horses
to 1.
looming boldly.
You can see Ray Hassan getting excited. That's his pick.
Oh, come on. I think, this 10 I think has it.
And that's Dean Malizia. So we have the 3rd and 4th players making a little bit of a move. Actually, the
Okay. It's a move.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
a move.
Not
Here,
a
hold
giant
on.
move for
It's in
either
the back.
player,
So
but some
here with Ray, you said you were ready to make a move, and you did make a little bit of a move there.
Yeah, I was trying to get that 12 to run into the pace really fast. You know, he made his move on the outside, but he didn't have enough to finish.
So what does this mean for you now? He's 12-1, 13-1. You're going to pick up what, maybe $8 to $10 there?
Yeah, I didn't watch the winner. Whoever is the winner.
10, I believe, at 2-1. 2-1?
Yeah, it all depends. If they put a lot of money down on him in place, that's going to eat up my pool. But yeah, I should get $8 to $10.
So if you get $8 to $10, that moves you roughly to $315, $320. So you're within striking range, certainly a second, and then put you about $35 out of
It all
first.
depends on Santa Anita. I can't remember the horse I like, but if you got value in the race, that's the name of the game. But tell Piazza I'm coming for him. Whatever I need to beat him, we're coming with those odds.
All right, there you go. Dan Piazza, Ray Hassan's coming for you. I love that.
the 3rd and 4th place players are going to pick up roughly the same amount of points here. I think the winner will, for win in place, will pay about the same as the second horse will for place.
I tell you, Dan Piazza better stick his hands in his pockets because people are coming to bite those fingers off.
They really are. That
Watching
gap
the
is
Matt Miller
closing.
interview. I think Ray Hassan was watching the Matt Miller. He's ready to
I
bite Dan
know.
Piazza's fingers off.
I know, that's what we're saying. And honestly, that was such a good attempt to take over the lead. I don't know if he wouldn't have quite gotten there if that 12 had won, but it would have been really, really close. So, way to use a final bullet, as a lot of horse players like to call them. How many bullets do you have left? Are you saving your bullets? Have you spent your bullets?
Yeah, that's a term that I've learned, picked up on.
I picked up a margarita on my time off.
Okay,
Very nice.
Alexa, I've
Very
seen you have 3 margaritas. No, not one of them has been the same color or presentation.
No, none of them have tasted the same at all. But, it's totally fine. It's all free drink tickets. We can't be mad.
I mean, they all look nice, but just different.
Very
Sticking with coffee until we get off the air myself.
Oh, that's a smart
Then I'm going hard.
I don't want
All right. Yeah, Alexa's got the green drink. Last year, it was the final day coincided with actual St. Patty's Day, and I convinced everybody, which at that time was just me, Dan, and Greg, to go to the art house because they had green beers. And I don't know. I got Greg to have a green beer. I don't think he liked it. I don't think he'd do it again. But Dan did get a yardstick of a Truly seltzer, which might be what's in store after today.
So here we go. The payoffs. The 12 horse to place paid a little more than the 10 horse to win in place. So they both pick up
Dean was hoping to
10,
pass
11
there,
points.
and he's not going to pass him.
Yeah,
They're both moving up together. They're both looming in on the leaders, but no position change after that race on the leaderboard, I don't think.
Ray has almost 320 right now, which is not I don't know if there will be a horse in that Santa Anita race, the last race of the tournament, that could give him that many points. But
$30? You don't think there'll be a 10-1? There'll be a long shot, but the question is, do you play it? You know what I mean? So let's get into the game theory, because we are 15 minutes out, and this is where it really isn't as much about handicapping as it is about game theory at this point of the game with this final race. So
Yeah.
Let's see. We've got 356 is the leader. Like you said, Ray's going to be, what did he get, $11?
He'll be at almost 320. There it is, 319.
319. All right, let me actually use a calculator so I can be super precise, because this is a precise moment. 356.52 minus.
Here's the problem for the leader, Dan, is that he can play to block here, right? But he can't block, assuming there's a 10 or 12 to 1 horse in this race, which I'm not sure there will be, but he can't block both Tom Boyd and Ray Hassan, because Tom Boyd and Ray Hassan are going to be looking at different horses here. Ray Hassan needs to pick a 10 to 12 to 1 kind of a horse if there is one. Tom Boyd can win it with much lower odds.
Yeah, so Dan is $14.30. Is that updated? Yes, ahead of second place. So $14.30. Let me rack my brain.
Yeah, that's like a 3 to 1 horse, basically.
No, I don't think it's a 3 to 1. I think it might be 7 to 2, maybe. I don't think he can play.
Depends what to place.
Yeah, but I think he would be pretty safe, because also if you're sitting in second and you're that close, you're probably not going to play a horse right on the bubble that might not get you there, depending on the place. I mean, that's a pretty scary.
Boy, that would be tough.
That's a pretty scary bet to make. So I think Dan is pretty safe, not playing the 1, not playing the 4, maybe playing the 3, maybe. So now he has 4 horses really to choose from a defensive standpoint to guard against, which is the 2, the 5, the 6, and the 7. Then you have to think about, what is everybody else going to be doing? They're going to be stabbing at you.
I think you said it exactly right there. The leader, I think, has to be playing the 2. I mean, that's the horse that could cost him, almost $600,000 in here. The 4 is his friend, right? That does nothing to harm him.
Yeah.
And what you're saying, if the odds hold, the 1 and borderline the 3 can't or won't really hurt him.
Be very, very close.
And the other horses are between 10 and 35 to 1. So my money on what the leader's pick in here would be the 2. That to me that's the primary horse that can be trouble for him. Now,
well, let's see. The 2 would give him what, like $18-19? So how many people can get him with that? Only one person. So then you're thinking, okay, Tom Boyd's the only person that can get at him with the 2. If you like the 2, then you probably play the 2 to protect against Tom. But if you're actually not that crazy on the 2 from a handicapping standpoint, then you absolutely take the 5, 6, or the 7, because that is what, I mean, we see all sorts of things, and some players will just be playing to move up, a couple positions, because the prize pool gets so much bigger at those. A couple spots, like we said, can mean many, many thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
But
you can't block them all.
Yeah, but you
can't block them all. And even with a cap horse, the cap is $64. I don't think anyone besides the top 6 can win.
Let's see. I'm seeing it. So $292.
Actually, 6 can't win either, right?
Dylan,
I mean, $64 is the max.
Only has a risk from Tom, Ray, Dean, and Dylan. Those are the only 4 people that can catch him. So the rest doesn't matter. And most of, Tom obviously is the closest, but Ray, let's see, 356 minus 319 is $37. So that's more than a 10 to 1. So if I am Dan, it's a really tough call. I mean, you could play that.
I would play
5
the 2.
to 1.
I would play the 2. And look, if 22 to 1, 30 to 1, or 10 to 1 beats me, unless you love one of those horses, just coincidentally. But if I'm him, I'm worried about the most obvious horse in the race that can beat me. And
you bet $5,000 on the 3 at the window to drop the odds, or is that cheating?
Hey, I'd have to read the rule book in there.
I know. Can you do that? Is that allowed?
Yeah.
I mean, can you? I mean, with this much money at stake, but no, I hear what you're saying. I mean, the 2 makes sense, but those other players. You saw what Dylan did last race. He played that 20 to 1, and
and these guys, without a doubt, Dean Malizia in 4th place and Dylan Donnelly in 5th place. They will have either the 5 or the 6, without a doubt. They can't win without one of those 2 horses. The wild card there is Ray in 3rd place. If, depending on what happens with the odds of the 7 horse, that horse could be in play for him. The problem with the leader is he can't block everyone, right? I mean, if you start thinking about blocking with the 7 horse, now all of a sudden Tom Boyd could beat you with a 5-2 horse, or 5-1 horse, the 2 horse. So, it's at least we have some drama here because it's too close, and there are enough people involved here where, we won't know until those picks come out when the gate opens. And there could be some intrigue.
Let's take a look at the daily racing form past performances, because we have something on in our formulator which is projected odds, and they're really pretty accurate. It's based on the double pools and how much people have bet on those horses to project what horses will go off at. So we, because obviously in pari-mutuel wagering, the actual odds are determined by how much money is bet on each horse, which is why you see them kind of shifting around before the race goes. But the projected odds on the 1 is 5-2. On the 2 is 5-1. The 3, 7-2. So pretty consistent with what we're seeing. The 4 is, the 2 projected is 6-1. And the 4 projected is 1-1. Definitely not going to be a risk. The 5, 38-1. That's really long. 6, 32-1. And the 7, which I think is kind of that question, is projected to be at 10-1. So I don't think that 10-1 is long enough to put Dan at risk from Ray. I don't think a 10-1 would get him there.
He would need the 7 to go up a little bit.
Yeah, and it's projected not to. So I think you're right. Either he's got to play the 2 or one of those long shots in the last half of the field. But let's talk about what we actually like in the race, like outside of the tournament. I mean, my top pick would have been the 1 at 5-2 odds. Yakolev? Is that how you pronounce that horse's name?
I don't know, Alexa. I've just been sitting here eating chocolates.
Oh, man, I'm jealous. I'm reserving a Hershey's Kiss for me.
It is an Irish bred, and, we were just talking about St. Patrick's Day, so...
The luck of the Irish.
Irish bred gelding, returning after a solid 3rd place finish in his last start, where he made a strong late move. 3 wins from 19 turf races while sporting some consistently high-speed figures. So this horse is, honestly, what probably is going to happen in this race is the favorite's going to win. And we might see some shifting on the lower parts of the leaderboard.
Yeah, we had some people who come by here before who seemed to indicate that they thought the 4 was a lock, but I don't think the 4 is a lock. And I kept talking 2. Probably you could tell that's my pick in the race is the 2 Commander at 5-1, which really would make things interesting. Again, in the chess match there between Dan and Tom in places 1 and 2. But I like the fact that Commander came back from the layoff last time out. Probably he needed that last race, and it was off the turf, right? So now they go back onto the turf. Look at the Barnes wheelhouse, his turf sprints. They've won a pretty good percentage. They do well with TJ Pereira aboard, and 5-1 I think is right. I think is the right. If you're looking for an alternative to the 4 horse, to me I would take the 2 ahead of either the 1 or the 3.
I agree with you that horse absolutely has potential to win in here. Like you said, that last race was off the turf. So, you can kind of ignore it since it was one of the worst speed figure performances he's had in a really long time. It's not his preferred surface.
And your 1 horse, I got to say, so you toss out the 1 mile race last time, right? And actually the horse ran pretty well. But you go back to the most recent sprint for Yakolev and and that was a win at even money. I'm not convinced that was a very good race, but we'll see what happens. We have Dan out on the floor, and we're ready to go to him.
Hey, Noel. So back here, Brian Skirka. Just heard your announcement. 5 minutes to race 6 at Santa Anita. set the stage, paint a picture where we stand going into this last race.
Well, it all comes down to this, right? A year of trying to qualify to get here, traveling here, 3 days of competition, handicapping hundreds of races for Dan Piazza, for Tom Boyd, for the rest of the top 10. It all comes down to this. You're doing handicapping, you're doing math. If you're trying to catch Dan Piazza, you have to figure out what you need to get there. If you are Dan Piazza, you might want to be doing some blocking. It's an interesting time, but how do you balance the horse that you think is going to win versus the horse that might propel someone behind you to beat you? So it's interesting time here.
Yeah, there's two different games going on, right? The one for the top and the one for jockeying for the other positions where the payouts vary drastically.
Absolutely, there's a big difference between 10th, for example, and 5th, 6th, 7th. We're talking tens of thousands of dollars. So is a game within a game. Do you try to, how close do you think you can get to the top? Do you not want the person who's behind you to pass you? We'll see what happens here in 4 minutes at Santa Anita.
Brian's a busy guy. We're going to let him get back. And guys, have you given us your final picks? I've been in and out on the audio, so I haven't heard if you've shared your Santa Anita picks for this race.
We've done a lot of talking about game theory and what should be done versus more of that than what we actually like. I mean, I know Noel really likes the 2. My top pick was the 1, but now that both the 2 and the 3 are 4-1, so now they're both a risk. This is just a really tough place to be in if you're Dan.
Yeah, but you'd trade places with him, right?
Hell yeah, I would. Are you kidding me? So we know only the top 4 people can hurt him. Not likely that all of them will play the same thing.
The top
worst
4 behind him. Yeah.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, Dan.
I want to ask a question to Dean. Dean, question to you. You're sitting in 4th right now going into the last race. You've got 3:11. You're 8 away from Ray in 3rd. And about 30 away from 2nd, and then ways away from 1st. Is your strategy to try to move up a little here, or are you going to go for a long shot, try to win this thing?
Just move up a little bit. Yeah. It just means, every time you move up, it's a lot of money. So it's, I don't think I'd catch a guy in 1st anyway without a bomb, but I just kind of go with who I think will win, So
I get the sense from you this has already surpassed all of your expectations.
More than enough. Yeah. Everything else is just icing on the cake, so.
Dan, his second entry also was in the top 80.
You had another entry that was in the top 80 as well, I'm being told, right?
I did, yeah. I think 16th I finished with that one, too, so good weekend.
Is the secret just coming alone and not having any distractions?
No, not really, but I actually got here Sunday night, but I spent 3 days in my room studying like 16 hours a day, so I think that helped. But just very intense studying, so, yeah.
Does he have a study snack?
They're asking if you have a study snack.
Not really. I just drink a lot of water. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow,
so he's on a 4-day fast.
He's on a 4-day fast. He hasn't eaten all week.
Oh, I haven't. It's just, I didn't even have lunch today, and I gave my meal ticket away. I said, there's no way I can eat, so,
First thing you do after this race, go get yourself a bite and a drink of something strong.
I will, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Love
Congrats
this guy.
on a great run.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, so that's Dean Malizia. Definitely easy to root for. His first time at the NHC, only started playing contests about a year ago, and what do you know? He's right here in the thick of it. So, yeah. Tom Boyd's behind us. He's in 2nd. You going for the gusto here? What was your approach, to try to make a big splash, or
I went $14.
That's it, right?
Any way I can get it.
So he's down 14 right now, looking up at Dan Piazza, who's been in the lead seemingly the entire 3 days.
Yes, I really want to bet the 3 horse because I'm Irish. Tomorrow, St. Patrick's Day. It's Irish legacy, but it doesn't give me enough money. So I couldn't do it. I had to go for it. I had to take a shot.
You thinking through it where you're like, wow, like Dan's probably thinking that I need $12. Like, how many times did you go back and forth?
I didn't. I knew what I needed. If I was him, I'd be like, I think I could have figured out who I was betting. So I could see him betting the same horse as me, and it really doesn't matter, but we'll leave that up to him.
Well, best of luck to you, Tom. Right. So Tom Boyd now in 2nd. He's 12 weeks away from potentially passing Dan Piazza, the longtime leader of this contest. I haven't seen Dan. Is he around here? Dan might be sneaking in his pick late here, so I haven't seen him.
I saw saw his hair at one point behind you in the last couple of minutes. His hair is like very distinctive.
He does have very distinctive hair.
No, he's definitely right around you there, Dan.
So just so you know, the winner is going to
here he
I think, won $800,000 right when these horses are coming down the lane.
So we have, you have him, Dan?
We're going to have our top three.
Yeah.
We have Ray here, who's in third. We have Tom in second. And we have Dan
Yeah, I'm
Piazza,
not here
leader, right here walking into it.
Oh, behind us, you can hear the crowd
real
going
quick,
crazy.
how you feeling going into this last race? How did you?
I want it to be over with.
Just want this to end.
Right, it's a marathon, yeah. But I'm very happy, excited. This is it, the culmination of 3 days.
As they're getting into the gate, we'll let you enjoy the race.
They're all getting set. This is it, everybody. Every year we join here to test who's the best handicapper in the country. So,
and any minute they're going to put up these picks
right
of
there in the white. It's got
the final table.
anyways, congratulations to all the handicappers that have made it this far, who are at the final table.
No. I understand. I just want to make sure that you knew exactly who he was.
I'll let you guys know when the picks go up here. They should go up here pretty shortly.
The room is electric.
Yes, it is.
Now it actually got quiet. That buzz. There's that
It
sort
went
of quiet
from buzz to silence. Favorite acting up in
These
the
guys just have to be on cloud 9 right now that they're in this place, in this moment right now.
Yeah.
I think they're
just take it in. Remember it.
I think they're freaking out.
They are having trouble with that favorite in the gate.
Someone's being a little fractious.
That's the favorite, I believe.
Not good when someone from the gate crew is standing in front of a gate.
Right. I think he's under control. He bothered the 3 horse.
Shout out to the RTN girls getting ready to present the big check. We had some hate thrown at them this weekend on our broadcast, but we love them.
Oh. Is this going to be a late scratch?
That would be just.
Okay.
Are you seeing that?
So the 4 bothered the 3. The
It
3
looks like the
is
3
back in
reared
the
up.
is back in the gate.
I think they're set. Here we
They're in
go.
the gate. There they go.
All right, guys. Dan and Tom both picked the 2 horse.
Oh.
So Tom cannot pass Dan. Ray
Ray.
Hassan has the 1 at 2-1.
The only
That's
other person
not
that
gonna
can win
get
is
it done.
Dylan Donnelly. Dylan Donnelly is the only other person that can win.
who can win.
What's Dylan's number? What's the odds
3.
on the 3? What are the odds on that
It's a
horse?
giant long shot, I think.
Okay.
He went
so
for
Dylan's
it.
the
And
only
he's
one that
in
can
last. That 3 is.
Oh, no, wait.
I don't know if you guys
That
can
3 is
see.
bringing up the rear.
No, the 3 is Irish royalty.
There have already been a couple of people who've come
Dan
up to
Piazza
Three is
won.
Irish royalty.
Dan Piazza won.
Dan Piazza
Yeah,
has
there are a
won.
couple of people who've come up to him and
He
congratulated him
doesn't.
already.
Yeah,
No one
Dan
can get
Piazza
there.
has already won. Hey, there's Alexa's 1 horse.
Ray Hassan played the 1.
I don't know if that can move him up a place, though.
I mean, I hope so.
I don't think so.
319 is what he had. Next place 342.
He needs $23. I don't think it's going to matter. I think the board, as we see it right now.
Hang on. So Dan's
Standing
still.
O in the room. Standing O. There's the hairdo, the famous hairdo.
And we've still got Dan's feed. Here he is, the winner. Dan.
See all the players
Dan
congratulating you.
Piazza.
People were congratulating you before it was over. People were congratulating you before it ended.
Yeah, they've been watching the numbers closer than me.
This is your heart beating right now.
Oh, it's beating a ton. My blood pressure's going pretty good.
Just emotionally, I mean, what does this mean to you?
It was always a goal. So, I mean, this is an unbelievable, just accomplishment. It'll make my wife happy.
Who are you thinking about right now?
I was just thinking about my wife, and she's going to be so surprised and happy about the whole thing. And then all my friends and family that have probably been rooting for me. They know it's important.
Dan Piazza, the winner of the 2025 NHC. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Wow. I see Stacy. There she is. Again, Dan is a huge supporter of the TAA. We had Stacy on earlier, who heads the TAA. And there's Tom Rooney, who was also on the show earlier, holding the Eclipse Award for Champion Horse Player.
And the big
Karma
check.
rewarded, as Dan said.
And
so now we all know. Everybody needs to start donating to the TAA this year.
Good karma. Yeah. You couldn't be happier to see someone like Dan win this. He's had such positive energy this entire weekend. Great friends around him.
Where's he from? Do you guys remember
From
where he's
Chicago. I believe he said he was from Chicago when I interviewed him earlier today. Really? I mean, day
Getting
one
that
leader.
check presentation for $825,000.
Wow.
It was
day
his
one
weekend.
leader, day two leader, day three leader. There was no doubt.
It was his weekend.
Alone on the
Who
lead.
was the man. Look at him with his Eclipse.
Well, they're getting obviously some good interview and sound bites with the winner, Dan Piazza over there.
And you're right, Ray, even though he had the winner, 2-1 did not provide him enough value to pass the next place. So not quite sure on the game theory and the choice on that one. I mean, obviously the horse won, so it didn't make a difference. However,
But he does win $150,000.
wins
so
$150,000.
That'll soothe the burn a
That'll
little bit.
soothe the burn. Tom Boyd's walking away with $250,000. Our fourth place finisher, Dean Malizia, who we saw, we got a fake out earlier with him picking that long shot when it wasn't true, but he's walking away with $150,000 in fourth place. Dylan Donnelly in fifth place is leaving here with $125,000, and the rest is 90, 85, 80, 75, and $65,000.
Have those other people updated though? Because I believe the 7th and 8th or the 7th and 8th player had that.
Oh, did we have some changing on the table? You might be
Yeah,
right.
yeah, I don't know if
I
they
was so
updated.
focused on the winner. Well, we'll stand by for that. See if there was any shifting.
Those are those
on the
lower
placings on those
placings,
lower
but,
placings.
yeah.
That means a lot. I mean, each place is another $5,000 to $25,000. So.
And we've got some people from Chicago showing up for the winner. Stand up, Chicago. Let's go, Dan. And bring on the tequila after that.
Cheers, my friends. We are already at
Hey, listen, I'm going to say, as a Chicagoan, we rule. We rule this contest. Scott Coles, who was on, Chicagoan. Jim Bennis, former winner, Hall of Fame member, Chicago. I believe Justin Mastari, they're from the Chicago area.
So we've learned a few things here. You need to move to Chicago and donate to the TAA, and then you'll win this tournament.
Yeah, I'm proud of Chicago. Now, if the Bears could figure out a way to win, that would be a whole different story.
And Dan, I believe, I don't know the total breakdown of rules on this, but I know the winner of the NHC is awarded a seat to the next year's NHC. I also know the player with a Raceland subscription is awarded the highest placing player with which is also
So he
Dan.
might be double
so
qualified.
he may. I don't know if they'll allow him both in the same tournament. Sometimes they don't do that, but he may be already double qualified for next year, and perhaps could be the first person to do it again.
But I think with $825,000 first prize, he could have taken a good swing at qualifying again anyway. But
True,
he
but
won't have to worry
it's
about
hard.
it.
It's hard. I've seen, Judy Wagner, a winner of this tournament, didn't qualify last year, did this year, but
And I believe because he was the day one winner, right? Dan Piazza led after day one. I believe he gets a BCBC.
He does.
Also.
And we did. You were right. We did have a couple of position changes in the 6 to 10 spot. So Len Hansen got 6, Greg Bone 7th, Peter Drezen's in 8th, Alex DeVito in 9th, and Sean Nolan in 10th place.
Man, that was my couple of favorite things. One, Dan Piazza. How much more down to earth could you be than he was? Like,
solid guy.
Level, good guy, donates to the TAA. That probably means a big check for the TAA coming here pretty soon too. A race lens user on top of it. Good call. Checks a lot of boxes. Dan Piazza, really happy for him. Tom Boyd, I found myself rooting for him too. Really,
second place.
Yeah, he was pretty calm about it, and you could tell he was pretty grateful to be there. Ray Hassan.
What about Ray, though?
We need Ray Cam next
Ray
time. We gotta
he's awesome. People were in the comments saying, "I love that man's energy," and I agree. He's like, "I got my kids here. Of course, I'm hyped. I'm gassed."
Ray Gunn, right? That's him. He's the new
Ray Gunn. Yeah.
So next Halloween, Rachel, Ray Hassan is the guy.
All right.
So he was great, and then there were so many characters. How about the guy from Colorado who hadn't played in any, hadn't been here before and
You know
came.
how many people have won this that are first timers?
Yeah, there are a lot.
Wasn't Scott Cole's first time at the NHC when he won?
I'm not sure.
I think so. Well, yeah. So Scott told me the first time he came,
there you go.
He came alone.
Yeah.
No one bothering him. He said he did better than ever, just like this guy. I don't know that he did a 48-hour fast, or 72-hour fast.
I know. I was like, in the room for 16 hours a day. What's he snacking on?
Yeah.
What's his nothing?
Nothing.
Water.
I don't do it. Alex
Which
DeVito.
is also hard to find in Vegas.
How much did
mind
DeVito
you.
win? What do you get for ninth? You got
for
the
ninth
payoff
place,
for
you
ninth?
get 75 grand.
That's pretty good money. What is he, 25, 26?
Get a nice car with that, down payment on a house if you want to buy a home.
It's not bad. Or you could just
life-changing
buy a
money.
lot of beer.
A lot of beer.
Is that where your head
I
is
see
at?
how I'm more responsible than you. that just came out very clearly.
Oh my God! I just want to say, being out there, listening to you guys, you sounded amazing. Way to keep the show flowing. Just great. It was a great show. I enjoyed listening to the show. I didn't want to talk because I was enjoying listening to it.
We loved your man on the street moments.
Yeah,
I was
you did the
sad
heavy
to
lifting.
see that that there was no hammock. I think the hammock was gone for you
No,
to be able
next
to hang
year
out in.
we got something to look forward to. I unintentionally found myself in position of doing the winning interview right away, which I did not expect. I was trying to get out of the way, so that they could do the winning interview, the NTRA could do it. So sorry to them for jumping in. But hey, this is the NTRA live stream of the final table here at Horseshoe, Las Vegas. So why not? So it was fun. It was great. Had a great time. Great story, and it's just been exciting. This is fun. The first time we've ever done this for 3 straight days out here on this level. So spectacular show.
It is, and we talked to a lot of horse players. They had a variety of insights. A lot of people were coming into it at different stages of the game. We got a really great question as far as what's the best tip on how to get into this game and maybe be in this room next year. Alexa, I'll hand that over to you as somebody who has done that.
Start playing on horse tourneys and horse players. Get a feel for the tournament scene. You can play really cheap. I've won my way to the NHC on $18. Every Friday there's a $18 feeder and then a $75 tournament. So it doesn't cost that much to take a shot at this thing. You can always reach out to the NTRA to get a mentor if you want somebody who has done this before, and get tips from them and get kind of a personal touch as somebody who can give you tips. But just start trying. It's a really great community of people. It's welcoming. Just go for it. Horse players, horse tourneys.
That mentor program that you mentioned about, because somebody asked about it the other day too.
Yeah.
It's right on their website. So you just go to NTRA.com. There's a tab that says mentor program, and that'll get you started. So that's awesome. Noel, shout out to you too, man. You put in some heavy hours today as well, and
Crushed
I really
it.
I enjoyed listening to your questions to the horse players. You have institutional knowledge of this contest in particular. So just want to say great job by you all weekend.
Well, I appreciate you having me. It's a great thing that I look forward to every year coming out here. This is the 26th year. I've been here 23 out of the 26 years. In between there, somewhere I missed 3, but I remember being at the first one, and there was 150 people in the room, and it was in a race book. And now I look behind me, and we're in a high life fronton.
By the way, I wanted to say I was screaming. I was like, guys, you guys don't know what highlight is? Come on. That's maybe a generational thing.
Yeah.
Maybe a slightly I'm sure these guys knew what highlight was, right? Okay, good.
They're both, yeah.
Yeah, but no, I mean, it's become an annual pilgrimage for me. I was a player several years. I was involved in the promotion of it.
Not a highlight player.
Not a highlight player. No. Although that would be fun, actually. But yeah,
we got to get you back in this contest. We got to get you qualified.
Yeah. I don't play as much anymore, just because the tournaments have changed, over the course of the years. But I agree with everything Alexa said. Get on NTRA.com/NHC. Get your NHC Tour membership, because that's actually the actual first thing you need to do is you need to become a tour member for $50.
It's only like $50
a year.
Yeah.
$50 a year, not too
And
bad.
then get on horsetourneys.com and horseplayer.com, and there's every week, and technically speaking, every day.
Yeah.
Right? There are tournaments on there, and there are qualifying tournaments every weekend, and that's it. And you can't win it if you're not in it.
100%. Rachel, as we're giving shout-outs here, you overcame the plague last week, and you...
I still kind of have it. Have you ever heard a rogue cougher when I laugh and I go...
Yeah. No, you battled through, and you've put in some insane hours, so thank you for your work out here.
Of course. It's always a pleasure. I didn't want to miss this event. And I have so much fun here every single year. I'm starting to get more of a grasp of what goes on, but the main thing is you're never finished learning in this aspect of the sport, and that's why you got to keep coming and showing up and talking to more and more people, because you'll continue to learn new things. Nobody has it all figured out.
Yep. Great interviews. Tom Rooney, great interview. I loved having Chrissy back on. Chrissy, would you say her mom was watching or dad was watching?
Yes, had to give her dad a shout out.
That was awesome.
Got her into the game.
And you, I don't know what to say about you. Are you even awake right now?
Alexa's been doing, DRF shows every morning. She needs another margarita.
I heard you said about different color. Each margarita is a different color.
Where have the drink tickets been at today?
I mean, I haven't made as many bets. I made one bet for Alex, and it lost. So
I don't know if you
got
heard
something
me say
burning
that.
a hole in my pocket right now. I can't wait to get over to that bar.
All right, Noel's going to bring us home then. So, all right. I think we're about good, right? I mean, are we anything in the chat we still want to get to? We good?
No. Thank you, everybody.
That was a quick note.
Oh, Ryan saying that the Cabo cough was rough, but
And Leonard, we see you. You've been with us all weekend.
Yeah, Leonard gave me a shout out there. Yeah.
We love you, Leonard.
Leonard shouting out Noel. Obviously, Bobby.
Hope we've allowed everybody to feel like even if you're not here, you're still kind of a part of the event, experiencing the event. Maybe want to be here next time, and hopefully also giving you some winners where you made some money along with these guys back here this weekend.
Well, that sums it up perfectly. From everyone here at the NHC, again, we shouted them out a couple of times, but Greg Charcudian, JD Mitchell, Alex Probst running around, wiring this whole thing up and making us sound and look good for the past 3 days. To all the hosts here, all the hosts who showed up, and guests, all the players here, and congratulations to Dan Piazza, your 2025 NHC Champion. We'll see you next time.
Woo!
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.